When is this starting? Right the fuck now. The timer that I set for my waiting screen, it's more of a suggestion. It's more of like an aspirational goal for me to do in time, less of an accurate measure of when I'm actually going to be on the stream. Apologies for that. What's the waiting music? The waiting music is from David Meesmol's channel. Where is it? I just had it. Let me show you. This guy, all but like one song. He's like taken all of the music from the game Rhythm Heaven and like made them into instrumentals. And I see my tier 3 sub Mosby in chat. I have not purchased YouTube Premium with the sub that you got, but it's happening. I promise. It's gonna happen. Oh my god. Okay, what are we doing? We are joining Pisco's Discord and getting into the piping hot tea, you guys. A lot to talk about. Let's see.
What you mean by tried a case? If by try a case you mean like been the lead attorney on a case that's gone to court? I don't know what you mean by that. Yo, what up? What up? Can you hear me?
Oh my god, who is this that I'm speaking to?
No, don't comment.
On what?
On nothing. No, just kidding. Wait, hang on. Let me put you on screen. One sec. Let me just make sure this is right. Boom. Transition. I think people can see you guys. Tell me if you can. I think you can. Yep, they got you. They got you. They got you. Aaron, how are you? A pal is a wonderful thing.
It is.
May every day be another wonderful secret.
Speaking of secrets, did you know that our president is implicated in a child sex trafficking scandal?
Pretty crazy, hey?
And is telling you to stop thinking about that, please.
Listen, I think the best bit was like, I've never drawn before. I don't doodle. And there's like literal doodles that he sold online on like Etsy or some shit for $30,000. That was my favorite bit.
There was a deposition where he claimed once that he was refusing to read the words on the paper. He wouldn't do it. And he just said, well, I can't. He was just doing everything he could to avoid it. And he said, I don't have my glasses. Have you ever seen Trump wear glasses? Like the things he just refuses to do sometimes is just like astounds me.
He's a baby. He's a literal baby. And then people treat him even more like a baby. He's like, Trump doesn't know the word enigma. He's on tape using the word enigma to refer to Ben Carson. The excuses are getting truly shambolic.
And that is the right way to use it. Ben Carson is an enigma.
He kind of is. Is he in the administration now? He's not, right?
No. They found another black guy to be in charge of HUD.
Who's the other black guy? Name him.
I don't know. Probably the guy who's the other, like the one, I can't think of his name. He was the senator and he did the, you know how Republicans will address, like the opposing party does like a big address after the State of the Union. He's from like he did that. He did that a couple of years ago.
Oh, a black guy. Let me think.
Black conservative Republican senator. There's only a few of these, and I can't believe I'm spacing on his name right now.
Scott Turner.
Is it Scott? I wanted to say Scott.
That's not a black senator. Has there ever been a black Republican senator in the modern era?
Yes. And he ran for president. Tim Scott. That's what it is. Tim Scott.
Oh, Tim Scott.
Yeah. But I don't think he's in the...
Tim Scott's a senator. He's not...
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. That is a...
No. But you said who... I'm saying who else could it be?
Yes, I got it. Yes, I got it.
Okay.
You're right. Is that what you wanted?
Yes. Who is his HUD secretary?
I have to deal with it. Sorry. HUD secretary right now is this other guy.
Scott Turner. Okay, it is a black guy.
It has to be a... Wait, does it have to be a black...
It is like always a black person. It is consistently a black politician from either party.
We need to like... I thought these guys were like getting DEI out of the whole... Like they should have just put a white guy there, just like they do for every other position.
That would actually be DEI though. That would actually be DEI. It would be DEI to intentionally place a white senator there because it's a historically black position.
Why does it... Okay, so now white guys can't be HUD secretaries?
No, they can, but if you do, it's definitely a DEI hire because this is like, that is not who they have in mind. Clearly an important criteria for these people is like
The
black.
status quo is already a DEI situation because they only put black guys, not even black women. It's only black guys. Wait, no, let's check under Biden. You know what? Let's.
I'm sure there's been a black woman who's been in charge of HUD.
There's been 19 overall. The list. Okay, so it goes this: Robert Weaver. He looks kind of white. Robert Wood. What is it with Roberts? Robert Noor. George Romney was HUD secretary. All white guy. James Lynn looking white. Carla Hills.
See, woman.
I think white. Yeah.
Are you seeing
white.
a picture or are you just going off names?
I'm going pictures. Patricia
Okay.
Harris. She looks, it's under Jimmy Carter. She looks African American. The first African American woman and woman of color ever to serve in a presidential cabinet, Patricia Harris. Moon Landrieu.
I like that name, Moon.
Moon Landrieu. He's not Asian. I don't know why I said that. Samuel
Okay.
Pierce. He looks.
Why did you say that?
African, because Moon can be a name that's very common in Asian situations. Jack Kemp. Wait, this guy's famous, right? Jack Kemp. He's white. Henry Cisneros. He's a Democrat. He looks.
Wasn't Cuomo also in charge of HUD at one point?
Yeah, Andrew Cuomo.
Yeah.
11.
Italian,
Nice.
CPOC.
I saw there's another accusation against Cuomo. It's in a Substack.
Give my mans a break.
They allege that he sexually harassed a 72-year-old woman. That's what the Substack alleges.
And his response, I'm just Italian. I'm not perverted.
It's Italian. All right. The last white guy we have running HUD was, let's see, the last full was Sean Donovan under Barack Obama.
Wow. Our man, our boy.
Dr. Ben Carson was Trump's, and now we have another person in there. What were we talking about? Oh, PDF rings?
PDF.
Yeah.
Okay, but like, critical pedo theory, though. Are we going to clue the audience into this? This is like a game changer.
Why don't you introduce them?
Okay. Wait, let me share my screen.
Oh, yeah, let me actually view your shared screen.
This theory will help explain, it will help explain everything and guide you through these trying times.
And they are trying.
Okay.
I don't see you sharing.
Hold on, I'm sharing it. Fuck.
Okay.
There we go. You see it?
Okay. Aaron?
Yes. How about you?
Yeah, that's good. All right. Critical pedo theory.
Okay, this is by Scott Greer. Understanding one of the core tenets of the modern American right. So, the Trump administration told the country last week that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself and didn't have a blackmail list, outraging MAGA in the process. Several Trump supporters firmly believe that the government covered up Epstein's misdeeds and they demand the truth. Gee, wonder why they demand that. It's almost like a bunch of Republicans campaigned on, the promise to fucking release this shit.
No.
But nonetheless, the issue has caused more discontent within MAGA than any other subject. This issue is important to much of the right due to belief in critical pedo theory. This notion imagines that the world is ruled by a pedophile cabal and quote-unquote systematic pedophilia is inherent to the current order. These elite pedos are evil by nature, which is why they use space lasers to cause forest fires and wield their weather machine against red states. These right-wingers hoped Trump would...
I'm not joking, by the way. This is real belief.
It is. It's very serious. And people, if anybody's been following American politics for the last few years, all of these things, you should know what they're they're referencing.
And one of our representatives is a woman named Marjorie Taylor Greene, and she comes from this intellectual intellectual background. She was a big QAnoner, not just like a minor QAnoner. She was very much in the weeds. So this is a huge part of the American right in our current day.
These right-wingers hoped Trump would battle the cabal as president. QAnoners thought he did so in his first term, clinging to fake news stories about the admin secretly arresting and executing prominent child molesters. The Epstein announcement came as a shock. Here's their leader telling them that a core element of their worldview isn't true. Rather than follow Trump's advice and move on, they're up in arms, with some threatening to ditch MAGA altogether. It illustrates how fundamental CPT is to a large cohort of conservatives. Trump bombing Iran and implying he may be open to some form of amnesty didn't elicit anywhere near this kind of backlash from his base. For a significant number of Trump voters, the pedo cabal matters more than anything else.
And this is important for you to distinguish, like, why Cenk Uygur, I think, is being so underhanded and so, I think, frankly, deceptive. When he's like, look, the MAGA base is rebelling against Trump. So you see, they're not just a cult. You have to understand, cult, and I said this before, MAGA is a cult with a conspiratorial mythology that sees Trump in the context of that mythology as a savior. And so it's not enough to say that it's a cult with Trump in isolation, but it's a cult where Trump is seen as a savior figure in accordance with a particular worldview. And that, I think, is not, so when you're like, yeah, they're rebelling right now, it's because the worldview is under attack. It's furthering the notion they're in the cult, not undermining it, right? Like, and the point that is made here in the article by Mr. Greer is absolutely correct, which is they didn't give a fuck about getting rid of Medicaid. They didn't give a fuck about bombing. Like, they were in support of that shit. It's not the policy issues. It's the underlying mythology that's at issue. And that's why I think, like, you shouldn't take from this, oh, that shows that MAGA is not in a cult. No. MAGA is more in a cult than they've ever been. And this proves it. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're good. Critical pedo theory emerged in the mid-2010s. It gained credence as a response to the left. For years, liberals would condemn right-wingers as racists. Racism is one of the great taboos in American society. The other is pedophilia, so right-wingers began calling leftist kid diddlers to defang racism accusations. The right's embrace of conspiratorial populism transformed this rhetoric into CPT. Conservatives were no longer just calling the left pedos to defend against racism smears. They now concocted an entire worldview centered on pedo cabals. Pizzagate and QAnon soon followed. The left's own worldview is animated by a different conspiratorial force. Wokeness, critical race theory, and other left-wing ideas imagine that America is built on inherent and systemic discrimination against non-whites, women, and gays. This problem calls for radical solutions and a purge of the nation's alleged sins. Leftists will blame systemic racism for the high arrest rates for Black people, Daniel Penny's exoneration, food deserts, and many other issues. A prominent Democrat can't deny it. Joe Biden's face would have flipped out if the former president claimed the DOJ found no evidence of systemic discrimination and that America was never racist. Such blasphemy would undermine the left's worldview. Now listen, I'm only here for their explanation of critical pedo theory. This is obviously told from the perspective of somebody who is a lot better at explaining the conservative world ethos because they're entrenched in it, and that's the perspective of them. So these vulgar characterizations of how the left views the social ills of America, I obviously take issue with, but it's not the point of this article. While the right at times challenges the left's depiction of racism, the left shares the right's, but to be clear, I think, and I said Black people, at one point this person would just put blacks, but to be clear, I do think that this actually gives valuable insight into the straw man that conservatives have of Democrats and the left in America broadly. So obviously I take issue with it, but it is insightful as far as trying to understand, like, why this is their way of opposing what they see as those social forces. And this is their answer to that, which is that it's not racism. It's not, you don't need critical race theory. You just need to understand the satanic pedo cabal is actually the ones like pulling the strings and doing all of this. So don't even worry.
It's also in line, by the way, with other kinds of these kinds of mythology before, like the satanic panic back in the 80s, right? Where there was people are looking for some kind of explanation. In some ways, it's a little bit comforting. The added bonus with some of the QAnon stuff here is not only was it just a narrative, it was interactive because Q would respond to them, because Trump would do a little wink winks to QAnon, and they were like looking at the clues together. And so it was there were people who legitimately thought that there was a storm coming on January 6th. Which, like, the reason why everyone is so crazy on January 6th is not just obviously to stop the steal, but they literally think this is the moment in which of like ultimate ecstasy. Ecstasy.
Existential?
Sorry.
Ecstasy?
Ecstasy, yeah. Where like we were finally going to uncover and throw all these people behind bars, and Trump was going to reveal the whole thing. And so this is very much a dominant narrative, important narrative, and I'm glad that you're bringing it up. Let's keep reading.
While the right at times challenges the left's depiction of racism, the left shares the right's moral revulsion towards pedophilia. This makes CPT even more potent than CRT. When conservatives hear racism accusations from the woke, they will often roll their eyes and dismiss it. No leftist will roll their eyes at pedophile accusations. The vile crime horrifies them just as much as racism does. Their only options are to deny the accused is a pedophile or to disavow the accused. CPT gives moral power to the right that it otherwise wouldn't have. The left often claims a monopoly over moral policing. It determines what's racist, sexist, anti-democratic, and who is a good, decent person, quote unquote. Pedo accusations allows the right to effect a judo move and take some of that power. A critical tenet of CPT is the belief that the left will eventually try to legalize sex with minors. This became a common belief among conservatives following the legalization of gay marriage. And it wasn't just minors. They also said, what's next? People marrying their fucking dogs, people marrying inanimate objects. Like, that was the type of shit that you would hear in opposition to equal marriage. It feared the left may take up pederasty normalization as its next cause. The news is that pedophilia has not been normalized. The good news. It's an important modifier. The country is more revolted by the practice than ever before. Pedophiles are the one group where it's socially acceptable to publicly fantasize murdering. Kill your local pedophile is a popular t-shirt. Videos of older men getting lured into fake meetups with teens and beaten up are devoured.
I just want to pause real quick. So there's some of these channels that are like Chris Hansen type channels. One is called CC Unit. Another one is there's this like big racist guy who does it as well.
Racist guy?
Yeah, I forget his name, but he caught this guy EDP 445. I forget his name, but there are these channels that do like the Chris Hansen style, like catch the predator, and it's almost sadistic. Now, obviously, some of these run the gamut. I think are positive for the community because they are catching people who want to perform these like horrific acts. But sometimes the way they do it, it makes it so that like they can't be indicted. Like these people can't get catched because they whatever reason, I don't actually know the reasons. Like they can't actually pursue charges against these people because they like fuck it up or they do something that like doesn't let them do it. But anyway, you could see the kind of pleasure that these people take. Some of them are actually really bad people, the people who do these kind of hunters. But like it is an exuberance, and the comments are like, "Holy shit, this scum! Like kill this scum! They should all be." So it really is like really okay to not like pedophiles on the internet.
Women will now, devoured on TikTok and TikTok. Age gap relationship hysteria demonstrates the strength of the taboo around pedophilia. Women now call men who date younger women pedophiles, despite both parties being adults, because they know it's the worst label one can receive. They hope it will shame men into dating women their own age. No one wants to publicly defend pedophiles. In the 2010s, it could be argued it was worse to be known a racist than a pedo. Today, it's clearly much worse to be known as a pedo, and that's a good thing. I don't agree with this characterization, though, that in the 2010s, it was more socially acceptable to be a pedophile than a racist. He's overstating the amount of racial progress that was ever made in this country, but kind of part and parcel with his understanding of how the left sees these things to begin with. But I mean, I talked about this not too long ago on my stream. There actually were stats in the early 2000s that atheists were the most distrusted group in America, even more so than pedophiles. Pedophiles are actually viewed more favorably than atheists.
There was like polls that people would never vote for an atheist for president, like
right.
over Muslims and over like all the other groups that have been.
And there never has been one, except for Trump and Obama.
Yeah, I think Obama's probably an atheist. I think Trump's probably an atheist, yeah.
But they don't say anything, or they LARP as Christians. So CPT explains why Angel Studios, a conservative-ish film company, has done so many films on human trafficking. Its biggest success, Sound of Freedom, featured a former government agent going around rescuing kids from the implied clutches of the pedo cabal. CPT even inspired some of the right's immigration restriction, with fears that illegal migrant kids.
I remember this fucking movie.
Did you see it?
I didn't actually see it. Did you?
No, I saw clips of it. But it was actual like QAnon shit. And the person who directed it is a QAnoner.
Yeah. Not surprising.
Even inspired some of the right's immigration restriction, with fears that illegal migrant kids were being delivered to the cabal, becoming a frequent criticism of Joe Biden's open borders. CPT, of course, inspired QAnon. Q may be dead, but its spirit still animates the right. CPT isn't limited to the right anymore. It now influences a great deal of internet content in general. Many broadcasters entertain the notion that we are ruled by a pedo cabal. Some left-wing influencers also believe it. It's an idea that regularly goes viral on TikTok and other platforms. Unlike CRT, which is the creation of academia, CPT is the product of the people. It's an appealing notion to populists. Anti-establishment types want to portray the elite as evil. What better way to do that than to claim they're all diddling kids? It also reinforces populist grievances. These people can argue that the only way to succeed in this corrupt system is to molest kids. That's why it's right to dispute the meritocracy and look at the elites with suspicion. These powerful folks didn't get into that position due to merit. They got there through pederasty. It makes grievances against the elites seem more principled. CPT offers a compelling narrative of contemporary America. The internet, with its fascination for conspiracy theories and anti-establishment posturing, can't resist it. Many Americans want to believe we are ruled by pedos. They want to think.
So crazy. Like I totally agree with this. The people are disappointed, right? people, you would think that it's like a huge relief. Now, obviously, they'll give an explanation like, we actually don't believe the official story, but I think that they would actually be disappointed if it weren't true. Like, they
Yeah.
would actually be disappointed. You've heard the sentiment, by the way, for the Q people when Trump like never unleashed a storm and Joe Biden was like swearing the oath of office, how horribly disappointed they were. Like, they were disappointed that it ended up being that there was no grand plan and there was no pedo cabal, and that there was like a peaceful transition ultimately to Joe Biden, and like that is bad news. So they're disappointed that they're not being run by pedos. I mean, to me, it's crazy, but I think that that's actually what they think.
I guess the strongest version of that is that they just truly believe, again, it's conspiracy, so by definition it's not based on evidence, but they believe that this is occurring. So when they don't see the client list, they don't see that as evidence, like, oh, that it didn't occur, or, you know, exoneration or something like that. They see it as like, no, there's people that need to be held to account, and it's being covered up.
Yeah.
So they'll try to hide behind that as the reason why. But again, it's a desirable worldview in the sense that it really, really simplifies things. Because then if the only thing that's wrong with the government is you just need to get rid of these elites that are abusing children, that everything would be perfect. It's a pretty simple fix, right?
Ezra Klein's video about this, he does a joke where like a conspiracy theorist is died and goes to heaven, and God's like, you know, you can ask one question. He goes, I need to know, like, what happened to JFK? And God is like, it was really just Lee Harvey Oswald, and he acted alone. And the conspirator's like, this goes a lot higher than I thought. Like, that is how they think. They literally think
every single piece of evidence is actually part of the conspiracy. It's just more evidence. They just double, quadruple, quintuple down. There is nothing. There really is no piece of evidence that you could show them that would break it down past a certain point. If that's the way that you're going to view the world. They want to think we're ruled by the most evil people imaginable, and these scumbags try to hide their dark secrets from the world. But the people are finally learning about this forbidden truth and waking up. Jeffrey Epstein allegedly proves it, as does the government covering up his crimes. They want the dead financiers list, which they believe includes much of Congress. The idea that, and I didn't even realize that. I thought they were waiting for like celebrities to be exposed, and some politicians, but mostly previous, like politicians that have previously held office. People like Bill Clinton, or like, I mean,
aren't even in charge anymore.
Yeah, people who aren't even in charge anymore. But no, like, they probably do think that like Democrats now, like Schumer or something like that, would be indicted on these types of things.
And now it's kind of mutated as well to be wrapped up in the anti-Israel stuff. So there's a variant of this, or you know, they're kind of related, but there's a variant of it that becomes anti-Semitic, but also anti-Israel, and now like it's kind of a narrative fight. There's a fight for narrative control, and I think most of the people who are still pushing that this is absolutely positively happening, or absolutely did happen, are now starting to embrace the Israel Mossad theory.
Right. They believe that Epstein had deep connections and ties to the Mossad, and that he had dirt on American like political elite and the establishment at the time, that he was engaging in these sorts of sex trafficking rings. And that is the reason why, alongside like the Israel lobby or whatever, that America's cucked is. It's like another iteration of Zog, right? Yeah. And it all ties back to Epstein. That if these people hadn't engaged in this, and he didn't have this dirt on them, then they wouldn't vote the way that they do, or that wouldn't be their posture towards Israel. It would like otherwise be different. The idea that it might bring the whole system down makes it even more attractive. That's what these populists want and believe we deserve. The fact that the release of just one document can have such a revolutionary impact further cements the appeal of CPT. There's basically no way to correct the new faiths created by the internet. CPT will remain a powerful part of the right. It may even start to influence the left as well. I would argue, to the extent that it begins to impact the left, you're on a very, very slow, like you're already starting to like move to the right if you're buying into this sort of shit.
Yeah, I think that I think on the left, one of the reasons why it's a little bit painless and dangerous for someone like John Ossoff to use this, and I do believe that the Democrats ought to use this, is because the left-wing base isn't bought into this as part of their conspiratorial mythology. They're just not. And they're happy with the possibility that the right wing is just full of shit, and that that the MAGA people were lied to, and they don't have to feel bad about that because they weren't the ones being lied to. And so there's a release valve and an escape hatch for Democrats who push this, where there's sort of alternatives in terms of how it plays out, and so it's kind of painless for them to push it. So I don't really see much danger for mainstream Democrats to get into this. Well, I will say is that there's some populist left types, and I even have to say some creators who I think are way too cavalier about the level of evidence that we have.
Name names.
Right now. I'm going to name some names. I think that Cenk
Kyle.
Uygur.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Kyle. Kyle is a memer. I don't watch his content, so I don't know how much he really flirts with it when he actually covers it.
Yeah, no, I think that he takes an angle that I appreciate sometimes, but I think he's a little bit too convinced. And again, I understand why a lot of people see. I think it's fucking suspicious as shit. I know that Aaron does. Like, we both think it's fucking suspicious as shit. What Trump is saying is very suspicious. I think what really, for Kyle, he's been yelling about this for now years, about Trump's connection to Epstein. And now that, so it must feel like so aggravating to him that like now all of a sudden there seems to be a newfound emphasis on that connection. And so I understand it. But at the same time, we just need to be honest about what evidence exists. And I saw Michael Tracy debate
Saagar and Jetty.
Yep, and with Crystal Ball being the moderator, I have to say, love Crystal, love Breaking Points, love my time on there. I thought Michael Tracy cleaned house. I'm just going to be real.
Ooh, what does it say when you got to praise Michael Tracy?
Don't like Michael Tracy.
Broken clock.
Yep.
Trump's only hope for retaining these followers is banking on people's short attention spans. MAGA will eventually move on to other subjects and forgive or forget about Trump not releasing the alleged Epstein list. But nothing can convince them that there is no pedophile cabal ruling the world. It's fundamental to the conspiratorial populist belief system. Trying to persuade them is like trying to convince a devout Christian that there is no hell. And that might be correct.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Thank you so much, Aaron, for bringing that article.
Yeah.
You sent it to me, and it really did.
I did. And shout out to Justel, because Justel is the one who showed it to me.
Oh, yeah.
Which makes sense, because Justel is kind of like, I think he's more moderate, like maybe even conservative. Yeah. So like, and this Scott Greer guy definitely is coming at this from a right-wing angle. But again, because he is that way, I think he can better articulate it than somebody from the outside could attempt to, examine it.
But it is true. I think that whatever way you take a look at it, you need to not take this kind of line that people like, who I talked to the other day, Rob Noor take, which is like, this shows that the right wing is able to stand up to Trump. It shows that they're able to stand up for their conspiratorial mythology, and in this case that's critical pedo theory. Like, that's what it shows. It doesn't show that they're not in a cult. They are in a cult. It's just more nuanced than these people want to think, and it doesn't only encompass Trump. It encompasses Trump, like I said, in the savior narrative, as protecting and revealing the cabal that is ultimately controlling the world / United States.
Well, and now I'm about to show my own ignorance, but like, so McCarthyism, it was exposed to be like conspiratorial fraud. What would it take for there to be that sort of public reckoning, for people to realize like they really didn't have what they said that they did with respect to there being deep communist infiltration of the United States government? Because this is like an update to McCarthyism level thing. But like, the difference is that at least with McCarthyism, you had Republicans that were willing to, even though they had no evidence, they were willing to go before Congress and like testify and have hearings and shit and indict people on absolutely nothing, and at least have this sort of like kangaroo court. But the Republicans of today don't even want to engage in they can't even risk doing that because of Trump.
Yeah, there's two things that I want to glom onto there. One is the issue of the comparison to McCarthyism. In McCarthyism, there was actually like real espionage happening, right? Like in the 40s and 50s, early 50s.
Right.
But McCarthy wasn't doing like revealing the espionage that was like proven and confirmed, like the atomic secret stuff. Mm-hmm. And every country engages in espionage. What McCarthy was doing was making like baseless accusations of like political people and other individuals like that for his own gain, for own political gain. Obviously, with the helping of people like Roy Cohn and others, who Roy Cohn ultimately came to be Trump's like best friend, and he learned a lot from Roy Cohn in the early days before dying. But no, I think that there is a comparison here, because at the center of all of this Epstein stuff, and why it's more, I think, concrete than some of the QAnon stuff, is there is a guy who is a pedophile / sexual offender, right, at the heart of all this. And he was connected to very important people, including previous Israel prime ministers, including Bill Clinton,
Members of the royal family.
Members of the royal family. So like at the center of this, just like in the McCarthy issue, like there was Russian espionage. There were communist infiltrations in this country, 100%. But just because there's that doesn't mean that all the other logical extensions become true. And the second thing you said is like the tricky position the Republicans are in vis-a-vis like McCarthyism, whereas like what are they willing to do to get that information? And right now, on the one hand, you have the base who's screaming for more investigation, more investigation, more investigation. And then you have Trump in the White House saying, no more investigation, no more investigation. Just deal with like, maybe we'll go get the grand jury testimonies, but that's all we want to do. And so it's a very big pickle that they're in. And yeah, I think that you've identified it.
And it's not even just, there's like, stop thinking about it. It's, I'm going to sue you if you continue talking about it. Because did you see that he is like, where was, okay, yeah. This was the
Wall Street Journal.
Well, that article, yeah, but like the announcement of the lawsuit, this was on yesterday. Trump announces on Truth Social that he'll be suing the Wall Street Journal, News Corp, and Rupert Murdoch. So again, Trump is a litigious man. This is not the first time that he has sued a media agency or individuals for defamation, right? Or slander or libel. Which one do you know? Which ones he has like specifically brought charges, like sued people for?
Oh no, I mean,
but in this vein, the Wall Street Journal and Rupert Murdoch personally were warned directly by President Donald J. Trump that the supposed letter they printed by President Trump to Epstein was a fake. And if they print it, they will be sued. Mr. Murdoch stated that he would take care of it, but obviously did not have the power to do so. The editor of the Wall Street Journal, Emma Tucker, was told directly by Caroline Leavitt and by President Trump that the letter was a fake, but Emma Tucker didn't want to hear that. Instead, they are going with a false, malicious, and a defamatory story anyway. President Trump will be suing the Wall Street, the way he refers to himself in the third person on this.
It's President, weird.
It is weird. He'll be suing the Wall Street Journal, News Corp, and Mr. Murdoch shortly. The press has to learn to be truthful and not rely on sources that probably don't even exist. I don't even know what that means. President Trump has already beaten George Stephanopoulos, ABC, and he got there was a lot of money doled out by CBS for that, or by ABC for that statement.
I think it's, to be fair though, it's a lot of money to us normal people.
Well, yeah, it's a drop in the bucket to a media conglomerate.
But also in like comparison to the litigation expenses, like
right.
They were. So I understand from a business perspective why they made that decision. I still disagree with it, and I think you and I both think it's scummy as fuck to have done that. But from a business perspective, it probably does make like sense to just eat that, and because you're gonna incur a bunch of litigation expenses. Sorry, continue reading it because I have a comment on this.
60 Minutes /CBS and others, and looks forward. I don't even remember what was the 60 Minutes thing.
That was the editing of Kamala Harris's interview.
Oh, weird. Okay. And others,
I think it is, yeah.
And looks forward to suing and holding accountable the once great Wall Street Journal. It is truly, now we've even lost the Wall Street Journal. This is a sister, Wall Street Journal is a sister media company to Fox News, people.
Fox News. It's Murdoch.
To fucking Fox News. It has truly turned out to be a disgusting and filthy rag, and writing defamatory lies like this shows their, where is it?
By the way, these posts suck. Like, these posts are complete garbage. They're too long. They're too meandering. They're not like pithy and good.
Thank you for the bits. Clear watch.
Oh, I can't hear you, Aaron.
I was thanking somebody for bits.
Oh. No.
So I'm sure you're really sad that you missed that. Mm-hmm. It has truly turned out to be a disgusting and filthy rag, in quotes, and writing defamatory lies like this shows their desperation to remain relevant. If there were any truth at all in the Epstein hoax as it pertains to President Trump, there's no way he wrote this. This is not really his voice. I can tell that there are things that are like off. He would never be so eloquent just to say, shows their desperation to remain relevant. There would be way more things in just all caps.
Yeah.
This is like somebody else sent it out. If there were any truth at all in the Epstein hoax as it pertains to President Trump, this information would have been revealed by Comey, Brennan, Crooked Hillary, and other radical left lunatics years ago. And that's, again, because this story implicated former Democratic elites, that's not necessarily a given that they would think it was worth it to go after Trump if it meant, fucking implicating Bill Clinton or sullying the image of the party. So that always has to be weighed against it. It certainly would not have sat in a file waiting for Trump to have won 3 elections. This is yet another example of fake news.
Yeah, I think this is it would be a horrible mistake for them to sue Wall Street Journal. For the same reason, I think it would be a horrible mistake to appoint a special counsel. It would keep it in the news. It would actually make a real live litigation issue over whether or not this letter is authentic. And because obviously, like, a relevant issue, an element of the defamation claim would be falsity. So, yeah, maybe you'll be able to get discovery on the internal comms for the Wall Street Journal, but that will just keep this Epstein story in the news, and you risk a situation in which there's a court determination, maybe even like a year plus down the line, that the letter is what it purports to be. So if you sue, like, that's just, and if you don't sue though, there's an issue. Like the fact that you announce definitely going to sue, now you have to sue, because if you don't sue, you look guilty as fuck. It looks like you're conceding that it's real and authentic.
I mean, even if he settles, even if he sues and he just settles, that's already an indictment, because it's like, if this were a cut and dry case of defamation, why would you settle? Why wouldn't you just take it all the way?
And by suing, obviously just keeping in the news, that just can't be a good look. Like, if you want to move on, move on. This isn't moving on. He's fighting on too many fronts. He's fighting against News Corp, which should be an ally of him. He's fighting against Rupert Murdoch, who should be an ally to him. He's fighting against the MAGA base and the influencers, who should be allies to him. So he's waging war, in my opinion, on too many fronts. And I don't think it's a good move to sue now and keep this alive. I don't know if you have a take.
Well, I did want to read this. President Trump says he's going to sue Rupert Murdoch's ass off. He also says, I don't draw pictures, but he used to donate sketches for charity. So they're hinging a lot of it on like what this person is saying here. Then why didn't the Wall Street Journal release a photo? So he says the Wall Street Journal printed a fake letter supposedly to Epstein. These are not my words, not the way I talk. Also, I can just like hear this. See, this I can hear say, not the way I talk. Also, I don't draw pictures. I told Rupert Murdoch it was a scam, but that he shouldn't print this fake story. But he did, and now I'm going to sue his ass off, and that of his third-rate newspaper. Thank you for your attention to this matter, DJT. And this is one of the drawings that was donated to, like sketches that he did that was donated to charity. That's Donald Trump's signature.
100%, it's his signature, and so I think they might have that drawing in the bank. Like, they were waiting for him to deny it, and now they get a second story when they are able to show it. So yeah, I think that they did a kind of similar thing with the Michael Waltz. Remember they denied the Signalgate stuff, and then they released the whole message exchange. So they might have this.
That was not in the news nearly long enough, and that tells me that I don't think that the Democrats are going to actually pursue this in the way that they should be. This should be like, honestly, a fucking front and center issue, because they can't even say like, oh, we're trying to oppose like the Big Beautiful Bill or whatever. This needs to be. This is clearly what the nation, especially his base, is captured on. So if you ever want to have a hope of there bringing about like this true schism within MAGA, they have to capitalize on this. Anything short of devoting significant like time to doing this, it's not going to be okay. Like,
and
even
painless. It's so painless. Like, there's no risk. Unless you guys are really pedophiles, the type of the Democrat Party. But like, there's no real risk to the Democrats, because you can just say, release the files. And if there's nothing there, then like, oh, then you guys all lied. So like, it's a very easy out. You don't have to like make.
And they don't have the majority. They don't have the majorities. They don't have the numbers. So every single Democrat could be voting for this. And even if they're scared, like, what if something about a Democrat comes up? One, obviously, you should disavow that Democrat. You should not be covering for any fucking Democrat that's up to this shit. But two, you could do it, and you really don't even have to worry about the repercussions, because you will be demonstrating that the Republicans are actually the ones holding it up. Why wouldn't you do it?
So smart, no, and they are starting to do it a little bit.
Well, when they're asked, they say like Mike Johnson. See, Mike Johnson is smart. He was like, it should be released when he was asked, and then it's in the news for 2 seconds, because he just says, release it, and then he moves on. Trump, like you're saying, railing on against it. All of these people finding every single excuse, defending people left and right. It's so stupid to fucking do this. You're never gonna get out of the news cycle.
No, and I think the Democrats need to push on this. I think that they could use this to depress the MAGA vote as well. If you start using this in ads, it's not necessarily that you're going to get any of these QAnoners, any of these people to vote Democrat, but perhaps you'll be able to depress their vote by making them not enthusiastic to vote for Republicans. Whereas Democrats are highly enthusiastic. They hate the party, but they're highly enthusiastic to vote. Which, explain that.
And I mean, I don't know that I want these voters. I don't know that I want these. I don't know that like the Democrats should even want these voters. Like you're saying, to the extent that it's useful, it would definitely be just to bring about, something like, there was also, Trump was Truth Social is Trump's social media platform. And he was ratioed. He got ratioed. Yeah. This is the first time, again, that I have seen any sort of substantial pushback or resistance from the base. Of course, it's never, like you said about Cenk. Cenk likes to overemphasize the extent to which there are meaningful ideological or policy disagreements. It's not about any of that. They fell in line with respect to the Iranian strikes. They're fine with the Big Beautiful Bill. It's not that. This was the thing that is animating his like bread and butter base, which is a bunch of like boomer retirees and like conspiracy theorists to actually say something, because it really does cut against with like their entire mythos surrounding him and what his administration sets out to do. Although what I didn't realize is that because he's always kind of like pandered and done winks and nods to the space, but even when you analyze like his previous statements with respect to transparency on the Epstein stuff, he has never really been that gung ho. It's always been couched and very, very careful with what he says. It's like they should probably release it. There's something not good there, you know. Like it's never been this demand for the transparency. Vance has done that, and other Vance
did it. Other Republicans, influencers did it,
right?
But he never volunteers it. Right. It's never. So people kind of overstate he ran on it. I will say he ran on it because he technically did run on it. Like
if you pander to those people.
Yeah. And also if you say it even once, but it's always, as you're saying, with these qualifications, kind of like where he's never bringing it up. It's always defensively or reflexively to someone asking him about it. Definitely Vance brought it up. Definitely the influencer class brought it up. But no, you're right to note that. And it's very, I think,
it's strategic on his part.
Yeah, that happened. Yeah,
it can't be ignored that he did put these QAnoners in his cabinet. That can't be understated. And that's another thing to show that that's not just winks and nods. That's like direct pandering and actually handing institutional powers to conspiracy theorists. But God, it is like
Patel is in he is a conspiracist. Like that was his whole shtick.
Yeah,
and now he's in charge of the
same with Bongino, right? Bongino was also into it.
Bongino sounds like he hates his job.
Yeah, he does.
There's another part to this that people aren't, I think, getting, which is like the office politics are contributing to the disorder here, which is these people fundamentally don't want to do the thing that they thought they wanted to do, because they thought that what they were going to do is like they want to be podcasters. Pam Bondi might she was an AG for a longer time. She has a better, I think, professional track record or something. But definitely for Bongino, you get the sense that he wants to be a podcaster, and he's pissed not because he's not in a fundamental agreement, but because he's being criticized. And so now that the office politics dynamics, he's coming out ahead of the other components of the Department of Justice to be like, I'm the good guy on the inside, completely self-serving, completely not being a team player. And I think that he's gonna be gone within a couple months. That's my prediction. I could be wrong about that, but that's what I think.
I mean, did you know, you know who James O'Keefe is, right?
Yeah.
Project Veritas dude. So he was the one, I was reacting to some PBD nonsense, and he brought up that this bizarre interpretation of what Pam Bondi had said at a restaurant to people. It was on video. I was like, what is he talking? I was like,
I remember this. Yeah.
I thought he was making it up. No. And the person behind it, not a Democratic operative, never is, of course. It's
never.
It's fucking James O'Keefe. She was at some brunch place and somebody came up that he had planted, went up to her and asked when are you going to do this or whatever. And that's when that's one of the first times she made the comment surrounding I have all of these files, or alluded to the list.
The victims.
Yeah. But because it's James O'Keefe, even though it's technically useful because it is making her look bad, he is so deceptive in everything that he does that I really do wonder. Only he could make me wonder what else was said before and after, because she also said that it was taken out of context or something was misportrayed. And for once, it's not that I fucking believe Pam Bondi. Obviously, she's just covering her ass. It's because this guy is such an effective propagandist, so you really shouldn't take anything that he shows. But that does show that MAGA influencers are not willing to let this go because they've been on these people.
Same thing kind of with Bannon. I think Bannon would be willing to let it go, but Bannon had actual sit-down interviews with Epstein. Bannon was hired by Epstein and sat down for hours and hours of interviews that he has with Epstein. Yeah, if you look up Bannon Epstein, he was in contact with Epstein after he left the campaign and after he left the administration, in conjunction with the former Israeli prime minister and other prominent people to help launder the reputation of Jeffrey Epstein. You can look this up. This hang on.
So this is Michael Wolff revealed that Steve Bannon helped. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna just.
And Michael Wolff actually has tapes. Michael Wolff is the person who released the audio of Epstein saying that Trump was his closest friend. Like Bannon was hired by Epstein to basically like help him get ready for a media tour to launder his image.
Steve Bannon coached Jeffrey Epstein to appear friendly and sympathetic on TV. This was reported on September 2021. A new book from Michael Wolff reveals that Bannon helped Epstein with media training before Epstein went to prison, where he ultimately died. On Sunday, The Times reported in Wolff's forthcoming Too Famous, The Rich, The Powerful, The Wishful, The Notorious, The Damned. Oh my God, too fucking long, my dude. The author shares that Bannon was preparing Epstein, a convicted child sex offender, for a 60 minutes interview that never happened. You're engaging, you're not threatening, you're natural, you're friendly, you don't look at all creepy, you're a sympathetic figure, said Bannon during the early 2019 coaching and feedback session, per the book.
You know this?
No, I didn't. I didn't know this, but I had pulled up that Trump had talked about pardoning Ghislaine and was told.
Really?
Like, yeah, this was something. Trump held talks on pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell, biographer. The president agonized over what Jeffrey Epstein's accomplice would reveal upon her arrest, author Michael Wolff said. This was published July 10th of this year. He weighed pardoning Ghislaine for fear that she would spill secrets about his decade-long friendship with convicted child sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. After Maxwell, now 63, was arrested by the FBI in July 2020 for allegedly helping Epstein run a sex trafficking ring, luring and grooming young girls into a web of abuse, Trump grew, quote, very wary and began asking, what could she say? What would she say? Author Michael Wolff said on the Daily Beast podcast. Trump and Epstein have been good friends since the 80s. Wolff described them as, quote, two guys joined at the hip for a good 15 years. They did everything together, the Trump biographer told host Joanna Coles. And this is from sharing, pursuing women, hunting women, sharing at least one girlfriend for at least a year. And this is the kind of rich guy relationship with each other's planes. When it became clear that Maxwell, who became romantically linked to Epstein in the early 1990s, would be brought to trial on sex trafficking charges, Trump mulled using his executive powers to pardon her, according to Wolff. Everybody around Trump's inner circle pushed back on the idea, however, warning him that it would blow up in his face. We obviously know he did not listen, or he has a tendency to give in to these instincts. He just can't shut up. Obviously, he didn't actually do it, and he could still do it. You never know. Everybody around him was kind of like, God, we hope she won't say anything, but we really hope he doesn't pardon her, said Wolff, who has published 4 tell-all books on the president. Trump, then in his first term, didn't go through with the pardon. But when asked about Maxwell's looming trial, he struck an oddly sympathetic tone. And this I remembered. I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, and I guess they lived in Palm Beach, Trump told reporters. I wish her well, whatever it is.
Crazy. I know there's so much smoke here. This is just the person who says, I'm not sure about the Michael Wolff stuff. So you don't have to believe Michael Wolff. Steve Bannon admits, this is from the New York Times. I just want to quote from the New York Times. And I think there's a video of this, but Bannon had, quote, this is from New York Times, quote, Bannon has said he is sitting on 15 hours of material. Wolff says his own audio recordings run about 100 hours. And one of the clips that they actually released, right, the clip where he says he's Trump's closest friend, that comes from Michael Wolff. And so at a bare minimum, right, Michael Wolff was close enough contact with Jeffrey Epstein to get that Trump's closest friend quote and release it. And Bannon himself is acknowledging he has 15 hours of material. That's a scandal, right? Like, how has Bannon not released that information yet? Like, how has Bannon not released those videos yet? Presumably because...
Are you really surprised? Alex Jones is out here coaching Trump on what to do. He's begging him to listen to him, to please, to help him get through this.
So much suspicious shit going on. And so many members of Trump's inner circle, including Trump himself, with these strong connections, with these equivocal, denials, with this kind of maybe I'll pardon Ghislaine Maxwell. Steve Bannon, his former campaign manager, major member of the administration, at least initially, and a longtime Trump surrogate type person, is helping coach and help Epstein. Just recently they fire Comey's daughter, who kind of led the investigation to redo this the case against Epstein. It's just so much smoke there that it's actually beggars belief that for so long the CPT people, right, the MAGA base, was willing to ignore that, and they make excuses of it like, oh, well, Trump is just trying to get closer so he can uncover them, right? He's trying to get in.
And this is also ignoring that Mar-a-Lago played a critical role in the Epstein case.
Sure, yeah.
That's Trump's private club. I think it was one of the I can't remember her name. Yes, exactly. Who's since killed herself, I believe, right?
Yep.
She alleged that she had been approached by Ghislaine to become Epstein's traveling masseuse or something like that.
Yep.
And then they groomed her from there. And some of this apparently
took her at Mar-a-Lago.
Yes. So
Yeah,
it's just
there are
insane.
reasons to doubt Virginia Giuffre for other reasons, as if you actually examine, her accusations against Dershowitz really just did not pan out, and some of the other salacious ones never panned out.
Dershowitz, he's another. Do you know what he said? Because he like effectively had gotten Jeffrey Epstein off. He was like, one of the things he basically said, and I'm paraphrasing, but was like, my only regret was that he even had to serve a single day in jail when he initially had like gotten him off. Is anyone surprised? It's fucking Alan Dershowitz. Anyone surprised?
Yeah. I mean, he helped get OJ off, so
yeah.
And he's like
hell of a running back.
His major client, major client is Trump, right? He was a Trump defender as well, so he really has a nice catalog of prominent defendants that he.
Yeah, and he also was it Mike Tyson
and Netanyahu now as a genocide denier in the ICC, I think, situation, or
he's
the
so
ICC,
brave.
I don't remember. Yeah, super brave.
And I mean, he wrote, his book was a fraud, The Case for Israel or whatever. It was like lifted completely from this book by Joan Peters.
Really?
Time and More. Yeah, a lot of that was just like completely fake. And actually, it was Natalie Portman used to be, because her actual name is Natalie Hirschlag. She's born in Israel. She used to be close to Alan Dershowitz, and I'm pretty sure he may have even dedicated one edition of the book to her. But then after it was like exposed, she like quietly distanced herself from him.
That's funny. The thing is, I am sympathetic to one of Dershowitz's arguments about the nature of the separation between Epstein's private life and his connections to prominent individuals. I'm not saying I'm convinced by Dershowitz. I'm not saying I'm just saying I don't have enough proof to know that there was a close connection between his trafficking private life and his connections to the prominent individuals. I don't know, and I don't think that that's been established. That's all I'm saying. However, I do think that there's a lot of sussy shit, both the sweetheart deal out of the Southern District of Florida, the manner and cause of his death, the different connections to prominent individuals, the fact that Acosta, through this like link of different hearsay statements, was said like there's a connection to the intelligence agency. Again, I don't know if that's perfectly sourced. I think it comes from the Daily Beast, according to someone else. So like it's multiple levels of hearsay here. But there's a lot of sussy stuff, and everyone should be suspicious. But I just think that you should be agnostic. You shouldn't take the Rob Moore position of I definitely know that it extends to third parties. But how Trump is behaving and how his inner circle is behaving is super, super suspect.
Just the Acosta appointment alone.
Yeah. That appointment is crazy.
Is insane. Like how, and I really do think that that's the point, as demonstrated by Adam Mockler when he was confronting Jack Posobiec, is really one that just like throws them off, because how do you explain that? Really?
How do you explain that? And the official reason he left was because of the distraction caused by the sweetheart deal for Epstein. Like that is why he left as Department of so surely you knew about it beforehand. And apparently there's evidence that they were talking about how they would try to spin, if he were ever asked, Acosta that is, of the Epstein stuff, that he would have a response. And the attributed quote that that Epstein was connected to intelligence agency, that's the attributed quote, not necessarily true, supposedly was in response to that kind of media training, or in response to that preparation, that he would say something to the effect of, well, he was intelligence agencies, and so they told me not to push that hard, something like that.
And then all of these people, they just want to move on. Again, we've talked about this in the last episode, but Charlie Kirk, I'm done talking about Epstein. I'm just going to trust my friends in the government.
The government, yeah.
That age just beautifully. Love that.
And now they keep, because the reason is the audience keeps pushing, and so they can't let it go, even though they have the directive to let it go. So they're managing an audience of one in the White House, so they have to manage them and put out these statements showing their loyalty, showing they're willing to do what the administration says. But they actually do have to manage. I know it's crazy, they didn't have to before, but now that their base is pushing every single, if you look at any of their posts, there's always like the Epstein reply guys who are in there, and I'm one of them, who's in there like with the binders, with their different statements on shit. And so it's a lot of pressure and it's uncomfortable. And I think we should keep pushing.
There was also
Go.
I was gonna say, did you see what Pelosi had to say about this?
Oh, she was like, we should forget about it?
It's a distraction. That's what she said. Oh, yeah. So Trump and Pelosi agree on something.
There you go. Well, what can you say? I bet Pelosi will agree that it's Democrat-inspired documents.
I just don't.
We did write these.
What I don't understand is, like, again, if they're worried about Clinton, why do we need Clinton? Just drop them. drop Bill Clinton. These people are like not, they're part of a Democratic elite that voters are clearly disillusioned with. They're presidents of yesteryear. Hillary Clinton as well. You don't need them. I don't understand. Just drop it. To the extent that he even helped Kamala campaign, it's to fucking go to Dearborn, Michigan and lecture Muslim voters about Judea and Samaria. It's like, dude, like we don't need this, you know? But did you actually read the Wall Street Journal article?
No, I didn't.
You want to skip through it really quick? And then we'll do her take, you guys, after this. But so this is the bombshell. Jeffrey Epstein's friends sent him bawdy letters for a 50th birthday album. One was from Donald Trump. The leather-bound book was compiled by Ghislaine Maxwell. The president says...
Real quick, Aaron, I love that you did archive version of this because you're not going to buy a fucking subscription.
Are you? Do you? I have a subscription to the Times. I'm not getting one to the fucking Journal. I would never give money to a fucking Fox News institution.
I am onto the Times, and I canceled my Washington Post one when they didn't endorse Kamala.
You are no better than these MAGA supporters that are canceling their subscription over the Wall Street Journal.
I didn't like the move, and I didn't like it, and so I canceled.
So to be consistent, you actually should get rid of your New York Times subscription because of what they've run on Zorin. Because they said they wouldn't endorse anybody, but they just ran that hit piece, and then they sourced that fucking neo-Nazi to run the story on.
I'm too lazy to do it this time. I'm too lazy to do it. Yeah.
It was Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday, and is it Ghislaine? Ghislaine? How do you say it? I don't think it's Ghislaine. I always say Ghislaine, but I don't think it is.
I say Ghislaine.
Ghislaine Maxwell was preparing a special gift to mark the occasion. She turned to Epstein's family and friends. One of them was Donald Trump. Maxwell collected letters from Trump and dozens of Epstein's other associates for a 2003 birthday album, according to documents reviewed by the Wall Street Journal. Pages from the leather-bound album, assembled before Epstein was first arrested in 2006, are among the documents examined by Justice Department officials who investigated Epstein and Maxwell years ago, according to people who have reviewed the pages. It's unclear if any of the pages are part of the Trump administration's recent review.
Pause real quick. One of the arguments that Ghislaine Maxwell has vis-a-vis her prosecution is that the non-prosecution agreement in 2008 also applied to co-conspirators, apparently. That it applied, I don't know how you could bind, maybe you can bind the department to agree not to go after conspirators, but I think that's one of her arguments, is that they can't go after her because they had a non-prosecution agreement.
Or did she cooperate or what?
No, I think it was just Epstein. So maybe it would just be like, so there's doctrines of third-party beneficiaries or something for contracts, for regular contract analysis. And so I actually don't know the argument. I'll look it up at some point, but I think that the argument is that back in the day, she was cleared of all potential liability.
Weird. The president's past relationship with Epstein is at a sensitive moment. The Justice Department documents, the so-called Epstein files, and who or what is in them are at the center of a storm consuming the Trump administration. On Wednesday, after angry comments about how the files are a hoax created by Democrats, President Trump lashed out at his own supporters for refusing to let the matter go. What is this linked to? Probably another article from them. But yeah, Trump lashes out at supporters for fixating on the hoax. This was the Truth Social thing. But this, and I know I told you this, it's really just unfortunate for Trump that the Diddy stuff came and went. Because if the Diddy stuff were still fucking happening, the critical pedo theory people would have their attention divided between that celebrity cabal, even though Diddy, to my understanding, there was obviously rampant like sexual assault or sex abuse, or like those are the allegations, but it didn't involve minors, to my understanding. But I feel like they think that like, oh, again, it's going to, or it involves very, very young people. The letter bearing Trump's name, which was reviewed by the Journal, is bawdy, like others in the album. It contains several lines of typewritten text framed by the outline of a naked woman, which appears to be hand-drawn with a heavy marker. A pair of small arcs denotes the woman's breasts, and the future president's signature is a squiggly Donald below her waist, mimicking pubic hair. The letter concludes, "Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret." Which, in the context of what we now know about Jeffrey Epstein...
It's so shady. It's so shady, guys. Come on.
Aged like milk. Aged like fucking milk. In an interview with the Journal on Tuesday evening, Trump denied writing the letter or drawing the picture. "This is not me. This is a fake thing. It's a fake Wall Street Journal story," he said. So he felt compelled to comment. At the very least, he didn't decline to comment. You know, he's been yapping so much. If this is where the moment that he chose to not say anything, that would actually be funny. But no, of course, because he's so egotistical, he does. "I never wrote a picture in my life. I don't draw pictures of women," he said. "It's not my language. It's not my words." He told the Journal he was preparing to file a lawsuit if it published an article. I'm going to sue the Wall Street Journal, just like I sued everyone else, he said. Allegations that Epstein had been sexually abusing girls became public in 2006, and he was arrested that year. Epstein died in 2019 in jail after he was arrested a second time and charged with sex trafficking conspiracy. Justice Department officials didn't respond to requests for comment or address questions about...
Note the terminology there. He died.
Right, it's passive.
He didn't say suicide. Yeah.
About whether the Trump page and other pages of the birthday album were part of the agency's recent documents review. The FBI declined to comment. They don't even try to caveat it with where he said where he died in jail or whatever. It with what the State Department reports as an apparent death or a suicide or what is it, right? They just say he died. So they don't even try to editorialize surrounding that. Justice Department officials didn't respond to requests for comment or address questions about whether the Trump page and other pages of the birthday album were part of the agency's recent documents review. The FBI declined to comment. So this is they have been doing this the entire fucking time. They don't want to be asked about not only this, even stories that have been I was reading, I think from Axios, they were trying to get in contact. No, it wasn't Axios. It was that Wired article that talked about how the data that the videos that they released, the raw files of Epstein's cell and all of that, they had it reviewed by somebody who does forensic consultation for courts to make sure that the chain of custody for evidence has not been broken. And he said this would not pass evidentiary standards in a court of law. But he also said that just because it's been edited and manipulated does not mean that it's as bombastic as they tried to manipulate imagery or anything like that. He was literally, we can tell they used Adobe Premiere Pro. And it's possible that they just stitched together things, or because they got it from surveillance footage cameras, just the conversion of one file format to another, because the native format for the surveillance footage might not be just an MP4. That also counts as manipulation. So he's it could be as banal as that. It could be this other, huge thing, but we won't know until there's transparency. So they reach out to the Trump admin for comment. And it's just a game of hot potato. All of them are they ask the DOJ and they say, you need to talk to the Bureau of Prisons. And they go to the Bureau of Prisons and they say, you need to talk to the Justice Department. It's just everybody pointing them in different directions.
They don't have any good, the bureaucracy isn't there. They're not doing a good job. They're not good leaders. They're just Trump sycophants, and they're kind of looking out for themselves, and they're kind of paralyzed too, because the messages are diverging and different from the Justice Department to Trump. And so are we supposed to not respond to these comments? And so it's a fucking mess.
The existence of the album and the contents of the birthday letters haven't previously been reported. The albums had poems, photos, and greetings from business people, academics, Epstein's former girlfriends, and childhood pals, according to the documents reviewed by the Journal and people familiar with them. Among those who submitted letters were billionaire Leslie Wexner and attorney Alan Dershowitz. The album also contained a letter from a now-deceased Harvard economist, one of Epstein's report cards from Mark Twain Junior High School in Brooklyn, and a note from a former assistant that included an acrostic with Epstein's name. Jeffrey, oh Jeffrey, everyone loves you. Fun in the sun. Fun just for fun. Remember, don't forget me soon. Epstein, you rock. You were the best. Epstein was Wexner's money manager at the time. The longtime leader of Victoria's Secret wrote a short message that said, I wanted to get you what you want, so here it is. And with the Victoria's Secret connection, I believe that Donald Trump, there was something related to that, no? He and Epstein had attended a Victoria's Secret fashion show. Am I crazy? Hold on.
That could be true. I don't know.
Yeah, in 1997, Mr. Trump and Mr. Epstein attended a Victoria's Secret Angels party together in New York. It's just it's weird. All the weird.
Apparently, he apparently gave Epstein a ton of money, gifted him his insanely luxurious apartment in New York as well, or home in New York.
Yeah, this is him and Epstein at that party.
Wow.
With a Victoria's Secret model. Epstein was Wexner's money manager at the time. The longtime leader of Victoria's Secret wrote a short message that said, I wanted to get you what you want. So here it is. After the text was a line drawing of what appeared to be a woman's breasts. This is just reminding me of all of the shit that they read into the Pizzagate leaks and how they were convinced that just these benign, literally people asking for making lunch orders and stuff were actually code for some sort of more nefarious agenda that they were signaling to each other. There's nothing there, obviously. But then with this, I'm wondering if, to the extent that the base splits, will they try to argue that, oh, well, it's his birthday, so it doesn't mean that you're reading too much into it. It doesn't mean anything more than that, even given what we know about Jeffrey Epstein and, what these people could have been suggesting, given what the messages. Because, again, this was going to be private correspondence. It was not going to be disclosed publicly or to anybody else besides him and his friends.
Yeah, and it's not like just a pizza order. it's it's saying the most sinister shit. It's like enigmas never die, they never age or something.
Wexner declined to
May every day
comment
be a secret.
through a spokesman. Wexner's spokesman previously told the Journal that the retail mogul
Wait, I'm just fixing something. Okay, just 1 second. Just keep reading though. You're good.
severed all ties with Epstein in 2007 and never spoke with him again. Dershowitz's letter included a mock-up of a Vanity Unfair magazine cover with mock headlines such as, "Who was Jack the Ripper? Was it Jeffrey Epstein?" He joked that he had convinced the magazine to change the focus of an article from Epstein to Bill Clinton. Dershowitz, who represented Epstein after his first arrest, said, "It's been a long time and I don't recall the content of what I may have written. The book was put together by a New York City bookbinder, Herbert Weitz, according to people who were involved in the process. Weitz, who died in 2020, listed Epstein as a client on his website in 2003. It isn't clear how the letter with Trump's signature was prepared. Inside the outline of The Naked Woman was a typewritten note styled as an imaginary conversation between Trump and Epstein, written in the third person. Voiceover, there must be much more to life than having everything, the note began. Donald, yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey, nor will I, since I also know what it is. Donald, we have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, yes, we do. Come to think of it. Donald, enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. Trump, a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret.
Talks like this. Who talks like this?
Someone put that's the gayest thing I've ever heard. Jeffrey,
another wonderful secret.
Enigmas never age. Bizarre.
I'm gonna sign out whenever we end our podcast. I'm gonna sign off that way. Aaron, may every day be another one.
Do that on your own fucking time. You're not doing that on my airwaves. I'll kick you before that happens. Jeffrey enjoys his social life as a subheader. When he turned 50, Epstein was already wealthy from managing Wexner's fortune and was socializing with Trump, Clinton, and other powerful people at his Manhattan townhouse, Palm Beach, Florida, home and private Caribbean island. A spokesman for Clinton referred to a 2019 statement that former President Clinton had cut off ties more than a decade before Epstein's second arrest and didn't know about Epstein's alleged crimes. Of course not. Epstein and Trump spent time together in the 1990s and early 2000s and were photographed at social events, including with Maxwell and Melania Trump. A 1992 tape from the NBC archives shows Trump partying with Epstein at his Mar-a-Lago estate. Trump is seen pulling a woman toward him and patting her behind. Did you see that there was a Twitter thing that I saw, something that Sean Spicer was appearing on? Apparently Epstein connected him and Melania, is what they're claiming.
Wait, what?
Which I didn't know that if this is true, and it may have already been previously reported because, again, I've not covered this closely until now, but yeah, this was posted on yesterday.
So let me share something with you that everyone, I say that in air quotes, everyone I know knows, hasn't been publicly reported. Everyone I know believes a major newspaper, one of the top 3 newspapers in the country, is about to publish a piece about President Trump's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Okay? Everyone I know knows that. And people in the White House know that too. When that story drops, if it drops today, and some people think it might, it could drive the day. Sean, Dan, have you heard about this story?
Well, I know because it's been circulating on the left, and I've had to double check that this is not in fact, total conspiracy theories. Donald Trump knew Jeffrey Epstein pretty well. And I believe that his early courting of Melania involved Jeffrey Epstein.
Wow.
And that has been reported by mainstream outlets over the last 10 years. Alleged, I guess. I want to be careful.
You've already been, I say with respect, somewhat careless, but keep going.
Yeah, but I think that, if that is where this report is going, it's just collecting and putting together and synthesizing old news.
No, this story has new news. Okay. Sean, what do you know about this story?
Vague, I probably know about Dan level, right. But I don't.
Let me throw out some questions. Let me throw out some questions, and I'd like you to jump in. Let's do it game show style. Either answer them, or say, "In fact, we don't know." Ready? How did Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein meet?
I don't know.
Don't know. Did Donald Trump ever go to Jeffrey Epstein's townhouse?
Yes.
How many times?
Wow.
And that's Mark Halperin. So, respected journalist.
He's a crazy guy.
Yeah, when I say respected I should have been more clear when I said respected journalist. Yeah, but that is what I meant. Crazy guy doesn't even begin to start it, but whatever. Didn't he used to work for MSNBC?
Did he?
I think he did at one point.
Let's see. He worked for ABC and MSNBC.
Yeah.
Wow. He was accused by multiple women of sexual misconduct.
Many such cases.
Interesting.
So Trump, along with others, including Clinton, also appeared several times on flight logs for Epstein's private jet. A 2002 New York Magazine profile of Epstein quoted Trump, "I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy," Trump said. "He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it, Jeffrey enjoys his social life." We knew this.
Actual on the record quote.
Mm-hmm. Was that Spicer? Yeah, that was Sean Spicer in the middle, between Halpern and the other guy. Both men said that they subsequently had a falling out. Trump has said that their friendship ended before Epstein pleaded guilty to procuring a minor for prostitution in 2008, served time in a Florida jail, and registered as a sex offender. When Epstein was arrested again in 2019, Trump said he hadn't talked to Epstein for about 15 years. "I knew him like everybody in Palm Beach knew him," Trump said in the Oval Office at the time. "I was not a fan of his, that I can tell you." Trump's spokeswoman told the Journal in... What?
They were super, super close. He's just a fucking liar.
Trump's spokeswoman told the Journal in 2023 that Trump had banned Epstein from his Mar-a-Lago club at some point in the past without elaborating, which again, we were talking about earlier, was implicated in...
They always bring this up.
Like, he distanced himself. He didn't know. Maxwell, a British socialite, was convicted in 2021 of helping Epstein sex trafficking and sentenced to 20 years in prison. Maxwell didn't respond to a letter requesting an interview sent to her in prison. Arthur Idala, an attorney representing Maxwell in her appeal, said at this point she is focused on her case before the Supreme Court of the United States. Does she have a Supreme Court case?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, where they're appealing, like, I think the non-prosecution agreement to see whether or not her conviction can stand.
The FBI's Epstein files. Epstein's associates with Trump and many powerful people have been well documented. There remain questions about what the FBI possesses about Epstein and his well-connected friends. In 2019, the FBI confiscated evidence from Epstein's properties in the U.S. Virgin Islands and New York. Earlier Tuesday, after the Journal sought comment from the president about the letter, Trump told reporters at the White House that he believed some Epstein files were made up by former President Barack Obama and Joe Biden and former FBI Director James Comey, who is a Republican, by the way.
Yep.
He said that releasing any more Epstein files would be up to Attorney General Pam Bondi. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release, Trump said. Which I've already said, none of it is credible, of course. So that is to say that she will not be releasing any of it, most likely. Allegations that bureaucrats covered up Epstein's connections with participants in his trafficking scheme were fanned by people now in top roles in the Trump administration, including FBI Director Kash Patel and his deputy Dan Bongino. In June 2024, Trump was asked in a Fox News interview whether he would release the Epstein case files. The Republican presidential candidate initially responded, "Yeah, I would," but he also expressed some reservations. "You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there, because it is a lot of phony stuff with that whole world, but I think I would."
You have DC Drano on the left there, libs of TikTok. I don't know that blonde woman.
I don't know either. I don't know.
Prominent. I've seen her talk, though, about this.
Soon after she was confirmed as Attorney General, Bondi said she was preparing to release new Epstein files. In late February, Bondi announced the release of Phase 1 of the documents, like a fucking Marvel movie. But the material, it's so stupid. But the material contained few new revelations, strong criticism from right-wing influencers. And then they all were like, we were asked to pose with the binders. We didn't know. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been happy if we had like read through it and knew that it was not actually significant. But did they ever really have that much backlash and get mad at the Trump administration for using them for propagandistic purposes, which they gladly did?
They kind of more like felt sorry for themselves and blamed Bondi.
She, like you said, she's the scapegoat.
Mm-hmm.
Bondi initially blamed the FBI's New York office for withholding information and promised to release the remaining documents after redacting the victims' names. Patel also said there will be no cover-ups, no missing docs, and no stone left unturned. They tasked hundreds of FBI employees to review the materials and prepare them for release. The issue took on a new life in June when Elon Musk, amid a public feud with Trump, alleged that the FBI was withholding docs from the Epstein case because Trump was in the files. The truth will come out, Musk wrote on X on June 5th. He later deleted the message and said he regretted some of his comments. And then, in light of this, Donald Trump, who's now suing the Wall Street Journal, Rupert Murdoch, etc., he did not choose to bring any sorts of legal claims against Elon Musk, which is bizarre.
Interesting, telling.
On July 7th, the Justice Department backtracked on Bondi's pledge to release more Epstein files. The Justice Department said that after a quote-unquote exhaustive review, it had found no incriminating client list or additional documents that warrant public discourse. Democrats on the House Judiciary Committee demanded this week that Republican Chairman Jim Jordan hold hearings on the Trump administration's handling of the Epstein files and, if necessary, subpoena Bondi, Patel, and Bongino. Is it even a question that these people should be subpoenaed if you're actually going to have hearings? Why? Why even say
and
if necessary?
All of MAGA Twitter says that these people are in on a cover-up, so there should not be a question these people need to be subpoenaed.
Like, who else would they subpoena? It's weird. At a cabinet meeting...
You should subpoena Acosta at a minimum. Mm-hmm. You should subpoena... You don't need to subpoena Maxwell because she said that she would testify.
That's true. At a cabinet meeting on July 8th, Trump criticized a reporter for asking about Epstein. Are people still talking about this guy, this creep? Trump said, that is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time? That same day, Musk wrote on X, how can people be expected to have faith in Trump if he won't release the Epstein files? I didn't know he had said that.
Keeps needling him.
So yeah, that's that. And then the comment section. Show a photo of the letter. If they showed a photo, you'd demand a video. If they showed a video, you'd demand an in-person exhibit, and then you'd call it a hoax anyway.
True.
Apparently, they have to... All comments on the story have to be reviewed by a moderator before posting, and this archive says that 3 people are typing.
Lol. Good shit.
Ominous. Okay, so on to the main program. Her take.
Onto the...
Because they talk about this.
Programming. Yeah. We need to see what the gang thinks about all this.
And there's no guest. This is a special one. Special nice. Her take episode.
With no guest. I prefer it with no guest. That's just me though.
Do you though? I can't think of any. Which one have you reviewed that didn't have a guest?
First one.
Oh yeah, it was just
the first one.
It was not together. But you probably looked at some clips.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Bring it up.
They just posted
also, by the way, I saw Brian Krasenstein write that apparently the FBI has been told, there's a whistleblower, a leaker or something, that to flag any Trump-related documents in their review of Epstein stuff. Apparently they're taking another review. I thought they already reviewed it. So, what the fuck's going on? Jillian, my girl, my fave.
Your girl.
Let's see what they have to
your
say,
woman.
Yeah.
So DOJ closes Epstein case. Texas floods politicized. Elon's America Party. This is her take, episode 11. Y'all, this was...
Wow, they already 11.
So this is a week ago. Let's see how well this aged.
No list.
Let's see how Lindy, our girl, Lindy Li, the lovely Lindy Li, how Jillian Michaels is able to spin like a both sides narrative for the Epstein shit.
No charges, no accountability, just more silence.
The question is, why is Trump part of the cover-up?
Thousands of young girls who were abused. There's never any accountability for this stuff. It would be all of the people who've never had justice who were waiting.
Can you pause?
And you just said that conservatives don't care about the victims. Retract.
I don't believe this. I don't believe this one bit. I don't even believe it 1%.
Ooh,
I never once believed
called
it.
out.
I think this is all performative. I think this is all garbage.
Called out.
No one believes this shit. No, if you actually believe this shit, if you actually care about victims, insert all the crazy shit that we were talking about. Insert all the conservative people who have been making cover for all sorts of different bad hombres. But yeah, no, I don't believe it. Sorry.
Somebody put, Amy, you defend Andrew Tate to this day. Stop it. I know she's previously defended Andrew Tate. I don't know if she's
Wait, does
done
she really?
it. Yeah, she has previously done it. I don't know if she's done it since.
By the way, I believe Lauren Southern on that. I'm just saying.
My heart just breaks for those people.
This is an absolute failure on messaging, on substance. They should not have done this way.
The catastrophic flood that swept through Texas over July 4th weekend, it wasn't just politicians saying the victims got what they voted for.
Jeez. There should have been a moment of national unity.
Right.
And instead, it's devolved into this exchange of race baiting and throwing hate at each other.
I can't believe she said that.
I cannot.
Lindy Li saying that after the previous episode or two ago, she was saying that Zoran Mamdani, an Islamist Muslim or whatever the fuck she was fear-mongering about, is now going to talk about racial divisions in the United States. Okay.
Little girls
Crazy.
who are dead.
Yeah.
She
Dead
called them
girls.
see you next Tuesday.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We're getting to the big, beautiful bill.
This is a disaster from a financial point of view.
The Medicaid system is robbed of $1
Anna
trillion.
hates Lindy.
I think with regard to the work requirements,
The work requirement argument
Very unfair of Anna. We love Lindy here.
is total
Yeah.
bullshit. So this
So
is the way
it's like,
I see
I
it.
need these
It
concrete
takes
things
from
for
the
people.
poor to give to the rich. How
But then
many
they
aren't
won't
working?
lose their
And I believe
benefits,
that
though.
but
It's-
also
but you're
like
saying they cut
disproportionate.
them?
I'm gonna lose my mind.
Oh my
If
God.
$1 trillion
What
from
the
the system.
fuck?
That's
Okay.
the point.
I mean, Jillian really just tried to say that those Medicaid and Medicare recipients are not going to be kicked off because of the work requirements, or just tried to be like, but they this or whatever. When it's like, dude,
Shouldn't they be working though?
they are. That's the other thing, is that they are already working.
Yeah, true. Mostly.
All right, welcome to Her Take. I'm kind of excited. I'm not going to lie. We have no guests today because I have such strong, credible opinions from my ladies here, and I get to hear more from you. So there's a lot on deck. Let's jump right in. Now, in the wake of the Texas floods and the Camp Mystic tragedy, some liberal politicians rushed to inject race into the narrative. So we're going to discuss, why is race baiting such a powerful political tool, and what toll is it taking on the nation's unity?
Chinese
And then, of
communist
course,
woman who came over here 5
No, her
years
grandparents. That's her grandparents' stolen valor.
This identity politics stuff is so fucking played out. This criticism where every opportunity these people are playing identity politics. So yeah, no, I don't believe it. I don't believe it from you, Jillian.
Or climate change headlines that are claiming this is what's behind natural disasters like the Texas flood itself, along with Floridian hurricanes, Californian wildfires. Now, there are some that argue it's a lot deeper than that, and there's a more complex truth. We're going to litigate all of that. Then the American Party. Why did Elon launch it? What does this mean for the future of U.S. politics? Anna's going to be giving us the latest rundown on Trump's trade deals. Amy's telling us what we can expect from the slimmed-down version of the BBB, for better or for worse. But first, of course, Epstein. After years of speculation, investigations, and public outrage, the DOJ and the FBI now claim there's nothing more to see. No lists, no charges, no accountability, just more silence. Anna? WTF?
Well, there's a lot, so buckle up. I'm going to take you on a little bit of a ride. I want to give everyone the full context of what's going on, beginning with the fact that Donald Trump campaigned on the notion that he would be releasing the Epstein files, the client list, basically everything that's been withheld from the American people.
You already have to call her out, because you said that you think people are overstating the extent to which
I think they are.
You know,
they're not defining their terms. Yeah.
It's not something that we really could have known until he was like in office. But this was, I forgot to show that this was JD Vance's his reaction to it. So he's quote tweeting somebody who's showing just the memo that was released in the article.
But do you have his initial tweet from 2021 as well? So read this and then go to his. I'm sure in the replies there's a link to his initial tweet in 2021.
Forgive my language, but the story is complete and utter bullshit. The Wall Street Journal should be ashamed for publishing it. Where is this letter? Would you be shocked to learn they never showed it to us before publishing it? Does anyone honestly believe this sounds like Donald Trump? Yes. Then he also said, doesn't it violate some rule of journalistic ethics to publish a letter like this without showing it to the victim of this hit piece? The victim of this hit piece. That Donald Trump's a victim, you guys.
He's a victim. He's a victim. Now look at the replies, because JD Vance in 2021 was striking a kind of different tone about the media reaction and what the media should be doing with the Epstein story. Why don't you read that?
So Jack Posobiec is saying, the end of 2021, are you paying attention yet? The DOJ and Ghislaine Maxwell's lawyers have made a deal that her little black book of contacts will never be made public, ... JD Vance replies, if you're a journalist and you're not asking questions about this case, you should be ashamed of yourself. What purpose do you even serve? I'm sure there's a middle-class teenager somewhere who could use some harassing right now, but maybe try to do your job once in a while. I don't even know what that means.
Well, JD Vance is saying, the media wasn't doing their job with Epstein.
Oh, wait, the middle-class teenager thing, is this about
people? Yeah, I think, yeah.
Yeah, that kid or whatever. I can't think of his name. They'll never let it go.
Yeah, they won't. They won't. But like JD Vance back in the day, he was talking that big talk saying the media's not doing their job. Even though, by the way, if you actually look at the story, a lot of the reason why Epstein was re-indicted, or at least that the interest became back squarely to Epstein, was because of the Miami Herald and other journalistic interest
forays into it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So they were kind of doing their job. They were looking into that. A lot of people have been looking into this now for years. And so he's already lying then. And now his administration is taking like a complete opposite position, which is don't look into this, don't ask questions about it. It's bad if you ask questions about it.
He will say that now that he's part of the administration, he's seen the evidence and he knows the truth now, and that there's what has been released. Yeah, so what's been released is everything. So stop talking about it.
And unfortunately, that doesn't look like it's going to happen. The Department of Justice, as you mentioned, and the FBI have basically closed the Epstein case, stating that he did kill himself in prison in 2019, that there is no client list, there's nothing to release. But honestly, that's not what we heard from Attorney General Pam Bondi. In fact, she was saying this during her interview with Jesse Waters on Fox News months ago. Take a look.
You said last week that you have the Epstein files on your desk. When can we see them, and what's taking so long to release them?
I do. Jesse.
Bondi looks so white and gaunt, and I don't think it's because she's like...
It's Fox News.
Well, one, it's because it's Fox News, but it's just, I think everyone else around her, they have like the lights prepared for people who have orange skin, because they're all trying to copy Trump and doing this like look where they look orange, and so for whatever reason, and I guess even Jesse there a little bit, she looks like a ghost.
Jesse looks like he's in full glam. I'm just going to say it. But yeah, she looks very wan.
There are well over, this will make you sick, 200 victims. 200. So we have well over 250 actually. So we have to make sure that their identity is protected and their personal information. But other than that, I think tomorrow, the personal information of victims. Other than that, I think tomorrow, Jesse, breaking news right now, you're going to see some Epstein information being released by my office.
What kind? Are we going to see who was on the flights? Are we going to see any evidence from what he recorded? Because he had all of his homes wired with recording devices.
Yeah, what you're going to see, hopefully tomorrow, is a lot of flight logs, a lot of names, a lot of information. But it's pretty sick what that man did.
Okay, well,
along with his co-defendant.
Absolutely, and he had help. That's for sure.
Real quick,
all right.
I want to be 100 with you guys. I think that Pam Bondi, she's evil for sure. She might just be like a dumbass.
No, don't let these people off the hook for this. Why do you say that?
She might be a dumbass because
that's a given for anybody that's aligned themselves with this Trump administration.
No, I think that there's some smart people.
Like
I don't think that Russell Vought is dumb. I don't think that JD Vance is necessarily dumb. But I think that Pam Bondi doing this whole buildup, it seems like she doesn't really have an understanding of what's in those files, and she kind of just like outsourced it to some like temp or something, and is going on Fox News to talk about it. But, like, why would you set yourself up for this? I feel like it can only be explained by incompetence or stupidity.
That's true, and I do think that is true. JD Vance is where did he go to school? Harvard or whatever. Smooth operator. They just have, these people are not stupid. They just have stupid beliefs. And they lie like a ton.
Yeah, they
so,
lie.
I mean, she's very specific about what she's planning on.
Like in 2016, I actually thought Ted Cruz would be a lot worse than Trump, because I was like, they believe all the same things. Ted Cruz actually knows how to use, or I should say abuse, the government. So I actually feared a Ted Cruz presidency more than a Trump one.
Not anymore.
No? And you would, if you had to vote between Ted Cruz and Donald Trump, you'd vote for Ted Cruz?
Yes.
Interesting.
Releasing, this is in February.
You in 2016?
Yeah.
Okay. In 2016, I would have said Donald Trump over Ted Cruz. Now I would say Donald Trump over Ted Cruz over Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Literally the next day, she pulls this stunt with right-wing influencers. I want to show you a photo of what I'm talking about. This is one of the posts on X that shows, these are the right-wing influencers who were given these folders that were allegedly containing the Epstein files, the client list, all of the information that isn't public. But the influencers went through it and they're like, this is all stuff that we already had access to. This is already public. There's nothing new here. But Bondi continued to go.
They didn't really go through it. The AP went through it and said there was nothing there. And then they got I don't even think these people read the shit. I think they got their sourcing and information from real reporters, and then they reacted to it.
On the record to acknowledge the existence of the very evidence she now claims doesn't exist. So here's yet another video of her saying the same stuff. Take a look.
DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. I'm reviewing JFK files, MLK files. That's all in the process of being reviewed, because that was done at the directive of the president from all of these agencies.
So have you seen anything that you said, oh my gosh?
All right.
Not yet.
So she says that she's seen it. She has it on her desk. They just
Can we just admire that no tech issues for once?
Amazing. I haven't commented on anything that's not substantial. I actually believe Pam Bondi misspeak. That is absurd, Aaron.
She's your queen. She can do no wrong.
Show what you just showed.
What do you mean?
Look at the size of your mug.
Why does everybody think that it's a Stanley cup? This is the standard fucking size of a Stanley cup. It's like
It is humongous.
You guys are not hydrated if you think it should be. Do you know how much water you're supposed to have every single day?
Are you one of those 8-cup theorists?
No. I'm not a hydro homie, but you are. So I at least have one of these daily.
If you know what hydro homies is, then you know that you're racist for even saying hydro homie.
That's why I said I'm not.
I believe the Pam Bondi misspeak angle, because if you listen to the full quote there, it really does sound like I don't know what I'm looking at. I have to need to review it. That's basically what she's getting at, and no one has defined what Epstein list means. Like, it's very clear from that clip. I think from context, she's like, I have a bunch of shit on my desk that I have to review, and she literally says there's nothing incriminating, like weird, that I've seen so far. And so at no point was she like saying, I've seen the list, it's so bad, guys.
Fucking release the Kraken type levels of hype.
She's disclaiming, right? Like, she's disclaiming specific knowledge. Sorry, go ahead.
People's identity, meaning the victims. But then there's yet another example. I mean, she's on the record so many times, ladies, saying that I'm going to release it. Anna
has drawn like the exact opposite conclusion from the same set of information that you have.
Having dinner with a friend, and someone was eavesdropping over her to talk about all of the information.
She's citing the Project Veritas thing, which is not, to me, something that really can be cited very easily.
I agree with that, but I want to say we meaning Anna and I probably definitely agree on, like, she's incompetent, she's stupid, and like or unless you believe, as Anna does, that she's maliciously lying, right? Like, but that doesn't make, like, so you think that if you think that she's maliciously lying, then you must be like calling for the overthrow of the country, because if she's maliciously lying, then she had the list, and the only reason she's not releasing it is because Trump told her not to. I mean, like, there's no other conclusion. If what you mean by list is an incriminating list, and that is what people mean, right? Because there's lists that were released by those influencers, by list meaning things that are ordered serially. Mm-hmm. But if you believe that she's not misspeaking and that she's actively lying, then it almost necessitates that Trump is ordering her not to release what exists, and everyone in the administration is lying. Therefore, everyone needs to go, right? Like, if you think she's lying there,
I mean, shouldn't she resign? Shouldn't she resign if she gets?
I think she should resign.
If Trump is telling her, like, despite you having this information, that you did kind of promise transparency to the public too, like, and I'm telling you don't.
But that means all I'm trying to say is, the reason I buy the misspeak angle is I think that any malicious lie angle necessitates you to buy into at least some version of critical PDF theory.
Yeah. Oh, now suddenly you're very aware of what monetization status.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Or
it's too late. We've already said the word like a million times this stream.
Yeah, okay.
You just gotta go for it.
Critical pedo theory.
Just donate to Pisco, you guys. This stream's not getting monetized.
Critical pedo theory, number one, and two, that Trump is like doing a cover up. And so if you think she's maliciously lying, then I think that like necessitates that you're calling on Trump to resign, that you're calling on like basically everyone to clean house and to have criminal indictments of everyone up to Trump. I don't think that there's another analysis of that. And so if anyone who says that she's not misspeaking, I think needs to answer for the fact that, like, you know, you're not calling on Trump to resign.
She has, how she's going through like thousands of documents. Let's go to yet another example, Nat.
And the FBI handed over a couple hundred pages of documents. But, you know, Sean, I gave them a deadline of Friday at 8 a.m. to get us everything. And a source had told me where the documents were being kept. Southern District of New York, shock. So we got them all by hopefully
she's
all of them.
She's talking shit about,
Friday at 8 a.m.
Like, look at what she's doing, right? Like, this is how fucking crazy the administration is. The administration wants you to believe the Department of Justice, that they've come to this conclusion and it's absolutely correct, and like the FBI and DOJ are totally aligned, like Maine DOJ and FBI are totally aligned. But Pam Bondi's on TV accusing the field office of the SDNY of covering up information. So on the one hand, months after, you're basically saying you got to believe the government, you got to believe the official story. But in the months leading up to it, and obviously the months, you know, and the whole of Trump world mythology in the lead up to the 2024 election, and now even including like related to Epstein, Pam Bondi is accusing her own FBI of hiding information. So why would the Trump faithful believe that the administration is telling the truth or that the FBI is telling the truth if months before we are now, Pam Bondi is saying the FBI is willing to like protect PDFs? Like, what the fuck?
Thousands of pages of documents. I have the FBI going through them, and Kash is also, now that we have Kash here, it's a game changer, of course, and Kash is going to, Director Patel is going to get us a detailed report as to why the FBI withheld all of those documents.
Okay.
Now, look, we're giving Pam Bondi a lot of heat as the Attorney General. We should also note that FBI Director Dan Bongino was engaged in a lot of tough talk prior to actually having MAGA hold his feet to
Patel is the director.
The fire on this issue. Let's go to Dan Bongino and what he said of this investigation. This is on Tim Pool.
Also, as the tensions were rising, did you see that Bongino was just like not showing up to work?
Yeah, he's like not showing up.
So, like, what?
He just doesn't want to be deputy FBI director. He wants to like be a podcaster. All these people want to just be on TV. That's what they want to do. Like they don't want to do their jobs.
Show, and he talks about how Epstein was an intelligence asset, which is important to this story. Take a look.
Is it laggy for you too, Aaron?
About a year and a half
This? No.
Yeah, press play.
after that, I'm in a green room with Fox, and I'm not going to say who because they didn't give me permission to share it, but well, the show is a story, but I don't know who they are. It says, you know, Epstein's an intelligence asset for people in the Middle East, right? I'm like, no, I didn't know that. I'm like, you sure of that? The person, let's say, is like, I'm absolutely sure of that he's either a witting or unwitting asset, intelligence asset, meaning his plane and that island, the cameras, there's a big assumption out there that these videotapes were exclusively in the custody of Epstein. That's a huge...
Say, like, Pisco, I was in that room, the same place that the FBI director was sitting. I'm just saying, pretty cool.
You basically know him.
I know him.
Mistake. The reason they wanted this story to go away is because there's an assumption like, oh yeah, Epstein had him. No, he wasn't the only one who had him, according to this.
You have to keep it on the tab because if you click away, it'll lag out from my stream. Just letting you know.
Oh, everything always got to be optimized for you. Okay.
I'm sorry.
These assets, that's why this blackmail story makes so much sense. Which Middle Eastern countries they are, I don't know. But this person, who's a very, very good reporter, I mean, aces, right? Swore Epstein was either a witting or unwitting intelligence asset, and they may have had his plane wired up, and they're the ones who have all this stuff. So,
okay, so the huge conspiracy theory here is that Epstein was working for intelligence, Mossad and CIA, and that this child sex ring was really a blackmail operation in order to basically obtain blackmail on powerful elite individuals in the United States government and potentially elsewhere as well. Now, I want to go to this Mike Benz tweet real quick.
I really wanted Anna to give her take on that if she actually thought that there was any credibility to that.
Yeah.
Because if you guys can remember, Jeffrey Epstein was prosecuted in like the early aughts, right? And in 2008, he received a sweetheart deal in which he didn't even have to stay in prison. He was able to leave prison to go to work, allegedly. And when he was confronted about this, right, Alex Acosta, who was the prosecutor in this case, when he was confronted about that, he basically said, well, you know, I was told to back off Epstein because he belonged to intelligence, essentially providing some evidence, I guess, or
like this is a Daily Beast quote attributed to someone who said that they heard it.
It's hearsay then.
Else. It's hearsay. The attribution here is not great. Anna repeats it as fact because Anna is just incompetent at her job. I don't know what to say. Anna will just see a tweet and assume it's real. She did the same thing with the fire department budget numbers. She always does this. She just assumes things are real. She never like checks her sources, and she never adds that little caveat unless it's like directly brought to her attention. She has no instinct in her body, I think, to make sure that what she's saying is true.
I mean, you should not be citing a tweet for one, and for two, if you do, like you're saying, look at this is literally, they're not even citing the actual article. It's AI summaries of what the article contains, which could be misrepresented by ChatGPT.
Some detail to the conspiracy theory that's playing out right now. Now, look, we're going to go to Trump's response to all of the backlash, especially coming from MAGA in regard to the administration's unwillingness to release the documents and the information that Trump campaigned on. Before we get to Trump's response, though, what do you ladies think? I mean, do you think that there is a big cover up here? Do you think that there's actually evidence to support the fact or the idea that Epstein was working for Mossad.
I'm really disturbed by Trump's response. His response to reporters, essentially, you're still on this?
Like, can we watch it, actually, so people know what you're talking about? Because I agree with you. The response was kind of ridiculous. Let's watch.
Sure. Your memo and release yesterday on Jeffrey Epstein, it left some lingering mysteries. One of the biggest ones is whether he ever worked for a American or foreign intelligence agency. The former Labor Secretary, who was Miami U.S. Attorney Alex Costa, he allegedly said that he did work for an intelligence agency. So could you resolve whether or not he did? And also, could you say why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape on the minutes?
Yeah, sure.
Could I just interrupt for 1 second? Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah, we are.
For years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things.
We have this.
Are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time?
It makes my blood boil.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, obviously.
Well, he's just so concerned about the Texas flood victims. That's why he said maybe they should have rung the bells. Did you see that Lara Trump interview? Fox interview?
No. Didn't see it.
Trump. If I put Trump, Texas floods, ring the bells. And this also comes with maybe they should have had bells. I think he means like emergency sound systems. But then this also comes among it being revealed that Kristi Noem either did not do it intentionally, declined to renew contracts that would have been necessary for call centers that have contracts with FEMA to be able to receive victim call, like flood survivor and victim calls for assistance or whatever. They missed like thousands of calls because that contract was not renewed. So
I see, and that's reported. That's like the mainstream news is not just hearsay. Like there are people who are saying that. Obviously they like reduce funds, as Aaron's saying. Yeah, sorry, go to.
And then when she was confronted, she completely lied. She's like, that was a media fabrication. It's fake news. I renewed the contracts because she did it 3 days after, not even the first day of the floods or whatever. 3 days after she finally got around to signing that.
They just want to do these TV spots. They want to do these little like photo shoots with them in their little outfits. That's what Pete Hegseth does. That's what, other than like go around chain of command and around the president's back to like not arm Ukraine. Other than that, of course, other than all the bad stuff they do.
She also needs a $50 million jet.
Oh, did she get a $50 million jet?
Kristi Noem, 50 million. Lots of jet. That's what it was.
A lot of jet stuff.
The questionable case of Kristi Noem's $50 million luxury jet. Coast Guard's search and rescue planes need fixing, but DHS argues Noem suddenly requires a fancy new jet for safety reasons. This was reported May 20th of this year. So Trump's Secretary of Homeland Security came under fire for her department's 11th hour request for a new luxury jet. $50 million for a Gulfstream 5 for Noem's personal use paid out of the budget of the Coast Guard. The DHS responded to the denunciations with a stirring defense. The current CG-101 G550 is over 20 years old, outside of Gulfstream's service life, and well beyond operational usage hours for a corporate aircraft. This is a matter of safety, DHS Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs Tricia McLaughlin told The Intercept. Much like the Coast Guard ships that are well beyond their service life and safe operational use, Coast Guard's aircrafts are too. Experts say that McLaughlin is right. The Coast Guard, which is part of the Department of Homeland Security, needs new ships and planes. With the proposed budget already earmarked more than $500 million to upgrade the service's aging air fleet. Experts and members of Congress are left questioning why DHS would prioritize buying a luxury plane for a cabinet secretary seemingly obsessed with traveling far and wide for photo ops from New York City to El Salvador over the aircraft needed for core Coast Guard duties.
I want to say Tricia McLaughlin is also the person who said that obviously Hassan wasn't stopped or had his global entry revoked because of speech. So this is a person with a interesting track record or a character in one of my other sagas. So yeah, that's who she is.
And then this is maybe they should have had bells, the president suggested. This is reported by the Daily Beast on July 13th. President Donald Trump suggested the tragic loss of life that occurred in Texas as a result of historic flooding could have been mitigated if the county had bells or something go off in an interview with his daughter-in-law, Lara Trump, on her Fox News show. My View with Lara Trump. The president spoke about the floods that have killed at least 129 people. On Friday, he visited Kerrville, Texas, where he met with officials and spoke to the media alongside wife Melania. Lara asked her father-in-law, what is the message to the people who are suffering down there, to the parents of the young girls at the camp who were killed? And it's just insane because this also comes at a time where I think this was FEMA's decision, so this was under the purview of Noem still, that they declined to have rescue workers actually go door to door and be on the ground, mobilized to help aid victims that needed to evacuate or anything like that. That was like one of the first times that there's a major disaster like this in the United States. And it was incumbent upon victims to find a way out instead of like first aid workers attempting to come and intervene where they were, given the hazardous conditions.
They're not even like hiding this. They said basically we want to shut down FEMA. We want to make.
Well, he backed off of that. He backed off of that. So because he knew, like, especially in light of this, because he had been saying that it's like the worst possible timing, because not only are you showing the flaws of just simple contracts not being renewed and how devastating that can be.
For no reason, yeah.
Yeah, he can't fucking say we're gonna like it's like elimination of this agency, and they're not even proposing a replacement. Of course, it's gonna be something privatized. It'll be like the same agency but worse.
Yep.
But
seventh president, Donald J. Trump. But before he was a president, he was, of course, a business titan. But he's also a father. And as a father, he watched, as many of us did, in horror as the flash flooding unfolded in Texas. I asked him about the tragedy and about how his own family has shaped his path to the presidency.
Also, just can't be understated how incestuous this fucking relationship is between this administration, the media, and Fox News in particular, because Lara Trump is his son, Eric Trump's wife, fucking daughter-in-law.
There's been this devastation down in Texas, and you've said that from the perspective of the federal government, every resource will be available to Texas. Yeah. There's been so much heartbreak, though. What is your message to the people who are suffering down there, to the parents of the young girls at the camp who were killed? What do you want to say as their president?
Well, there can be nothing worse, losing a child to start off with. And the way this happened, there was very early warning. They warned a day before. They warned even 2 days before. They warned 4 hours before.
Wow, four whole hours to escape a catastrophic flood that killed over 100 people in a supposedly developed country.
Very sympathetic messages. You guys are fucking idiots for not leaving. Yeah, I'm sure this is a really nice. Remember when Biden like checked his watch a little bit after the people who were blown up at in Afghanistan when the withdrawal?
No, I don't.
He checked his watch.
Oh wait, actually, I do remember. This is coming back to me. I do remember this.
And the father's like, he checked his watch. Like,
this disrespect.
Bro, wait, no, I need to bring this up now. And now I have to fucking do this. Hang on.
Okay, I'm playing this while you do that.
Maybe they should have had bells.
Maybe they should have had bells.
But it's pretty dangerous territory when you think of all the times that they've had this problem. They were given a lot of warning, but it was late at night and people were sleeping. Some people heard the warning and they got out. They were able to get to higher land. But boy, when you hear this wave that was up to 30 feet high just came roaring through that valley, it's just a very sad thing. And I look at the parents, they're like devastated. They're devastated. And they still think there's hope and this and that, but boy, there's nothing tougher than that. Tragedy. You see so much of it when you're president. You see so many things happen, so sad, and you take it differently because you know you're in charge of it.
You see many things happen, and you're very sad. You're very sad, people. This was also what pissed me off. Do you remember how they repeated this lie over and over and over that the Hurricane Helene victims, they were only given $750 or whatever? It's like, yeah, how about this? Hurricane Helene did not kill this many fucking people, for one. And for two, that $750 thing, again, former President Donald Trump doubled down on his misleading statements about federal disaster relief on Monday, falsely alleging that the Biden administration had allocated, quote, almost all of the FEMA money to illegal migrants. At a Pennsylvania rally on Saturday, Trump falsely suggested that storm victims were only being offered $750 in aid. And that was obviously not true. It was like, it's like the first round or something like that, but it's only the start of the amount of aid that
automatic stuff, yeah.
Right. It's like a crisis fund that they distribute immediately. And then you end up getting the rest. What is it? The $750 referenced as part of FEMA's Serious Needs Assistance Program, which is designed to provide immediate relief for essential supplies like food, water, and meds.
Stuff, yeah.
The program is one part of a larger package of aid available to those affected by the storm. So.
And if it were any bigger, by the way, the immediate relief, they'd be like, "Well, you're wasting money. You're wasting money." I sent you the clip I want you to pull up. This is how like they treated Biden when he like checked his watch one time at a funeral thing.
So this is 2 years after the horrendous Afghanistan withdrawal. This Gold Star's father is demanding that Biden resigns.
Person has been held accountable. Our so-called leader can't seem to even utter their names in public, not even once. Mr. Biden has run his entire political campaign for 50 years as the family man. Well, I've got news for you, sir. The curtain has been lifting, and that campaign slogan will never work again. We have seen what's going on in your family, and even worse, we've seen how you've been treating us as our families. And there couldn't be anything more disgusting and cowardly than the way you have treated us. You are a disgrace to this nation. You have no business having ultimate command over our military, and I regret not.
You know what he did. Say it. You're too afraid to.
So one thing that he did, apparently, is he didn't like say their names publicly or something, which I'm just gonna go out and say it. Who the fuck cares? This is your family. This is your child. And you are complaining and calling on the president to resign because they didn't say your child's name. To me, like, that is hubris. That is a level of hubris, in my opinion. Now, I don't know what I would do if a family member of mine, died in that tragic of a way, tragic of a circumstance, when they're in the prime of their life and they're being killed by a horrible terrorist attack. But I have to think that I would not be nitpicking like the president because they didn't say their name and because they checked their watch. That's a disgrace. I think that's an absolute disgrace. But sorry, can you go back like 5 seconds?
I would have to know. Again, it's like far be it from me to judge a grieving victim, right? But if this person is some dyed-in-the-wool MAGA supporter or whatever, I am gonna say give me a fucking break because it was only in his first.
Hunter Biden. He's like, your family's fucking up. You're doing like. Can we go back when he said that? Go back 20 seconds. Just start it over.
Not a single person has been held accountable. Our so-called leader can't seem to even utter their names in public, not even once. Mr. Biden has run his entire political campaign for 50 years as the family man. Well, I've got news for you, sir. The curtain has been lifting, and that campaign slogan will never work again.
This is also, again, a criticism that might be valid if presidents made a habit of that being the sort of decorum that occurs in light of a disaster like this. But absent that norm, then what is this?
We have seen what's going on in your family.
We have seen what's going on in your family.
Oh,
that's a fucking reference to like Hunter Biden shit.
Yeah,
obviously it is, and like totally uncalled for. So you're taking the opportunity of your dead child to talk shit about someone else's family issues, the president of the United States. So you're a scumbag piece of shit. And also, it's not a norm. It's never been a norm that every time a soldier dies, yeah, sometimes it happens. Sometimes they do say their name. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes, I don't think that George Bush went and said every single name every time someone died in the wars that he started. To say nothing of the other tragedies, like, has Donald Trump said the name of everyone who died in this, like, flood? And again, it's like, there could be other people who say the name. Like, I don't know if that's a presidential norm. And for you to come up and even complain about that, I think that's just so sick.
George Bush was finding ways to get more bodies over there. He even deregulated it to the point that they started to allow Americans that had neo-Nazi and swastika and Celtic tattoos affiliating themselves with white supremacist gangs to allow them to enter into the U.S. military when that had previously been forbidden, just so they could get more people because they needed recruitment numbers to go up.
And even worse, we've seen how you've been treating us as Gold Star families. And there couldn't be anything more disgusting and cowardly than the way you have treated us.
In response, Biden should have brought up Bo to guilt him back. Yeah. He's had a kid die. That's why this also just like lands completely flat, because if you're outlining all of these things that are supposed to be a hit against Biden for showing this particular sort of callousness, but it only demonstrates that if he has that background and he didn't do it, maybe it's not a targeted sign of disrespect to you, and you are just interpreting it that way. And in the light of this tragedy, you want someone to blame and scapegoat because it really couldn't have been avoided. But it would be comforting to think, oh, if this had just been whatever, like, this could rectify that. Like, there's no rectifying it.
You are a disgrace to this nation. You have no business having ultimate.
Also, again, a favorite line from MAGA World is always calling out Trump for the botched Afghanistan withdrawal, but they will never actually say or outline any specific way that it could have been improved.
How did you mean?
The Afghanistan withdrawal. under Biden.
Yeah, I thought you said Trump. My bad.
Well,
Biden
Trump started it. The momentum for that started under Trump, and at the last minute he bitches out. Then Biden comes in, and instead of pulling out all stops to reverse it, he follows through with it like he should have.
The only thing they say is like someone like Rob Noor will say they should never have left Bagram Air Base. But I'm like, oh, so you wanted a permanent 1,000+ troop presence in Afghanistan to secure an air base, which is obviously going to require, further amounts of support. And like, so you didn't ever want to leave Afghanistan is basically what you're saying.
So he said you did call out Trump for the withdrawal. That's not what I meant to say. I meant to say they call out Biden, but if this had happened under Trump, or if Trump had actually followed through, it would have been that same plan. And it would have been fine. It would have been all the same excuses of that was the best it could have been done or whatever. They would not have any sort of criticism or heat for Trump that they suddenly found for Biden. And also the whole thing was like, we left weapons over there. It's like, yeah, dude, the Taliban didn't have access to weapons before. They never had any guns. Yeah, okay.
Command over our military, and I regret not saying that to your face when I had the opportunity in Dover. I felt it more important to bite my tongue, but I also had more important things on my mind at that time, like receiving my son's lifeless body stateside. While I stood there on the tarmac, watching you check your watch over and over again, all I wanted to do was shout out, "It's 2:30, asshole." But out of respect to the other grieving families, I bit my tongue once again. Well, as you can probably tell by now, I'm done biting my tongue. You, sir, stole their lives, their futures, their dreams, and have ripped apart 13 families. You cannot even man up and admit that.
Yeah, ISIS killed them, dude.
You, sir, gave us all the title Gold Star family. You, sir, discredit.
And speaking of ISIS, wasn't it an ISIS raid or something like that? Trump's first term that he spoke to, it was that family that he spoke to, and he was like incredibly fucking disrespectful to the family of a victim that had come back.
He doesn't give a shit.
He was like, he had like suggested it was their own fault that they had died.
And also, by the way, it was ISIS that killed your children, sir. It wasn't Biden. It was a terrorist attack.
Yeah, and it wasn't even like, he's not pointing to some sort of like, oh, this was preventable because there was a logistical failure or an intelligence failure. It's like, why didn't you just do the thing better?
2 years later, there are things I find myself thinking about. Where and what was Biden's logic sneaking out of Bagram in the middle of the night before ever getting a single Afghan partner or American civilian out? This is the purest definition of intentional negligence. This is just one of many irresponsible and negligent decisions.
Intentional, can you go back? Like,
in addition.
So
intentional
negligence. Yeah. So the definition of negligence is that it's not intentional, right? It's for something to
it's a failure to act to prevent some harm.
Yes. That you didn't have it in your mind, that you should have had it in your mind, but you didn't. So I don't know what you mean here by intentional negligence.
I guess like a reckless disregard.
Maybe
that.
Recklessness. Yeah.
This is just one of many irresponsible and negligent decisions coming from the White House. In addition, leaving behind billions of dollars of finest military hardware has led to the biggest international free market in history. Unfortunately, this will undoubtedly lead to more American military lives lost in the future. Between what has happened.
Yes, more American military personnel lives are going to be lost to ISIS. That is going to happen. That's just like a fact, practically.
Been happening here domestically, for example, the border, over the last 2.5 years, and all your failed foreign policy decisions.
The border.
I would venture a guess that you have more.
This is relevant to the statement, Pisco. Have some fucking respect for a grieving parent.
Yeah, this guy. Yeah.
I'm sure we look fucking awesome right now, roasting this grieving parent.
I'm sorry, no, but like the whole thing is.
I could already hear if like Rob Noor gets a hold of this. Him being like, him dying on the hill of fucking defending Hunter Biden, not even Bo, because you were upset that he got brought up.
Dude, like, no, I just think it's like, it's so stupid that the level of like good behavior that is expected of Democrats and when they're in office, like Biden, like, oh, he checked his watch. Oh, he checked his watch. Oh, he checked his watch. But like Trump can respond there. Yeah, super sad. But they had alert. They were very much alerted. Everyone was alerted and it's not our fault. Like to me, it just, the level of inconsistency borders on criminal.
Yeah.
I think it's criminal, actually. I do think it's criminal. And this guy specifically pissed me off because he was like talking shit about Hunter Biden, talking shit about the families, and like, yeah, I don't actually think it's okay to do that. I know this is a wild take, Aaron. I'm gonna give you a wild take for the chat.
Wild
ready?
take, okay.
I don't think having someone in your family die lets you do whatever you want and just be a dick.
Wow, you don't support victims.
Yeah, weird. I think that just because someone in your family dies, that you're allowed to just and that you know be free from criticism no matter what. Actually, I will criticize you if you're going to do something that is subject to like criticism. If you do something bad, like I think it's bad to
it's like that woman who has her poor fucking daughter brutally like murdered by somebody who is undocumented, and then she goes onto the fucking White House thing and is just standing on the grave of her daughter's memory to fucking to talk about like, why are these Democrats going to CCOT? Completely unrelated to what happened to her kid.
Yeah. So Kilmar Abrego Garcia was sent to CCOT, this torture chamber, this torture.
It's basically a fucking gulag in El Salvador.
A gulag in El Salvador, concentration camp in El Salvador, and we had Senator Van Hollen do like a heroic act, and we loved it when he went to El Salvador and actually like visited Kilmar and was trying to see Kilmar and make sure he was okay. And I actually think helped to facilitate him to come back, probably, or at least got the optics really well, I think, for the Democrats. Mm-hmm. And so they wheel out this woman whose child was like murdered in this brutal fashion. I don't know if it was Laken Riley's. I think it was another family, probably. And she was like talking shit about this man who she doesn't know, who never met, had no role whatsoever in the death of her child. Like, sorry, I'm going to criticize that, and you don't get to be free from criticism just because, like.
Well, it's even more gross because you're using your child's memory to advance a political agenda and spread xenophobic attitudes about immigrants, because she was suggesting that, like, were it not for, like, if there was some way to just never have any, like, immigrant, like, anybody pending an immigration status or whatever, like, only naturalized and like, natural-born citizens in the United States, if that could be the case, this would not have happened, right? I guess that's her logic. And so she's thinking, like, why is there any attempt, like, and I guess to advance this, like, again, she has to be in support of the mass deportation program if this is your outlook on this. So she has to slander all fucking immigrants as these just like child predators, these rapists in waiting that are just like, you know, ready to attack these beautiful white American women. That's obviously the narrative that ends up being propagated by using that sort of rhetoric.
Here's the video, by the way. I want to let's show them this, because this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. And you can actually show my tweet on it. I would actually prefer you did, because you can see what I said to her. And it was, let's just say it generated quite a bit of controversy. That was a fiery tweet of mine, but I think it was correct.
Oh, so you have a habit of doing this.
Yeah, I do. Then play the message.
Okay, so you put, first I read this.
Yeah,
you should be ashamed of yourself. How dare you weaponize the tragic and brutal killing of your daughter to condemn a person who you do not know and who had nothing to do with the crime. You are a disgrace, ma'am. I can only hope that time will let you see your grave error. 10,000 people agreed with you, though.
Yeah, true.
Imagine simping so hard for a wife beater. Again, that is like that. He has never actually been formally charged with that. The most that they have is that his current wife at one point had issued some sort of like had considered issuing a charge or something like that, and then it was dropped, and then she reiterated later when all of this happened or whatever that didn't happen. Point being, maybe it did, but it's not been substantiated in a court of law. Human trafficker and a gang member tells your innocent Maryland dad isn't that innocent after all. Bizarre.
Be ashamed for posting this to a grieving mother, but chances are you're a sociopath incapable of empathy. Now play the video, Aaron. Who's the sociopath here?
Okay, this is from Patty Morin. My message to Chris Van Hollen: why does this illegal immigrant have more rights than my daughter Rachel Morin did?
Yeah, you gotta.
This is like, it'll be like 8 minutes of like death wish.
Yeah, I mean,
when she gets to the point where she's like brutally describing it, I will skip through it because it is very gratuitous.
A lot of but also just realize here the context, how sick this is. So this is in the context of Van Hollen visiting Kilmar Abrego Garcia. What the administration does, right? It specifically goes out and finds this woman as to use them as a shield to attack and Kilmar Abrego Garcia, to attack Van Hollen, and to basically defend their due process-less illegal rendition of Kilmar to CCOT, a tortured place, for something that has nothing to do with like this woman's tragedy.
Don't know the whole story about Rachel and about the crime that was committed against her. Even us, her family, we didn't know all the details. They kept most of it close to their chest, the detectives, because they didn't want to do anything to hurt the case. They wanted to keep the integrity of the case, so they kept everything close. I sat for the last 2 weeks in her trial, and we saw layer upon layer upon layer of evidence against the accused, an illegal immigrant from El Salvador. And the things that we thought, well, maybe this might have happened, we didn't know. But when we were at the trial, we got all the puzzle pieces.
And again, unfortunately, maybe this wasn't everybody's experiences, but it was mine. My entry into even looking more into Kilmar was the entry point was this fucking woman, because I was under the impression briefly, I was like, did a Democratic senator
that she did that, yeah.
Yeah, that he had gone to visit somebody who had done that. And I was like, again, I was like, if you're really upholding constitutional standards, if that person who's been accused of that sort of crime was deported without due process, you should still do it.
Still a problem. Yeah.
But I was like,
you should still do the due process thing, but you wanted to see if the narrative was still like, well, should we have still gone there? But I do agree with you that it's still, the narrative still holds even if they did do this crime. It actually doesn't matter, right? Like even if they did do this crime, you still get due process and you still don't get illegal renditions. But no.
And then I was like, it's completely unrelated. It was completely unrelated. I thought it had something to do with what happened to her daughter. Nothing. There's nothing to do with it.
And I want to share some of those things with you.
Okay. And she shared, does she ever, man?
Yeah. She's planning on going to.
Okay, more of this.
Yeah.
He stopped on that trail.
Okay. More of this.
And her head.
Like,
beautiful face.
Imagine going through to all this detail, right? Like you're going through and you're brutally describing
it's
the
gratuitous, it's disrespectful. It is so disgusting to do this.
Yeah, it's so gross.
Because it's not in the service of conveying the importance of some sort of domestic reform that maybe could have prevented this or something like that. No, it's in service of just this, like, propagating this racist narrative.
He drags her through fractured nose. It's the wall outline. And then he strangled her.
Oh my God. Okay, hold on.
Around her. These are the kind of people that have no compulsion. Like, to them, this is nothing. And when he was sitting in the courtroom, he actually looked like he thought he was going to be set free. There was no remorse on his face at all. This person took my daughter.
Again, we're talking about a circumstance in which justice was served. Her daughter's killer was sentenced, and he did not get away with this.
So violently and so gruesomely and so graphically that they sealed the pictures, because I don't want my granddaughters to see these pictures.
Yeah, I don't want anybody to see them. So let me just spend several minutes ruminating in the gory details of this.
These are the kind of criminals President Trump wants to remove from our country. These are the kind of criminals that we need to remove from our country. We are American citizens. Why should we allow people like this, violent criminals that have no conscience at all, to murder
never convicted,
our mothers,
never convicted,
our sisters, our daughters? What? I don't understand.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. I thought that Kilmar had killed somebody, and rather than being tried in the United States court, that they just deported him.
His name is Kilmar. His name is Kilmar.
True, and he also has MS-13 photoshopped on his fingers, right? But I was like, ooh, this is actually like a genius move from the Trump administration, because you violate somebody's due process, but they were accused of some of the worst and you force Democrats into a position where they have to decide if they're going to actually stand by their constitutional duty and uphold somebody's due process rights, even though you really will be defending allegedly the devil. But no, it wasn't even that sophisticated. This is a random fucking dude.
They could have been way better about it.
Why there's even any...
We're giving this advice for free to Republicans.
Free advice.
If Stephen Miller is listening.
Listen, Russia, if you're listening.
Kind of problem with this. And it's not that it's political, like the left or the right, although I understand different parties have used it in the past. But we have to look at it as we are American citizens. We need to protect our families, our borders, our children. I don't care about politics. Well, I do, but I want to.
That was the best moment.
And that's the only reason why I have taken and spoken about Rachel all this time. If you're a mother here in the room, can you imagine standing there alive? You're alive.
All right.
Someone comes and puts their hands into your chest.
Thank you, Mother. So this just goes to the point. You can criticize people even if they're grieving. You can criticize people even if they're, had something tragic happen, because if they go beyond the pale, I'm going to do so. And maybe you don't focus it on optics, but sometimes you have to. And I didn't like what that guy did. And I think that you treat them in a different hand. And like when Trump shows like very little remorse, or just like kind of superficial words, I think that people just give him a pass.
And then on top of it, I fault this woman with a lot of personal failings in this instance. But the fucking White House sanctioning this, give me a single example of when the Biden administration or Obama's administration attempted to encourage a grieving person to do this sort of stunt in service of a political agenda, which is so funny because they always bring up
mothers, right? The abortion people who like have like horrible circumstances because they can't get an abortion.
But there's a difference between people that they have already chosen to become spokespeople or like outspoken about reproductive rights, and then they're lent a platform by the White House, versus you capitalize on somebody who's in this position and is vulnerable, even though I don't like what she's doing, and push them in front of the White House like press to do this.
I mean, I think that this is a particularly horrible circumstance.
Agreed. Yeah.
And the fact that it's unrelated, I think it adds to it. But yeah, no, I hear you.
Thing changed, because how could they say so brazenly and with so much confidence that information is coming?
11 minutes in, and we had to get our takes in.
So what I want to understand,
just like the hypocrisy is just, it's never ending. I just have just this catalog of endless examples of, I know these people aren't the ones making this criticism for this thing when they did the same thing, or they made the same criticism not long ago. It never ends.
And between what Dan Bongino was saying, Kash Patel, what Trump campaigned on, what changed?
On it.
It was a mandate. It was a mandate from the American people.
Clinton was going to have trouble because he was associated with the secret island.
I hate her.
There's a video of that in 2015.
So what changed? Like, that's what I'm thinking. And the only thing...
Yeah, did Clinton ride the Lolita Express?
I don't know.
See, on the flight logs, I think maybe it was...
And we talked about this before, and you're like, no, you're like, girl, you're being...
Because, like, showing the photos of Epstein with pictures of him with, like, celebrities or at, like, these social events or whatever, that's always going to be a reach. But the flight log stuff is hell yes. Lots of times. Yeah, that's way worse.
Overly optimistic. All I can hope and pray is that there's something that we don't understand with this. Maybe he's using this information against the deep state.
No way.
No.
I'm not.
No, I'm glad that. Okay.
Yeah.
Even they're like, no.
That's a great her take moment. Great, everyone attacking Amy, and look, Amy's on the defensive.
That's not her take. That's Amy's take.
Wildly. Yeah, their take.
Honestly, I don't know how else to interpret it without feeling so utterly blackpilled and disappointed by this administration. I'm literally. I feel sick to my stomach that he's trying to memory hold this the same freaking day that it comes out. And all of the traumatic things that we collectively experience.
They just uploaded that new episode. Wouldn't be surprised at all if she's praising the same administration. If she's praising the same administration for something else that has gotten her attention.
Yeah. Between trauma, Russian, all these things, memory hold. They're trying to do this to us the exact same day it's released. It makes me sick. Like, I'm having a visceral reaction.
Yeah,
even rewatching
I couldn't agree with you more. And it's not just Democrats who are upset. MAGA is upset. He literally ran on this. And you actually bring up a really interesting theory. Could the calculus be it's better to have leverage over oligarchs and important people in society than it is to satisfy the teeming masses who are demanding a client list? That's what it appears to be.
I want to tell you
the teeming masses.
They're just inventing shit. They're literally inventing on the spot. Like, we're doing this to maintain leverage over oligarchs instead of appeasing the masses. It's all just like makeup land. Like, and so you would defend the administration covering up a pedo ring because of just the notion of this kind of abstract leverage over oligarchs who, over Bill Clinton. Who needs leverage over Bill Clinton? Who needs leverage over fucking the former Israeli prime minister? It's all so nonsense.
Who tweeted out, I was never associated with the Mossad or something. I don't not he wouldn't have tweeted that out. He said like that was Naftali Bennett. Sorry, that was Naftali Bennett. Yeah, Naftali Bennett. Not I think it was. Is it Ehud Olmer or Barack who is like affiliated with Epstein? But yeah, I was like, why would you even tweet this out? You're just fueling conspiracy.
Wait, it might be both, Aaron.
Really? I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, it might be both.
Fucking weird.
Is this story. So Benny Johnson, along with other right-wing influencers, have been dogs with a bone about this.
And like, I just watched a video from Ben Shapiro ripping into Tucker Carlson for feeding into this on the TV USA stage
with Darren. Because he just had he had Martyr Made on. Tucker did, where they went into the whole Epstein thing. But yeah, Tucker had a speech on the stage and was like, he officially did not attack Trump, and they're all of them are still like formally on Team Trump. I want to be clear about something, but he was definitely taking the issue with every part of the narrative that the Trump administration was pushing, and I'm sure that was annoying.
Well, Ben Shapiro was like, if you're positing a conspiracy, if you have something to say, an accusation to make, then just say it with your chest. It was 30 minutes of him scolding Tucker, and like, of course, the comments, I was like, there is no way this landed with any of the people that are interested in hearing out Tucker on this. Of course, the comment section is like, you're a fucking moron. He reads like that. He's like, he was white knighting for.
And let's be clear. They say other things which we totally disavow.
Yes, it was fun. That's to say the least. You know, that's a very charitable summary of what that comment section was like. But he's there reading like tweets from the prime minister or like from Israeli officials that like, yeah, that never happened, or like the Mossad ties to Epstein are like fucking overstated. And it's like, dude, what kind of arm twisting would you have to get fucking like Naftali Bennett to? Why would they ever say that, like, oh, yeah, we were in bed, like, Epstein was in bed with the Mossad? Like, what? Ben Shapiro's so stupid.
Right? They've been talking about this for years now. So Benny came on my podcast, and he was telling me
Benny Johnson?
The history of Epstein. And I didn't fully pay attention at the time. I went back and I watched it, so follow this through with me. Ready? There's a guy named Donald Barr who works for the OSS, which is the predecessor to the modern CIA.
Oh, my
this is
God.
during World War II. OSS becomes CIA. Now,
Jillian did her own research.
Yeah, no. So this is all research from like Martyr Made, from some of this. So they all they're getting their talking points from like people who are getting their talking points from Groypers and or Groyper adjacent people. So this is very much that this was Bill Barr's father, and that Bill Barr's father hired Epstein, and that it plays some role here. And then Bill Barr obviously was the attorney general at the time that Epstein was. And listen, is it weird? Because this is true, right? Like, it is the case that there was this connection, and the guy who like hired or was, you know, effective in the hiring of Epstein for one of his most important jobs initially was related to the attorney general at the time when Epstein supposedly killed himself and in charge of the Bureau of Prisons. It's weird, but that's all it goes to. But no, let's let Jillian continue her summary here.
And then another part that people don't really discuss with that is the connection with the Epstein-Barr virus and how there was like a leaked lab in China that unleashed this on the United States. Or I'm fucking around. I was waiting for you to stop me.
I didn't know that.
You've never heard of Epstein-Barr? That's none of that's true. But like, you've never heard of Epstein-Barr?
The virus?
Yeah.
No, I don't know what it is.
Okay.
Donald Barr ends up taking over one of the most prestigious schools in the country called the Dalton School.
Yep.
Where he hires a completely unqualified 20-something-year-old named Jeffrey Epstein to teach math and physics, despite the fact that Epstein never even graduated college. Now, through the connections that Epstein makes at the Dalton School, he is referred by a parent to go work at Bear Stearns.
Right? Yep.
What the what? Okay, hold on. Okay, now.
Not Anna fucking being like, yep, yeah, talk your shit, girl. Like, come on.
Donald Barr also introduces Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell.
Robert Maxwell's father. Giselle Maxwell's father, Robert Maxwell.
Who has associations with
Mossad.
Bingo.
Yep.
No, there's no definite link, right? Because you're trying to find it. However, he was literally given a state funeral in Israel and eulogized by the president of Israel.
Yep.
And there are other potential rumors that there's like KGB with M16. Okay, now this gets even grosser. Nat, I just sent you a Wikipedia link. Donald Barr wrote a book called Space Relations, and it is the grossest, most creepy book, and it has to do with the galaxies. It's a sci-fi book. The super rich in the galaxy, and they're trafficking young human beings.
Oh, my God.
And they talk about, even in this, it's like, then they ruined this virginal 15-year-old redhead by raping her when she was about to be traded to the elite of the galaxy. The man wrote a book about sex trading human children to the galaxy's super rich. And then
you ever heard of this disgusting guy named Stephen King, who has written many, many books talking about murder, gory, grisly details? Maybe somebody should look into him.
We should look into him. But can I just say, pause real quick? So this stuff is true. it is weird. It's weird. I mean, it's Donald Barr.
Yeah.
Bill Barr's dad writes a sci-fi, and by the way, a lot of these crazy, I think it's a difference, like the tech bros, they're kind of really into sci-fi, but it's about aspects of like, you know, this group of people where it's like, well, is this like a sex ring or something? And so it's weird. You know, he didn't have any experience. He didn't finish college, and he was, you know, teaching this school, the Dalton School, where it's apparently a very prestigious school. That's a little weird.
You're just asking questions?
I don't know. It's
You're
weird.
just making observations?
I want you to acknowledge it's a little weird. It's a little strange.
No, a lot of it is dependent upon like almost like the absence of evidence in some ways, like the weirder things, like again, Trump not taking legal action against Elon Musk for making that tweet about him being in the Epstein files, right? That is almost by definition pointing to like, see, because he didn't do something, that means he is guilty or implicated or something like that. But
guess who was heading the Justice Department? You know this.
But like, I don't trust these people to even propagate these conspiracies correctly or like the strongest, most accurate versions of them.
Bill Barr?
Bill Barr!
Bill Barr is the son of Donald Barr. Yeah, no, there's a lot of creepy,
And
there's
it
so much
doesn't
creepy
even
stuff
end there.
going on.
Who visited Jeffrey Epstein the day before he died in prison?
Was it Bill?
Barr. He was the last person to visit. I kid you not.
He totally killed himself.
Evidently.
Wait, no. Is that true? Did Bill Barr visit Epstein? I don't think that's true.
Or wait, like
Fact
actually,
check.
was Bill Barr the last person to visit?
Newsweek says it never happened.
So Lindy just lies.
So she just lies. Fact check. Did Bill Barr visit Jeffrey Epstein?
Before his death. And again, this would probably not be a question if it were true. Disputes about Jeffrey Epstein's death have risen to the top of conspiratorial chatter this week after court docs unsealed revealed more than 80 people who had been associated with the late disgraced New York financier. Epstein was found dead in prison in 2019 awaiting trial for sex trafficking crimes. The circumstances of his death remain an open question for some who believed he was killed. Others have wrongly suggested he is still alive. His death was ruled a suicide by the New York City Medical Examiner Office. Another story that made its way back into the conversation was that Epstein was visited in jail by former U.S. Attorney General Bill Barr.
Which doesn't even make sense, by the way, because like the Attorney General wouldn't go visit a defendant. Like the Attorney General is like the president of the Justice Department, and he has like a lot of shit to do, policy setting. He's not going to go and like it just makes no sense. Sorry, Reed.
A post on X, formerly Twitter, by entrepreneur William Legate, posted on January 4th, 2024, said, "Why did Trump's DOJ appointee Bill Barr visit Epstein in prison less than 24 hours prior to being found dead?" And then like a emoji. "This visit did not happen." This claim comes from a now partially retracted 2019 New York Post article in which mob informant Louis Kassman suggested that Barr had visited Epstein's jail about the time Epstein was found in his cell with bruises around his neck. Kassman said the Attorney General never visits jails. Something's not right there. I mean, he was correct. They do never visit jail because it didn't happen. The story was repeated by other news sources with headlines.
I want to be clear. They might inspect like jails. They might do like, but they're not going there to conduct an interview or like
confer with anybody.
Yeah.
The story was repeated by other news sources with headlines more explicitly concluding what the Post had reported. However, as later noted by the Post, there was no evidence to support Kassman's point. The New York Post has since removed the reference to Barr, adding in an update note that the source of the information did not have direct knowledge that the visit took place. So he lied. In 2019, fact-checking website Snopes contacted the DOJ, of which the Office of Public Affairs replied that Barr had never visited the Metropolitan Correctional Center, where Epstein was being held, and that the notion of him visiting without being noticed was suspect, as, quote, the Attorney General has 24/7 FBI protective detail.
And what you have is Lindy repeating as fact that Bill Barr was the last person to see Jeffrey Epstein alive. Like,
and all of them buying it, all of them being like, yeah, that's true.
So many things like that, by the way.
But he.
Well, can you go back to when she says it, like as fact?
Yep.
This person is a fucking clown.
There's so much creepy stuff
going on.
Who visited Jeffrey Epstein the day before he died in prison?
Was it Bill?
Barr. He was the last person to visit. I kid you not.
He totally killed himself.
I kid you not.
But to Anna's point, I think it could be he may not have been murdered, but he was allowed to kill himself. Do you understand? Like maybe he died by his own hand, but he was allowed to do that. He was allowed to do that.
She doesn't know anything. She has no clue what's going on. She just told you something completely fucking false and is just spitballing. This is like what Rob does.
Maybe Rob needs to be the next guest on her take. Could you imagine what content that would be? Rob Noor.
Content, yeah.
Cameras.
Make it happen. Make it happen.
Extremely incompetent prison.
That's another thing. The video that they released. I mean, it's crazy because I feel like, you have Pam Bondi, Kash Patel. What they
there's data. They've actually conducted studies to assess how much knowledge the most ardent conspiracy theorists have with respect to the conspiracy theory they're propagating. And the average person actually tends to know more factual details about it than the conspiracy theorists themselves. So this entirely tracks that they're all getting hyped up over things that they're just repeating to each other. No verification, no attempt to like prod deeper or to correct any claims or whatever, just accepting it uncritically because they don't fucking know.
Just gassing each other up right now. They're feeding off each other's highs.
Lycan is asking, did I bully you into shaving?
No. I was never planning on keeping the mustache for...
He, of his own volition, donated the animal that was being housed on his upper lip to the animal shelter completely of his own free will.
I wanted to do the mustache because the Vanguard was there and I wanted to seem like working class, and then I was going to shave it always, so don't worry.
So it was a LARP.
It was a LARP.
Released, including a video that supposedly shows like no one can enter Jeffrey Epstein's cell. It was impossible for him to have been murdered. That video had a minute missing. It wasn't even Jeffrey Epstein's cell.
Right, it wasn't even outside the cell.
And it's like, first of all, you guys are real sloppy in your cover-up. Like, what are you doing? Also, let's go back to Alex.
They didn't pretend it was of his cell, by the way. It just of the entrance, right? Of like the block.
And the other thing is that like you or this is I think a credible point to bring up, that what is the surveillance like in a lot of institutions like this in correctional facilities? Would you really expect them to have surveillance directly of each individual cell, or is it going to be security cameras just kind of haphazardly placed in just corners of the entire building so that you can
haphazardly, but I know what you mean. You're saying like where it's strategically placed,
right? Opposite of haphazardly, but not comprehensively placed. You're like, they're not going to have like a camera surveilling every single person's cell, even in these sorts of correctional facilities, as far as I know. So them not having like direct footage into the cell, that probably doesn't exist.
Yeah, do you think they know? You think they've like read the relevant DOJ reports here? I think there's one that was released in 2023.
By the way, in Trump's first term, served as labor secretary for a brief period of time, and then he was out. But nonetheless, he was the prosecutor in the Jeffrey Epstein case.
Panda Writer.
According to ABC News, let's pull this up, Nat. It says Acosta's email inbox had a data gap covering several months. In conducting its review, the OPR indicated that it had access to more than 850,000 emails of the 5 prosecutors who were the subject.
I think it's the Office of Professional Responsibility or something like that. They're the ones who released the 2023 report. So that's the OPR.
Of the review, as well as 6 additional witnesses. But in an appendix to the report, they revealed that there was an 11-month gap in Acosta's incoming emails that coincided with the time frame of the Epstein investigation and negotiations over the deal. After investigating the circumstances of the missing emails, which did not affect Acosta's sent mail, the OPR determined it was most likely
fact checkers, and they're saying there was a camera outside the cell, Aaron, and the camera was down.
Oh.
But I think what Aaron is referencing is a camera directly into the cell.
Yeah,
maybe. But I heard that there was a camera down outside the cell, but I don't know if that's what Aaron is referring to.
No, like the
into the cell.
I'm responding to the demand from people that find it sus because they seem to be under the impression that every single cell would have been outfitted with surveillance cameras, like a Ring camera or something, but it just doesn't seem like that's the
like in the cell.
Yeah, like in the cell.
Yeah.
And that just doesn't seem like that would be the case in any correctional facility in the United States.
Technological error that caused those very convenient emails to disappear suddenly. No, this is a cover-up. Yeah. It is. Yeah. It's a cover-up. There are, in my opinion, okay, obviously we don't have the documents to prove it because the Trump administration is suppressing it from the American people.
Why does it have to be? Why not keep the claim just to they are not being as fully transparent with this as they promised they would be and as they could be? Why does it have to go to it has to intentionally have been a cover-up?
Ana Kasparian. She loves concluding.
She's concluding.
Listen, I love concluding but I have to hold myself back from concluding. And, Anna, say what you want about Anna. Sometimes she's a great debater. Sometimes she does really good work. but more often than not, she's concluding when she's not supposed to be.
But it is my belief that there was a blackmail operation taking place. The blackmail operation specifically targeted elite politicians, but potentially judges, people in positions of power.
Potentially. You don't have any specific. There's another thing. Like, I want to be clear, folks. We all acknowledge it's weird. We all acknowledge we want more information. We all acknowledge that, like, this is fucked up, but you have no specifics. You can't name a single third party that Epstein trafficked to. If you can't name a single third party with actual evidence that was trafficked to, that's a huge problem. That means you can't be confident that there's a blackmail ring if you can't identify a single act of blackmail, that is a single official action that was taken or not taken in exchange for this information, and you can't identify a single person who was blackmailed or who was set up to be blackmailed, then by definition, all you can say is, I have a suspicion. I suspect that there's a blackmail ring. And that's what you should be saying. But you should not say as though it's established fact if you can't even give the bare details of what that blackmail strategy entails and who it affects, what was the official act, what were the omissions, what were the actions, what was exchanged, and what was the actual, like, who's the person who was targeted.
The other thing is that if it implicates the government and like intelligence agencies and stuff like that, I'm not saying that there obviously have been covert and like operations perpetuated by all of these intelligence orgs, but given the time frame of this and like the fact that it's kind of been in the public consciousness for like decades now, right? Because this spans back all the way to the 2000s, and who you're implicating. It's like at this point, if there's no whistleblowers, the claims it is only getting weaker by the day that something revelatory is going to come to light. Because I'm not saying it would have happened already. It could still always come to light, but then that's kind of just like always true of anything. Something could always come to light and kind of blow the gasket open on something. And if it hasn't happened by now, I'd like to perpetuate the idea that like it could, or you should assume that that's the case, is highly improbable to me.
And there's another point made by Ezra in his video, which is like, essentially, it is the case. And I know this through the fact that there have been a lot of interested actors who have been looking for evidence here. Major law firms, major like news organizations that have been digging this entire time. Jacob says in the chat, Bill Gates was blackmailed. All right. So I'm going to ask Jacob just one time, like, what is the strongest piece of evidence that Bill Gates was blackmailed by Jeffrey Epstein? Or by someone who was in league with Jeffrey Epstein.
Again, somebody who is like a billionaire who's very, very powerful himself.
I'm just gonna say, like, if the evidence is stronger for Trump than for anyone else, then I think epistemically you have to grant that he also blackmailed Trump. We don't have to wait for him to. I think Bill Gates sued Epstein's estate for blackmail or extortion related. You think? So I mean, let's just Google real quick. I'm just gonna go real quick. Did Bill Gates sue Epstein? There's no. This is what AI says. There are no reports of Bill Gates suing Epstein. I'm not seeing anything. I'm looking at all the results on Google. I don't see anything about Bill Gates suing Epstein. Bill Gates did get divorced. Okay, but that's not evidence of blackmail, right? Getting divorced because you were friends with Epstein does not mean getting divorced because you're getting blackmailed, right? This is what I mean. Like, there's a lot of like very weird stuff, but nothing that should make you confident. Be like, yeah, Bill Gates was probably blackmailed. Sorry, we can
there are things that the United States government does on behalf of Israel that they would never, ever do on behalf of any other ally, ever. And so the question is it just plain old corruption?
I was just asking you about this the other day. If you thought that there was like anything that you had interfaced with that suggested there was like more credibility to this, and even I realized it just doesn't seem like it's there.
Yeah, no,
is it just legal?
There's definitely connection. Like,
no, not there's the connections, but the idea that like it's Americans' foreign policy posture with respect to Israel can all be like traced back, or a significant majority of it, to Jeffrey Epstein. Like, again, like you were talking about the influence of like AIPAC and all of that. Now it's just it's one person.
Yeah. No, it's so true.
legalized bribery in the form of like AIPAC lobbying for a foreign government. I think
that's also just okay. She's gonna tie back. But this also just like ignores that there are some people, or there are many statesmen within the United States that are just truly ideologically committed Zionists, and that's informed by their Christianity, their Judaism, other aspects of their personal identity.
Making it conspiratorial like that when you don't have the proof for it, I think puts people in the wrong mindset to actually oppose it, right?
Yeah, of course.
I actually think that it makes people more resigned, maybe a little bit more black-pilled, and maybe like getting at the wrong thing. Like instead of pushing the info war, pushing the actual narrative, you're pushing for Trump to release these documents that you think are going to be a smoking gun proof. Like that's going to extinguish Zionism when you don't have any actual there. I just don't think it's the right approach. If your goal is to stamp out the influence of Israel, if that is your goal, then I don't think that the right approach is to get your audience like all hot and bothered about the connection to Epstein. That said, I say that rebuttal. Israel's approval has never been lower. Counter rebuttal, it's probably related to substantive things of what's going on in Gaza, as opposed to the connection.
Well, that's why it bothers me so much, because you are fueling a righteous anger and aggrievement away from a productive demand to anti-Semitism, which is fucking stupid and evil. That's why it bothers me so much. I'm like, you are just extinguishing anybody's desire to attempt to do something, because now you've backed up, and instead of having very tangible, real, substantial critiques that Americans should be informed about to levy at their congressional and representatives and senators and make specific demands. No, now it's turned into it's a global conspiracy. What are you supposed to do about that? What
we can't do anything about that, right? We'd have to just demand Trump to be more honest with files that we don't know if they exist or not. I think it's a total. I don't know that it's very helpful, and if you could show, but the thing is, I think that it would that this kind of stuff probably does lead to more anti-Semitism, and it's the kind of bad kind of sorry, there's no good kind of.
What was that? What was that? Freudian slip there. Whoa.
It's a bad critique of Israel, in my opinion, because the critique of Israel should be related to like tangible things that they're doing, right? Like tangible actions that, getting us engaged in a war with Iran, what their slaughter of Palestinians in Gaza. Certainly, I think of AIPAC, with respect specifically to AIPAC, funding MAGA Republicans. That's what it should be, I think, centered around the critique there. But I think it leads to a bad critique of Israel. There's no good anti-Semitism. I just want to be clear. There's no good anti-Semitism, but bad critique of Israel, which, again, like you said, is not very productive.
And it's like that you were like, why take this energy from when you have all of these things that verified facts, true things, again, you can look up and see how much AIPAC money your representative has taken, or you can see the positions that you feel might be. I mean, like, what wouldn't somebody do when they're being paid like $300,000? What wouldn't you do if you were being given that by like a special interest group or whatever? Like, you have more tangible criticisms, or the fact that they have voted for certain things that they should not be voting for, and it's completely legal. And you can you can criticize that, but no, let's do this, which has nothing, but nothing tangible or nothing that you can do, because you're talking about there needing to be this undertaking to expose like an international pedo ring connected to the Mossad. Are you kidding? But on this really, really makes me worried. This video of Marjorie Taylor Greene talking or whatever. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene is pushing legislation to slash $500 million in U.S. military aid to Israel amid Gaza slaughter.
Israel bombed a Catholic church in Gaza, and that an entire population is being wiped out as they continue their aggressive war in Gaza. My amendment would strike $500 million in funding for nuclear-armed Israel's missile defense system. The U.S. already provides Israel with $3.8 billion annually in foreign aid. $3.8 billion, that's a lot of money. Additionally, the April 2024 security supplemental included $8.7 billion for Israel. Even though Israel, nuclear-armed Israel, has universal health care for their citizens and subsidized college for their citizens. They're able to provide that. However, here in America, we're $37 trillion in debt. My amendment will ensure an America First Department of Defense, and that is exactly what we need and we haven't had for a very long time.
Okay, so this is full of people being like, whoa, I like agree with Marjorie Taylor Greene, based hero, good for her, whatever. I don't really take too much issue with any of the specific things that she's saying. It just drives me insane that the Democrats, it's an indictment. Well, I know that she's motivated by anti-Semitism or whatever. She starts off by talking about like a Catholic church. She never mentions Palestinians once. It's not a humanitarian urge, but she doesn't take AIPAC money. And so she is free to make this criticism, and she does frame it in the sort of like America First way or whatever. But it's just such an indictment of the.
Fuentes, this is a Fuentes style, the way that he would.
Right. But
I
like
think they're taking his talking points. I truly think I want to be clear about something. I think that Fuentes is going to be more influential for the ideology of the Republican Party in the decades to come than Trump ever was. Maybe that's a hot take.
I don't know. It's really hard for him to like breach. Well, he already is having that impact. There is absolutely, I am convinced that every single Republican member of Congress and the Senate who has social media, their social media feed has Nick Fuentes content, it has America First content. They'll never say publicly. 100%. And she's even met with Fuentes and then disavowed him or whatever after the fact, but she had to have known who he was. But like the fact that, again,
the reason I say that, sorry, is because ideologically, Trump, it doesn't have a huge influence because he doesn't have that much of an ideology beyond himself.
Right.
And so it doesn't have staying power. And so like that's why people are like, what's MAGA after Trump? It's kind of formless. It's some kind of vague notion of grievance and of authoritarianism, but it doesn't have a form and substance to itself. And so when he leaves the stage, it'll be a power vacuum. And you know, you already start to see it, right? The feuds between J.D. Vance and who's the Vivek Ramaswamy and then the neocons. So like ideologically, the movement is rudderless. It doesn't have a cohesive point or narrative to itself beyond what Trump provides as a unifying force. And so that's why I say what I say.
The thing, like, it's just such an indictment of the Democrats for not stepping up. And you should hear, again, not this iteration of this, but like somebody in my chat is saying that she is filling the gap. Because when you look at the polling and the increased disillusionment that American voters, independents, Democrats, and Republicans are increasingly like the contempt that they're increasingly viewing Israel towards, the fact that this war, the genocide is not popular, and that Marjorie Taylor Greene is going to be the one to step up and fill that vacuum or whatever, people are going to end up funneling to the right because it's like, well, if I want to, like the only person making this criticism is this, then like these are the people that I like, oh, maybe Marjorie Taylor Greene could be an ally in this, even though she's talking about like, oh, they have universal health care and free college tuitions. Like, bitch, do you support that? You don't support that. So why are you bringing that up? Like, yeah, why do they have that? And you're making this criticism and like, what, are you introducing an amendment or a bill to get that passed? Are you whipping votes for that? No,
the beautiful bill.
Then why are you voting for that? It's the yeah, exactly. You voted to kick people off Medicaid. So it just drives me fucking insane that the Democrats are going to be, they're not meeting the voter base where they're at, and they're going to cede territory to people like this, who they don't give a fuck about any of the humanitarian concerns, but because it has the veneer of that to people, especially people that are like not, you know, following it, or they don't hear like the dog whistles or understand like where she's coming at it from. It's very seductive. It's the same thing that Tucker Carlson is doing as well. That's why it's like, oh, I don't agree with Tucker Carlson on anything, but he was based when he tore into like Ted Cruz, you know?
Cruz, yeah. You know, I agree with that. I think that it's super dangerous. The Democrats, though, one, I think, saving grace is how unpopular they are within the base. They're like, even overall in the nation, like what, 19%? It's crazy low. The level of support for Democrats is super, super, super low. And I think there's potentially a storm coming, hopefully, right? Copium. There's a storm coming, a blue Tea Party, blue MAGA to take over. I don't actually want blue MAGA. When I say blue MAGA, it's a kind of tongue-in-cheek blue MAGA. I don't want a version of MAGAism on the Democrats. But I do hope that there's a more based, a less 19% frankly corrupt and incompetent. Oh, did you just hear? What just happened?
Sorry. I had to refresh from YouTube. It always throws you off if you just even hear like a second of audio that you shouldn't.
Sorry, yeah. I think that like if we have this kind of movement among young people, really like what we saw in Zoran, and I think that could be on offer, given the level of discontent, hopefully in the primary season, that things could change for the Democrats for the better, and we'll have a better alternative to the populists on the right.
Plays a role for sure, but I think there's even more involved in this, right? The question is, why is Trump part of the cover-up?
I don't know if he's part of the cover-up or if it's like, this is intelligence. There's a whole operation you're about to blow.
Yeah.
shut the fuck up, sit down. And I mean, guys, though, it's also what happened with the drones over New Jersey? Like, it's all and nothing.
What? What is this? Drones over New Jersey.
Remember that there was this whole like, what are all these drones doing here? Remember?
No.
Everyone was freaking out about the drones for like a day. And there was like a million news stories about all the drones and how like the world was ending.
Don't know. The only tea I have in New Jersey is the whole thing with Chris Christie and the like traffic jam to delay like an election or something like that, or whatever.
It was a story for like 2 seconds. Everyone was like,
that sounds like a contradiction. Humongous story for 2 seconds couldn't have been that big. If it can't even withstand like a 24-hour news cycle, it's not a big story.
Chat. It was a humongous story for like 2 days, for like a week, maybe even a week.
Somebody said, wasn't that when the China balloon? They didn't finish that.
No, that was before. That was under Biden, the China balloon.
Bro, they all went wild looking up into the sky. It was pretty big for a few days.
One of the best moments, you know, infrared Haas?
Yes.
One of the best infrared Haas moments was when he was saluting the balloon. We love the balloon. He was saluting the balloon, the brave balloon. Coming from China. No, it was a really good. You know, it was a huge story.
Okay. 2024 United States drone sightings, referred to the New Jersey drone sightings, were a series of reports involving large unidentified drones observed at night across multiple regions of the U.S. between November and December 2024. It spread to neighboring states like New York and Pennsylvania, eventually across the northeastern United States and other parts of the country, often occurring over residential areas and critical infrastructure, prompted investigations by local, state, and federal authorities. I don't even remember this.
Yeah, it was
celestial bodies, UFO flap, mass hysteria, confirmation bias. The Pentagon apparently responded to this. Obviously, they were like consumer drones.
I don't even know what the end result was. I assume that they handled it, but like people were pissed off.
Oh, somebody said it happened around the time Mangione got arrested, so my feed would have been filled with a different, scandal.
Are you a Luigi memer?
Listen,
you are.
I love the Mario Brothers.
Thing Burger, all of these things.
Which brother?
Huge fan of the Mario Brothers.
We're finally gonna know. I don't know. Did you run on it to get elected?
This one goes so much deeper than that, though, because this is decades, and this is so many victims, and not only the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. What really breaks my heart about this is that like sexual crimes are the hardest to get.
This is where it happens.
Yep. 1/4 of the civil suits that were brought against Diddy's victims were all from minors. We're going to talk about the grooming gangs in a couple of weeks. Thousands of young girls who were abused.
Looking forward to that. Her takes on the grooming gangs. Maybe they can get Drew on the show.
Never any accountability for this stuff. And I think America really, genuinely believed. I'm sorry, I'm getting emotional. We really believed that there would be justice this time, and it would be bigger than just the Epstein victims. It would be all of the people who've never had justice, who were waiting.
Are you one of these people that thought that Kyle Rittenhouse is like faking tears?
No, I thought he was legitimate. I don't think that she is. I think this is an act. I think she's being phony. I think Kyle was real.
I think this is real.
You think it's real?
I think she's a true CPT believer and is genuinely moved to tears over this. I just think it's selective.
You think she's a CPT believer?
What? Yes, clearly.
Wait, chat. All right, chat. Do you think these are real tears? You can believe this because then you know that'll mean that you support Aaron's position, or do you believe that they're kind of like this is performative?
If this is performative, this is like some Emmy award-winning shit. Because I do think that
it's not that good. Anyone can do this, and they never.
You start crying. You cry on command. Go. Anyone can do it, right?
I can't do it right now just because I have this condition.
What condition?
It's a condition. I don't want to. I'm dealing with some.
Am I violating your HIPAA rights by asking you?
Yeah, you can't ask this. You can't. You're violating HIPAA.
So I've got people saying her eyes are watering, real tears. Yes, it's real. She's naive, like a dumb Norwegian to me. I think it's embellished.
You are dumb to me.
What's that from?
So it's from Donkey. Video game Donkey.
Okay.
For someone to say we actually care enough to do something about this. And my heart just breaks for those people, man.
Go ahead, Lindy.
Amy, you've been amazing on this, like on and off camera. Can I just say that Amy has been consistently so strong on this issue? And I love you for it. I love you for many reasons, but thank you. I also want to explore something that Anna said about Alex Acosta. Can we also place this in the bigger context of Florida? Who was active in Florida at the exact same time? Pam Bondi. She is culpable. I mean, she obviously, I don't know what
She's culpable because she fucking lived in Florida. This is what the conspiracy brain rot does to you. So Lindy comes out and says something completely false. Bill Barr met him. And now she's like, oh, because she worked in Florida, Pam Bondi's responsible.
She's implicated, obviously.
Come on.
Jesse Waters is night and day to what happened. She said she had a client list of 1,000 people.
They all said this. What happened? Like Musk said there was a list. Bongino was like, the Cash Patels that we're going to get to the bottom. Like, Trump, as we mentioned, campaigned on it starting as early as 2015. But I think like this is, I look at you and my heart breaks because this is what happens when you get old. You just callous over and you're like, of course they didn't release this list.
I know. I'm right there with you.
I feel so ignorant. I really believed that something would happen.
No.
I really believe it. And that's why in my head, that's why I open with my statement. I'm holding on to something like maybe Trump knows something.
You hold their feet to the fire. That's what you do. You do segments like this. You call bullshit. You don't accept no for an answer.
But will it change anything? Is anything?
Accountability is when her take segment
ever going to change?
I have never seen Patrick.
Don't buy it. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm a bad person.
You
and
are, for
I'm
sure.
gonna go on a limb. You know, liberals surrender hands. I could be doing something really heinous right now and denying that this person is actually upset. Maybe she is upset. I'm gonna say that she is upset, but I just don't. I don't see it.
I think it is. I just think it's selective. I think it's real, though.
Okay.
PBD upset at Trump the way that I saw him last night.
But Pisco, you heard it here first. He thinks it's crocodile tears.
On Jesse Waters, he said this was an absolute failure on messaging, on substance. They should not have done this way. They should have gotten together in a room and, created a cohesive message because they let down the American people.
Well, to be fair, you're actually bringing up an important point here.
Final thoughts on this one, team, before we move on.
Honestly,
well, moving on.
Trump has broken a lot of promises to his base. He has. This isn't the first time. And, you'll have some in the base who speak out. They'll push back. There will be a little bit of backlash, but never to this extent. And I want to give those folks a lot of credit, and I hope they continue to hold his feet to the fire because they were given a very specific promise. The individuals engaged in the backlash right now obviously care deeply about the issue. And look,
they're conspiracists.
To your point,
they're all conspiracists. They're all part of this CPT theory. Sorry, is that like ATM machine? They're all part of this CPT, and they are propagating their conspiratorial mythology without evidence. Now, absolutely, they should push back against the administration for the broken promises, for the lack of transparency, for all the bullshit, 100%. But they're not coming at it from the good faith angle that the left-wing people, I have to add, I think are coming at it from a position of potential scrutiny, of wanting to get more information. They know the conclusion. That's why they're upset. They're pissed off that their daddy is telling them that their worldview doesn't make any sense and isn't true.
Yep, and it goes beyond just like accountability for this specific administration or even like previous American administrations. It's like, again, it's like a global thing.
Point about being blackpilled, I think, at least I know Jillian and I, we've been there already, right?
And I'm that's so sweet that you actually thought
so early in my political career.
Just as a human, I want to reclaim some of your optimism.
But the final thing I'll say is, the black pill is really when you wake up and realize we have a duopoly in this country, a two-party system, but really it's a uniparty, right? And I believe that there are people from the Democratic Party and the Republican Party on that client list. I have no doubt, which is why you have two parties that are essentially protecting this disgusting blackmail operation that we believe.
I just don't see this again, Democrats weren't doing this. I mean, you could say it's in service of covering it up or whatever, but it wasn't a priority after 2019 or whatever. It wasn't something that their base was asking for, so you wouldn't expect them to kind of go out of their way to be radically transparent with the thing.
Weird. All you have is this feels weird.
And now when they're asked, PBD was saying, "Oh, Chuck Schumer, he hasn't even said anything about this." When he was, and then a few hours later, he was asked because they had streamed it early in the morning, this podcast episode. But by that afternoon, Chuck Schumer had been asked, and you know what he said? They should release the files.
Yeah, and guess who voted to release them? All the Democrats.
Yep.
Guess who didn't? Republicans.
To be,
So she's right that there is implication for Democratic officials or elite or whatever, but she is wrong to say that I think you should apportion as much blame to Democrats as you should Republicans with respect to a lack of transparency regarding this.
Also, I'm sorry, I probably know I promised last thoughts, but don't we already have names? Prince Andrew, Bill Gates. Don't we already
accuse them?
What did you guys think?
I was about to say, did you know that without evidence, you can't actually open an investigation on people? You need evidence.
So weird. Yeah, you gotta need evidence.
died.
That died. Yeah, the girl who accused
Well, you could.
Andrew.
I just want to pause real quick. I just want to clarify. I don't think that Aaron is implying that you need evidence to start an investigation.
You need a basis. You need a stronger legal basis and probably like cause to actually open up the sort of comprehensive investigation that they want. Because they're talking about like, let's do this.
No, right. If they haven't already done that.
Yeah.
Like, it's not the usual policy of the Department of Justice to like announce and release all the information about all their investigations. So I agree with Aaron, to make these kind of public accusations, you need evidence. And for investigations, there needs to be some articulable basis for them. And perhaps there was, but if the goods aren't there to show that they did anything wrong, then we can't assume that there were. And we need evidence before we make that claim. And we can demand further transparency. And I think that's good that we're doing that. But yeah, I think I'm repeating myself, but.
Well, then the United States has had issues with prosecuting individuals part of like organized crime rings and whatnot, and the reason why is because they knew, like, again, it was like an open secret that these sorts of organizations existed and this like racketeering was happening or whatever. But absent any formal evidence that you can bring forth to have charges that are going to stick or to get them on something more substantial, that's why they wait and they take years and years and years to build the cases.
The reason you have RICO is because of they want to apply the substantive crimes of some people to other people, and it's really a much easier thing to do. But even that, like you just saw the Diddy trial, the RICO charge didn't stick against Diddy, so it's not always a sure thing, these cases. And again, it's fucking weird. All this shit is fucking super, 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 super sus. The administration, more than anyone, and I think this is a testament to what the MAGA people are saying in some respect, is the administration is making people look more guilty, not less guilty. So I will grant them that I'm truly agnostic on what took place here, and I truly don't know what happened. But the administration is doing their best to make people think that there's something fucking really sketchy going on.
By the way, she got hit by a bus.
And let's not forget the tweet that she sent out a year ago. She said, I'm not suicidal. I'm not suicidal. If they say that I'm suicidal, it's not true.
And then there are lives lost over this. There are lives destroyed over this, and the fact that there's no accountability, it really makes me sick.
We just keep talking. We keep exploring. We keep investigating, and we're going to move on from this one for now. So next up, we're going to talk about the hideous politicization of the catastrophic flood that swept through Texas over July 4th weekend. I think, what is the number now? Killing over 160 people? Mm-hmm. Is that
161 are currently missing, but over 100 have already been confirmed dead.
Oh my God.
And dozens of children.
Dozens of kids, right.
And again, this is not even the first natural disaster that Texas has been completely underprepared to deal with, because, the FEMA things.
Wave.
Yeah, like the thing related to the power grid and ERCOT and how that left literally millions of Texans without any power, electricity, heat, because they have like a privatized grid.
These assholes.
Yeah, of course.
So as the rescue efforts continue to unfold, several...
Greg Abbott blamed the Green New Deal for that.
Oh, did he?
Yes.
Liberal figures began race baiting. So you've got Sadie Perkins, who was, I guess, a former Houston mayoral appointee, went viral for calling Camp Mystic a whites-only camp, insinuating that it only received media focus because all the girls were white. So take a look at this.
Crazy.
I know I'm probably going to get canceled for this, but Camp Mystic is a whites-only girls Christian camp.
Oh, no.
It is a all-white, white-only, conservative Christian camp. If you should be most likely Hispanic. If this were a group of Hispanic girls out there, this would not be getting this type of coverage that they're getting.
That's good, and then it wasn't just politicians, though. You had a really prominent pediatrician named Christina Probst who similarly spewed hate.
I don't even think that's cancelable, actually, hearing the whole thing. Pointing out the disparity that exists between drawing attention to suffering of like majority power demographics over minorities. I mean, it's not as stark as it used to be, but there certainly is that issue. It's do you remember
you think they wouldn't cover it if it were like a black camp?
No, I don't think it's not the claim is not that they wouldn't cover it.
Bad. A predominantly a camp with black people predominantly represented.
Wait, what do you
wouldn't cover it?
Wait, what is she?
So her claim is that it wouldn't have been covered if substitute all the children for black Hispanic people.
No, I think it would have been covered, but there's two things going on. One, does it get as much media attention? Is it as relevant? And then two, are people even as sensitive to it when it comes from these communities? I think that's a valid criticism.
Well, maybe, but then I think the way that
I think that's changing, but I don't think I think that's still certainly like Gabby Petito, right?
Yeah.
Okay, like that becomes this like national story or whatever when you statistically look at like how like who the majority of people that suffer from like DV, they're way more likely to be women of color than women in her circumstances.
Bush does not care about black people. That's, I mean, this is the Kanye critique, right? This is yay.
Yeah, so we said if she didn't say whites only, it would be a lot more defensible. I agree. Yeah. But like there's a kernel of truth in that I don't think is like that hot of a take or whatever, like pointing out that like, yeah, there's disparity.
More about white people?
What? Yeah.
Do you believe that?
Yeah. Do you not?
I'm agnostic.
No, you have to pick.
I don't have to pick. That's the great thing.
Yes, you do. You have to pick.
Oh, hang on. This guy's triggering me. Jacob in the chat. You're obviously a true believer. If you're agnostic, why are you framing others as bad faith conspiracy theorists? I think even though I'm agnostic, what I'm saying is if people say things that are not true, like Lindy, or when people believe things on not sufficient evidence, it can still be okay for me to call something out. Notwithstanding the fact that I am agnostic on the underlying substance, I can still raise a claim that the evidence doesn't support that conclusion. So there's nothing inconsistent about me being agnostic and also critiquing others who have concluded, okay? So for you to even say this, Jacob, to even utter this, right, to even write this out shows that like you are on a level, like truly, I don't know, 5 percentile level. Like how could you possibly state this as though it would be a contradiction for an agnostic person to critique someone else's conclusions, right? Like how can you believe that? It just is mind-blowing that you would think that there's a contradiction there. Only a very silly person would think this. So I have to assume that you're under some spell of some kind. It's crazy for you to say that. Sorry. Kind of went off there a little bit. What was your point? Black people?
Black people, it was your lack of point because you're fence sitting on this or whatever.
What did you say?
What I said that like I don't think it's crazy. It's like documented that.
I think that there's a phenomenon that I've seen of white victims. Oftentimes, people say that they get more coverage. I have to confess, I haven't dug into the actual analysis.
Well, it's not just the coverage of the media. It's also like it ends up also being a criticism of consumers of American media, and that you're predisposed to be more sensitive to or caring of peril of white victims.
I don't know, Aaron.
No,
yes, everyone's racist. They're all racist, and yes, and white people get all the benefits. You're right.
That is what I said. There was they found this to be true with respect to
who's they?
It was a study. I'd have to look it up. I remember watching a segment from it was Crystal Ball that drew attention to it. Something on Breaking Points that I watched. A media analysis of coverage of the Israel-Gaza war, and that they found consistently that anytime there was mention of like Israeli victims or whatever, they would use a lot more like emotive and loaded language, like words like massacred or like they were far less passive and more active in describing the type of harm that they had incurred, as opposed to describing Palestinians or Gaza, like suffering people in Gaza or just Arabs and Muslims more generally. It was very, very passive, and other times like actually distorting the facts of the case. Like there was an instance of like a girl in a car that had been shot multiple times, and they said like a 6-year-old woman, like those types of things,
Yeah, you'll have to point me to the research, but I believe you that you saw that.
You are so annoying on this. Your fence sitting is insufferable.
No, I think
because it never comes off as like a genuine skepticism. It comes off like highly strategic.
Like I'm smug. Like I'm strategic. Like
no, because you didn't. Because you're not open to it. You're like I certainly do acknowledge that you have seen that.
I'm open to it. I want to see the research. I want to see the studies. I'm not myself if I can't boisterously inquire.
Boisterous inquisition. That's what he's known for.
Saying the victims got what they voted for. Jeez. And she wished for the safety of only non-MAGA voters and pets.
That's crazy.
This is beyond gross and awful.
She just got fired.
Lindy, I want to ask you, why is race baiting such a powerful political tool? Why isn't it a go-to for the left?
As a children of immigrants,
by all means.
What?
As a children of immigrants. Sorry, go press play. My bad.
come in and bash me, but I see it on the left constantly.
Absolutely. I also just want to bring us back for a second. This should have been a moment of national unity.
Right.
And everyone coming together and funneling all of our resources into finding these girls and their families. And by the way, it wasn't just Camp Mystic. There were a bunch of families camping along that river. So it was bigger than that. And instead, it's devolved into this exchange of race baiting and throwing hate at each other. And by the way, I want to say this Sadie Perkins woman, she doubled down. Yesterday,
God, how?
Yesterday, I put it in the clip, put it in the doc. She called these girls little, I can't even say it.
See you next Tuesdays.
Exactly.
I can't believe she said that.
I cannot
The little
believe
girls
children?
who are dead,
Yeah.
she
dead
called them
girls.
see you next Tuesdays.
Exactly.
Yeah.
She said this on her TikTok account in response to someone saying, how could you be so cruel? And in response to this, I am happy to say that her church issued a statement distancing themselves from her extremely gross statements. Not only that, her husband issued a statement distancing himself from his wife. Yeah.
Wow.
And unfortunately, yes.
Right?
Yeah, but
unfortunately,
divorce. Grounds for divorce.
I do want to say, though, he
Divorce.
did mince his words. He didn't condemn what she said. He disavowed the, he basically said this is not appropriate, but he did not directly condemn the content of her statement, which I think he definitely should have done. So, as Jillian pointed out, it wasn't just two isolated incidents. There's been a massive outpouring of Democrats and various politicos using this opportunity to race bait. And I think a part of it is just because it's clickbait. It gets, it's enraged to engage. They're trying to use this opportunity to elevate themselves, which is extremely unfortunate.
I know Amy was mentioning that, Destiny said something particularly horrific.
I would love to get into that.
Yeah.
I know we're focusing on the race baiting aspect, but once we're done with that and everyone gives their piece, I would love to come back and talk about that because I have a particular level of vitriol for this human.
Just to say one last thing about the race thing, and please hold on to the Destiny thing because it's really important. I just want to say,
That's the thing's really important.
I'm trying to be very fair.
Are you really surprised? She also finds like TikTok shit to be important.
On this, and we
I
talked
just want
about
to say,
this.
I don't think that Destiny's tweet is good. I think it's bad. That said, I do find that there's a humongous double standard of the kind of virtue signaling that they do on message. Like, I agree with the substantive point that is that there's a massive double standard, a massive hypocrisy, and like the most deranged things are said on the right, and they're basically laughed off and called based. And so, notwithstanding the fact that I don't agree with what Stephen wrote, I do find it much like, this is the thing that's really going to piss me off, and come on. I mean, I don't find it to be the most important issue vis-a-vis like the incompetencies of the government that are being alleged, and then now have like, I think pretty we at least have people from within the government saying, hey, this FEMA shit was fucked up. We have people saying, hey, from the Texas government, hey, these forecasts are fucked up. Like, that's the shit we should be focusing on, not like mean words, in my opinion.
I really think this is
you're right. It's a lefty thing. Lindy and I've gone. I'm like, I need.
It's a lefty thing. This is what drives me fucking crazy. Jillian saying that the idea that the left has the mandate on like edgy humor, like what? I know that she said isn't that whole thing supposed to be that left is full of cancel culture, woke, sensitive SJWs that can't handle any sort of edgy humor, and if they you should be canceled if you say that. And then aren't they going to
for illegal? Now,
yeah,
humor's supposed to be back. Breaking news: Donald Trump has just filed a lawsuit against Dow Jones, News Corp, Rupert Murdoch, and 2 Wall Street Journal reporters. The claims: libel, assault, and slander. I don't know what the assault is.
That's why I said it. I really only see it on the left, and I opened myself up to the hammer over here.
I just want to say, I completely hear you, and I appreciate your feedback, and I'm trying here, but I do think this is an ugly manifestation of critical race theory and viewing everything through race when this is really about dead girls, families losing everything. Okay, this is about humanity. And frankly, if you look at the demographics, it's not even true. They have plenty of Hispanic girls. It's not even true. Like empirically, it's not even true. So her statement is false, by the way. So this should have been a moment of coming together. Unfortunately, it turned into something that completely ugly.
I think this is like a different version of thoughts and prayers. It should not be a moment just of coming together. It should be a time that you demand accountability from the failures of both the Texas state government as well as the Trump administration for not providing FEMA with adequate resources to deal with the problem that we have the money to deal with. We should already have the infrastructure to deal with. Because somebody linked to me like an NPR thing about like an article talking about how an emergency like flood system, like a warning Like sirens could have helped alert people that they needed to move to higher grounds. Like that's, if it's not going to go there, then we really are just talking about like what? Holding hands and singing John Legend, Imagine.
Yeah, and I didn't see them swearing off politics when the LA fires happened and Ana Kasparian was on her high horse talking about the incompetence of Democrats and shit. Yeah.
Look, I don't really want to get into a like partisan debate because I think what she said is so horrific, and to immediately go to narratives of division and hatred when such a terrible tragedy has happened, I just find it gross. I think that race politics manifests on both sides of the political aisle, but differently.
This is just like a weird way of looking at it. Like, again, these things like this exist, and then there's more heat for people attempting to, and not that TikTok is a good example of that, of somebody actually doing that. You're the divisive one for attempting to draw attention to it or talk about it, not the existence of the discrimination in the first place. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, how it is on the right. I want to see it. I'm asking you honestly. I don't see it.
I will give you examples.
You
okay?
like alt-right stuff?
I mean, look, when the election was happening and the Trump campaign was claiming...
the cats and dogs shit, and everyone was double down. Like, you must be a complete delusional freak to not see it on the mainstream of the right in a way that is so open, notorious.
Dude, the government, the fucking AI image of that person being fucking deported by ICE. The Ghibli thing or whatever. Yeah, it's a big fucking joke.
Yeah.
That Haitians were eating cats and dogs.
Okay.
So it manifests in different ways, but I don't.
And that's not even just like a joke. That was him actually trying to make a serious point.
Yeah.
I want to focus at the topic at hand right now, which is what happened with this tragic, flood and all the, people who are missing, all the people who are dying. This country is tearing itself apart, and I think it's a really big problem. This is bigger than this one tragic event. I think that the elite in this country have done an excellent job in convincing.
I don't know, this idea that, like, again, Americans would all be singing Kumbaya were it not for the damn government and their division. In a lot of ways, the American government is representative of the polarization that exists organically, semi-organically, that's obviously influenced by a media architecture that exists around elections and all of that. I'm not disputing that. But this idea that were it not for these partisan forces, there would be more cooperation between Americans right now, when there's clearly a big divide within the United States between ideologies and just how people understand current events. I just don't know that that would be the thing that alleviates that.
I don't really see it as elite driven either. I mean, I prey on that narrative sometimes where it does manifest, and where, like, for example, Trump is an elite.
They capitalize on it, but I don't know that they create it. It's a thing that, like, it's reproduced by elite politicians or people that weaponize it. But it's not. I don't think it just, like, is a top-down creation. Definitely goes both directions.
Seeing ordinary American people that we need to fight each other, that we should not have a shared identity as Americans.
That's what this
and
does.
Rather than holding the people up top who screw us over day in and day out, but rather than hold them accountable, we're fighting with each other. What this woman said disgusts me to no end, because why did your mind immediately go there? Why did your mind immediately go to, wait, what is the race of the victims? Oh, they're white. Okay, I care less because they happen to be white. To call them see you next Tuesdays, they're literally children. So look, I get into a lot of trouble with the left when I make this argument, but I'm sorry. I feel that race relations in this country were getting to a better place. We weren't there yet.
Remember when she said she was afraid to talk to people outside of her race? Adam had said.
I forgot that, actually. Thanks for reminding.
Getting to a better place back in the 90s when there was this goal of colorblindness.
Which it's funny because she's like, the left is going to jump down my throat. I posted that clip thinking because it was funny, and I had people in my replies jumping down my throat. You know what she means? Like, she's talking about people being overly sensitive or whatever. I was like, dude,
nothing worse than an Ana Kasparian centrist defender, white knighter. They're everywhere. They're not the majority, but they're a vocal minority, and they trigger me every day.
Blindness doesn't mean that you don't recognize or acknowledge different races. It means that you don't care about someone's race. You see them as your fellow American. You value them. You want equality for everybody. That was the goal that I think made the country better.
We had a bumper sticker. It was like one race human.
Yeah, like
Wow, so inspiring. Jillian Michaels. Wow, the coexist bumper sticker, and also there's one race, the human race. This is literally no different than somebody who's like, I'm not racist. I don't care if you're purple, or Ana Kasparian doesn't care if you're purple. She doesn't have a racist bone in her body. Or, like, trying to say that somebody can't possibly be racist because they're appealing to this, like, essential good or something like that, or inherent goodness in somebody.
Take your government hands off of my shotgun and my trans daughter. No, I love this kind of like sentiment of perfect equality. Everything should be a pro-America, as though that would resolve all of our problems. I think and continue to think that like we should strive for a society in which people aren't prejudiced because of their race and ethnicity and all that stuff. But we should also, I think, be realistic about the role that race and ethnicity play in our society, which I still think to this day is a significant one.
Wow. That was very moving.
Hot take.
And heartfelt.
Surrender hands.
The only type of bigotry Pisco's okay with is the good kind of anti-Semitism, as we touched on earlier.
No one talk about that anymore.
I'm clipping it.
Please don't do that. You don't have to do it.
Your editor didn't have to cover my face with your fucking logo, and yet they did.
Wait. Show them the meme you did, because I was I laughed for it's a stupid meme, but I laughed for 8 minutes straight.
I know. He'll laugh, but he's giving me thoughts and prayers, but he will not actually fire his editor. Hold on.
Wait a second. You have to show them the.
I'm going to chill. Okay. So this is the wonderful clip that Pisco's editor generated. Drew Pavlou, ladies and gentlemen.
It's so funny. You said the map looked like Gaza. In your view, were like, this looks like Gaza.
Hey, you don't have to play the whole clip.
Okay. Well, I do have to show that never leaves anywhere. And so the first thing I thought, that's literally me the whole time in this clip. And you know what? In this, he sees it and he's happy that he's on TV.
Yeah, he does enjoy it.
Was there space above your head to put the logo? There's literally space here to put the logo. And it remains there the whole time. Look. Amazing. Why even include me at that point?
My God, it's too good.
If you're laughing this hard right now, I can't even imagine how hard you were laughing when you first saw it.
I was dead. Wait, scroll back down to it. Did you close it?
No. He loves a Pixar movie reference.
It's too good.
And somebody pointed out, editor isn't farming the woman enough. That's not even on Meta. That's also a hit against them. Okay, front and center, your mustache not obscured whatsoever. Drew Pavlou not obscured whatsoever. Woman slapped with the Pisco's Hour logo. Integral to this clip, apparently. No other place it could have been put. Not the bottom right, top right, or bottom left. It had to be over my face. This was necessary to do.
Stop. Just press play.
Stunning branding decision.
Protect each other. We love each other. It wasn't about these labels.
Now, like with how we deal with race politics, the first thing that you're like forced to do is
hello, Jillian, Rodney King riots. Anyone? Again, like this idea that there was like no racial tension in this country until recently. It's like it's better, but it's like, dude, there have been times of significant racial strife. It doesn't even begin to describe it in the last 100 years, and just the last 50 years.
Is what makes us different from each other. What is your race? You know, what is your story? You're different from me, rather than what actually connects us, what bonds us as Americans.
That's a really good point. And that's why
you're going next, Ames.
That's why Democrats have an affinity group for literally every demographic under the sun, except for white men, essentially. Literally, and they have an abbreviation, an acronym for every group. I'm A, and
Why is that? Why is that?
What?
Why don't we have a white affinity group?
I know. There really should be more groups dedicated to specifically securing the rights of white Americans, white men specifically.
Yeah.
That has always gone over well historically when white people have decided to coalesce around their identity and advocate for themselves on that basis. This is a new idea proposed by none other than naturalized American citizen Lindy Li.
Oh, sorry.
Lindy Li. You didn't come up with that. Lindy Li is the one that's like, why can't white people advocate for themselves?
Where's the white group?
Maybe David Duke will be next on this podcast.
Oh, wait. There was a straight white man for Kamala.
White dudes for Harris.
Yeah.
They did that and then they got dunked on or whatever. So there's no winning.
Like, wow. Why do you have a white group? And that was from the left, though. The left's like, you don't need that group.
No, I saw that the right was calling it cringe as well. Because they were like, this is more like fucking soy boys for Harris than it is like white boys or whatever.
LGBTQI plus, and like they put you in these extremely distinct silos in the name of unity when it's actually extremely divisive.
Vitamin, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub going on a 3-month streak.
She blamed these families for building concentration camps. I don't know how these families are even. First of all, it's in dispute whether
concentration maybe, guys.
Camps, she said that. She said that these families are.
The summer camp is a concentration.
No,
camp?
the concentration. She means the alligator Alcatraz.
Alligator Alcatraz.
Yeah, but I mean these people are in.
Oh, gee. Oh, okay.
The concentration camp, the one with all the problems.
Yeah, the one where we have 32 people confined to a single cage, where their food has fucking insects and their water has like worms and shit in it, and they don't have proper. They have like 2 toilets for every like fucking 100 people. Yeah, that place.
What do you mean? What concentration camps? You mean you mean the concentration camp in Florida, in our state where we are.
Texas and have nothing whatsoever to do with Governor DeSantis's policies. So she made that connection, which
you support, obviously.
Completely just bonkers. I feel like this is one deranged woman, and she basically encapsulates.
If she's one deranged woman, why are you dedicating so much time to it? Correct. It's one fucking person.
Racial divide in this country.
You bring a great transition.
Yeah.
Which was your Destiny thing, because it's like if it's one deranged woman.
Oh, Jillian knows who Destiny is?
Destiny, his track record has just been getting worse and worse,
no.
this particular person. Now, I did send you
Is
a
she
message
gonna bring up?
on Slack. We can go ahead and please pull up the very first tweet that he made, where he posted
gonna bring this
saying that the girls from, I believe it was Camp Mystic, they deserved to die because they were using NordVPN to get around the Texas porn ban.
It's a joke. It's a bad joke. I don't agree with it.
It was like just...
This is the thing with Destiny, okay? He did this after the first Trump assassination.
Yeah.
And you know, he loves attention. To your point, Lindy, you know, people like to rage bait or whatever. That's exactly what Destiny does.
That's the Spider-Man meme, though. Everybody online, we want attention. Everybody wants fucking attention online.
No, but he does this, right? Like, Steven does rage bait. I think that's fair. I think he would accept that.
Sure.
His entire career revolves around rage baiting and saying some of the most horrendous, disgusting inhumane things.
It's not his entire career, but I think it's a decent part of it. We're just being
fair. He literally said of Corey Compertor that because his family is Republican, if they had been at the rally, they would have deserved to get shot. He said that of his own family. Now, we can see, we'll go the original one, please, Dad.
How do you feel about that?
I argued with him at the time about it. I didn't agree with it at the time, and I still to this day think it was a bad take, and I don't agree with it.
So not agnostic on that.
No, I don't agree with that. I went on stream literally to...
I'm fucking making fun of you for being very, very skeptical about the
about Epstein?
No, racial bias manifesting in media coverage.
I condemn Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, you mean the different claims?
You're not even listening. You're just like ready to pounce.
No, I am listening. No, I am listening. So one claim has to do with like the breadth of media responses to all sorts of different things relating to black people, white people. The other's like, well, what's your opinion on this very specific statement that you've talked about before? And you're acting like I should be agnostic.
I didn't know that you talked about it. I asked you about it because I didn't know that.
You're trying to rattle me. You're trying to rattle me. That's what you're trying to do right now.
So I'm not trying. I'm doing.
Yeah. Well,
I just want to make sure
he's very upset.
She was crying earlier.
Get the exact quote right. I heard God killed these girls because they were using NordVPN, promo code Destiny, to get around the Texas porn ban. Also trying to plug a sponsorship, which turns out he's not even sponsored by them. And so
I actually saw tweets from NordVPN saying that they were looking into like trademark infringement. I didn't know that you couldn't make a joke about being sponsored by a company or whatever. I guess that's potentially trademark infringement.
I think it's not. I think that the First Amendment should protect this kind of joke for sure. And yeah, so I would strongly be against anyone who would pursue litigation on the basis of that joke. Very obviously a joke, very clearly a joke, one I don't agree with. And I think it's kind of like, oh, you thought that he was plugging his actual sponsorship. I think anyone who actually legitimately thought that, Stephen was plugging his sponsorship.
NordVPN had such a good record before all this.
Yeah. No, but you really think that
I'm kidding.
Anyone thought that? No,
I'm kidding.
That's silly. Yeah.
Happening now, NordVPN looks like they're about to sue him massively because there was an influx of thousands of posts of people saying canceling NordVPN right now.
Wow. It's one thing to tweet about it. Wait until if they actually file something, then there's something to talk about it. Companies talk about like
that lawsuit.
Litigating shit all the time. He's already got his virtue signal loaded up and ready, folks. He's ready to condemn the lawsuit if it comes
I am so ready to condemn any lawsuit against Steve on that basis. And I do want to say, like, the Lanham Act, I don't think it's designed for this kind of shit, and I think it would be a stretch, to say the least, to apply it to like an obvious political joke that's actually criticizing, like the core of the First Amendment is to criticize fucking government, and that's what he's doing. He's criticizing the Texas porn ban, among other things. So yeah.
Even associate.
Honestly, given the way that like a lot of IP law, like trademarks, copyright, like all of that ends up being skewed in favor of like corporations or wealthier individuals to enforce it. I'm actually wouldn't be surprised if there was a significant legal basis or like case law that supports the misuse of stuff like this, because we're thinking about it like maybe yours is not specific just because like you're not even factoring in the size of NordVPN is probably a multi-million-dollar company, but like could you imagine like a smaller business or whatever bringing legal action because that sort of joke was made and it ended up having like reputational damage or something?
Possible. I think it has to do with like what reasonable people would see with that tweet and whether they would like construe it under like as a joke, as what it I think was clearly intended to be, versus whether it was intended to actually sort of pass off some relationship or some kind of symbol for like business purposes as opposed to what it is. So I think that's what it would come down to. And I'm sure that would differ based on factual context, including the size of like whatever the thing is. So for example, like if you're joking about like, I'm sponsored by Apple or something, and it's like just a joke, like maybe that's different than being sponsored by something that's like,
well, that's the thing. If the
I'm
conclusion is that
now.
you can't even, it leads to there being a chilling effect on people even being able to say that they are like sponsored or affiliated with a company, that does seem a bit excessive. That seems very excessive.
Have you ever seen Nathan For You?
Yes, I've seen Nathan For You. Why?
Have you seen the dumb Starbucks?
Yes, the thing about like it counting as like parody or something like that about that's how he like gets around it.
Yeah, so they try to be like, this is parody law, and so it's dumb Starbucks, and yeah, no, that's if you guys don't know what that is, you should look up dumb Starbucks. It's a really good episode, but yeah, I think there are some fault lines here that aren't 100% clear, but I would totally think that I think that this should be right squarely in the heart of First Amendment protections, over which the trademark law cannot reach. That would be my strong position, and so obviously I think it would be bad for them to take action against Destiny.
I think if you could prove that somebody was like repeatedly trying to suggest that they were sponsored by somebody by them, but that's definitely not what we're talking about when you have just an individual post.
With them, they have direct results of damages. So this is going to be another lawsuit added to Destiny.
Tweets damages. Okay.
These current repertoire.
Oh, they're going to bring up the other lawsuit.
Sued in court for sexual crimes against women. One of which are my friends. This is a absolutely despicable human being.
Not going to comment too much, but not sexual crimes. That's not being alleged.
And the fact that people are using a situation like this, like you said, mostly to get clicks, to increase their popularity. My question is, how mentally ill do you have to be to think that that will get you points with absolutely anyone?
Well, what's crazy is, I mean, he's a relatively popular streamer, so there's a market out there for his disgusting commentary. But what I find so fascinating about people on the left, like Destiny, is they spend a lot of time judging the other side of the political aisle for being immoral or doing things that they find disgusting and wrong. Well, what about your own conduct? What about your own behavior? And are you really a good representative of Democrats? Like, this is a guy who wanted, like, the Democratic Party to take him more seriously as, like, a representative, as a,
oh my God,
like a like.
This is what I did. I was helping this. Everyone, they're talking about.
Ana Kasparian is talking about Pisco right now.
We did our best. And you know what? Here's what I'll say. I'm actually going to double down on one of my most hated tweets. I'm going to say, for all the things, I would much rather the party be represented by people who stand on business to fight against the corruption against Trump than some loser fuck like Ana Kasparian, who, I'm just going to be completely real, sucks at her job, constantly does whataboutism to defend the corruption of the Trump administration. And when she's right, it's practically on accident. So I'm just going to be real there. I don't think that Ana Kasparian stands up for any party that we should be supporting. And I think that she sucks.
Do you think she lies or she's just negligent?
I think she sometimes lies and sometimes is negligent.
almost like a delegate type situation. And it's like, no, bro. No,
and he started debating Ben Shapiro. He started debating like all of these big
Lex.
figures on
I
the
started
right.
listening to him after that.
And then
I was like, oh, hold on.
Exactly.
Oh,
and then obviously after that Corey Carpenter situation happened, like everyone disavowed him, including some people from the left. Thank goodness. I have always made it a point since I started my political career. I wanted to get.
Did she almost say my name right there?
Some people from the left, thank goodness.
Wait,
I have always made it a
point. After that,
and then
I was like, oh, hold on.
Exactly. And then obviously after that Corey Carpenter situation happened, like everyone disavowed him, including some people from the left. Thank goodness. I have always made it a point.
That really did sound like she was about to say you.
What the fuck? Wait, is that real?
Since I started my political career, I wanted to get around people who held different political opinions. That's what I love about this show. We're all kind of on different ends of the political spectrum. Right. I never want to be in an echo chamber. So I actually enjoyed a lot of my conversations with Destiny. And I don't know if he was always this deranged and I just didn't notice, or if something clicked. And
yeah, you're starstruck by that. Do you take back your comments about her crocodile tears now? You're on her radar.
I'm going to take back what I said about your crocodile tears, Amy Dangerfield. I think that we should have a conversation. You should invite me to your show and we can discuss many different issues. And maybe it's like a bit much that I said that you were not crying on purpose. Okay. So you did cry for real. And yeah, I take it back.
And how do you feel about her advocating for her deportation back to Australia?
That was a joke. Not unlike.
It was not a joke.
I think
it was not a joke.
And
it was very serious.
My co-host said that Lindy needed to be deported back to China.
Yes, Lindy Li does need to be deported back to China. Correct. I stand by that.
So, how do you deal with that one, Amy? Anyway, we're both available. You can contact our editors, piscoliddy@gmail.com. It's a suicide pact, though. So if you invite one of us, you have to invite both of us. You can't just invite Aaron. You can invite me. It's a one-way suicide pact. So if you invite Aaron, you have to invite me, or you can just invite me.
I do think that they're right. Somebody said that she's probably going to say people.
Go back real quick.
Okay.
See if there's an S.
I wanted to get around people from the left. Corey Carpenter situation happened, like everyone disavowed him, including some people from the left. Thank goodness. I have always made it a point since I started my political career. I wanted to get around people who held different political
Go back real quick.
opinions.
Let's do it one more time.
To him after that, and then I was like, oh, hold on.
Exactly. And then obviously after that Corey Carpenter situation happened, like everyone disavowed him, including some people from the left. Thank goodness. I have always made it
including and some people from the left.
You know what, Amy? You lied about it all. You lied about the tears. I don't think you were going to say my name, and therefore I rescind my rescission. I don't think that it's going to work. Oh wait, I also made fun of Anna, right?
Yeah.
We might need to cut this whole thing. I mean, I think we just need to cut this whole thing.
At a point since I started my political career, I wanted to get around people who held different political opinions. That's what I love about this show. We're all kind of on different ends of the political spectrum. Right. I never want to be in an echo chamber. So I actually enjoyed a lot of my conversations with Destiny. And I don't know if he was always this deranged and I just didn't notice, or if something clicked and broke in his brain during the last election cycle.
I think so.
When he realized that, Biden wasn't going to be president, and at the same time, his wife, who he was in an open relationship with, openly promoted degeneracy in his relationship, ended up leaving him for a trans person.
I am so glad I ended up leaving him for a trans person.
I never heard of this, but also this is not relevant really to the point you're trying to make here. Now you're going after his personal life. Isn't your whole point that like you shouldn't be making these kinds of jokes? So I feel like in a way you kind of lose the moral high ground when you start just like attacking people on issues that I don't feel are germane. So I'm just saying like stick to the topic. And it seems like Amy Dangerfield has an axe to grind here, not really germane to what they're discussing, and now kind of forcing these famous people, very prominent people, to just shit on Destiny. But, when you do tweets like that, you're going to attract that kind of stuff.
These two things converge simultaneously, and I think it broke something in his brain.
Amy, I'm so glad I have really no idea who this person is. I was on Piers Morgan with him once, and that's the extent of my knowledge. I really don't want that trash in my head. And
I caught him on Lex once, entertained it for a little, and then I was like, oh, hold on, this guy's unhinged. And it was the Corey Compitore. I think that's, if I'm getting his name wrong, that
you shouldn't wish death upon people, especially your fellow Americans, because they vote differently than you.
Right.
I get it. I mean, I definitely went through a phase, certainly in 2016, where I was not as deranged as Destiny is, but I had convinced myself, oh, people who voted for Trump are bad people. I don't think they're bad people. I think we live in a system where you have two parties that, quite frankly, suck. And after seeing what happened in the primary cycle of 2016, a lot of people who would have voted for the Democratic candidate were like, we don't know what to do. We're so disgusted with the Democratic Party. And they decided to cast their ballots for Trump. A lot of people who voted for Obama twice in states like Florida ended up voting for Trump. Does that mean that they're bad people? I think people are trying to make the best out of a terrible political situation that we're in. And we should, again, find ways to connect and bond with people in our country. Otherwise, if we keep tearing each other apart, if we continue devaluing people's lives based on their political ideology, we don't really have a country. We're just headed for the inevitable disaster of this country falling. 100%.
And by the way, we've come together before.
Discussing that she says that in a context, and there's a grand omission here of the current sitting commander in chief, who's done nothing but divide the country, who's done nothing but degenerate the discourse, and to act as though that unification with ideologues in favor of Trump, or that some part of the Trump message is worth preserving, or it's something that we can work with or live with. I think that's just a massive omission, and it's just a flaw in her reasoning here. I think that someone like Trump deserves this kind of ire that you're giving.
I was going to say, has there really been any substantial criticism of the failures of the Trump admin, FEMA, Kristi Noem, or the Texas government in this? If you're finding time to make these criticisms or whatever, and you're not coupling it with a more substantive critique, what are we even doing here?
Yeah, no, you're acting as though, and this is where again, I disagree with the tweet. I think it's really bad, but it's not even on the same scale as the kind of degeneracy and incompetency on display every single day, including and especially from the administration related to emergencies. It's not even close. So for this to be your focus, the framing, I think, is disgusting. It's deplorable.
9/11, we came together as a country. We did. On the whole, we did.
Well, the one thing that I want to throw out, and if you guys are okay after that, we'll move on, is you...
She's right. Americans were whipped up into a frenzy and we supported wars of aggression, correct?
Mentioned very specifically, and this was a point that I kind of wanted to make, is that we're not paying attention to the real bad stuff that goes on because we're so busy fighting with each other.
Yes.
And I do tend to wonder if that is another reason, beyond just influencers who are utilizing it as clickbait, if it is a tool that it's a distraction.
Oh, it's by design.
It's like,
Jill, it's by design.
Like, you can try.
You guys are all distracted. Yes, good point.
All the crazy shit that's going on is we're siphoning off wealth from the middle class to the top.
This is crazy. This is crazy. She's describing the kind of distraction that's existing and that she's playing into by having this be her
literally
focus.
After completing a segment that is a perfect example of that sort of distraction, pulling people's attention away from more substantive and valuable criticisms of the current government in favor of looking at social media.
It's such a
brief. To even say that that's a controversy or whatever. It's like a micro controversy.
Yeah.
I think that we need to be.
There's a term for that. There's a term. Isn't it called wagging the dog?
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it goes back to what Dr. Drew was saying.
Isn't it called wagging the dog? I've never heard that.
And when we're sick.
What happened?
Wagging the dog. I've never heard. Wag the dog, a political idiom referring to a situation where
the lesser thing controls the major thing.
A diversionary tactic, often involving military action, is created to distract from a more serious or damaging issue.
I hear it in the sense of the tail is wagging the dog.
Well, so it says that the term originates from the idea that a dog's tail, while part of the dog, doesn't control the dog's movements. In a political context, the wagging implies that a less important event is being used to distract from a more significant problem.
Sad and hysterical and emotional. Yeah, you can't think logically and you can't recognize what's right in front of your face. And that's honestly what I feel like this government wants and what they keep saying to us. Stop believing your lying eyes.
I know.
No, believe your eyes. Believe what you're seing and think critically, because as
what
soon
is
as
she
you
mad
start
about?
to dig and just ask a couple.
She's so fucking fake. Can I just say? I know I just did my whole thing. It was kind of a meme. She's so fake. What are you pissed about here? Can you just be real for 2 seconds? This is not a real conversation. You guys aren't fucking being real. She's mad about nothing. She responded to some bullshit point that meta point from Jillian, and who was epitomizing lack of self-awareness in that moment. And she doesn't even know what she's talking about. She doesn't even know what she's mad about.
To me, it's if you were she's crying over victims and stuff like that. If you actually cared about it, how many people did that TikTok kill? How many people did a fucking edgy tweet kill? That's not the issue here. The issue is, again, the systemic failure of the government. And we're focusing on this because they don't want to criticize the Trump administration.
True.
or they actually believe Trump when he says that he's aggrieved, he's upset, like, you know, even though Kristi Noem just shifted responsibility back to the state. She said it's Texas's fault.
And I want to be clear. I want to be clear about something here. Like, I want to compare for a second, because I did make I did criticize the administration for eating the cats and dogs, and I want to compare a tweet that I don't agree with, which is Destiny's tweet, and what Trump and others said. Right, like on the one hand, you have Destiny, whose tweet, though I don't agree with it in terms of it being like a smart play and being smart and being a good tweet, he is criticizing the focus, the myopic focus of Texas on things that are, one, I think, transgressional to people's rights, with the porn ban, again, reaching beyond just children, but focusing on this thing, which is not as important as the lives of children, in the name of children, right? Like the critique there is actually a substantive critique about the priorities of the Texas state government to focus on, in the name of protecting the children, on shit culture war stuff that isn't really getting to the heart of the safety of their children, as opposed to Republicans, I guess, generally, taking an axe to a lot of these emergency shit, right? So bad tweet. I don't agree that optically I think it's bad, but there's a real substantive critique there. Compare it to they're eating the cats and dogs. Well, number one, it's a complete lie. It's an actual lie. Two, it's only being issued to further divisions. It's not at all, but like we pretend as though they're even on the same playing field. And putting aside, again, even both those comments from the substantive failures from a policy perspective, I just think it's so fucking reprehensible. And it's fake outrage really from these people.
Questions deeper. Just go a little bit deeper. The whole thing starts to unravel.
That's so true. And then final thing I'll say about this story is the real issue here is the lack of warning about the floods, right? There was a warning system that the town was thinking about investing in, but they ultimately decided against it because they thought it was too costly. These girls didn't have enough warning or any warning at all. They were asleep when this flood happened, and it's just absolutely devastating that all of...
But Trump said that they did warnings 4 hours earlier, and 24 hours earlier, and 48 hours earlier. So who's to say who's really at fault?
These kids, all of these innocent
I was just gonna say I agree with you. Yeah, I think it's
people lost their lives. It was a horrific event, and if you don't feel deep empathy for those who have perished and their family members who are now suffering the burden of knowing that they've lost family members, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah. Jill, are we going to talk about the weather aspect
you just transitioned us. So there's a whole separate way in which this is being politicized. So race baiting obviously not being
politicized. I forgot about that as well.
You've got Democrats like Chuck Schumer who are pointing fingers fast, blaming Trump's budget cuts to the National Weather Service, right? And they're also
Chuck Schumer very quick to point fingers at the Chuck's notes current administration that has control over the funding of these agencies, the apportioning
of emergencies, marshaling the federal response. Yeah, that's can't believe he's doing that.
Very quick to point fingers, aka again hold people in charge accountable. It's another way you could say that.
Yeah.
Well, suggesting that this is all because of climate change, which you and I have seen in California. Oh no! I know you lost 2 homes in 6 years, but it's climate change. So take a look at this here. Will you play this?
She's so, dude. This is like the struggle session that she had with that fucking guy who's like the Coast Guard of the California that is filled with communists or whatever. 12 people control all of the. It's not the Coast Guard. It's like you remember what I'm talking about, right?
I think so. Yeah. Wait.
It was like a coastal commission thing or something like that. It was a hyper specific agency.
Yeah, I think I remember. Yep.
This for me, Nat.
The Commerce Department's acting inspector.
And she was complaining about like red tape surrounding her being able to start construction on a building or whatever.
Yes. Yeah.
And like how oppressive this force is, even though.
Oh yes. Yeah. I remember that.
You would expect those sorts of delays. I'm not saying it's going to be pleasurable or enjoyable, but when you're talking about an area like California that's already it already had its building periods and sprawl happened decades ago. There's limited space. It's a populous area where a lot of people want to move. So they have to do the processes for these things are drawn out because they have to send inspectors to make sure that the expansions are going to be in compliance with city code, state code. It's going to interfere with water potentially. You're going to be they have to make sure it's not going to end up in public property or go into other people's territory. And then again, because California is so huge, the wait times for this is astronomical compared to a smaller place where they don't have that sort of valuable beachfront properties or whatever.
General Schumer said, quote,
California officials.
Yes.
Yeah.
I urge your office to immediately.
But and PPD was doing this as well. He interviewed Eric Adams, and they're like, it takes so long for there to be like, he was justifying the fact that he was accelerating like building code inspections without them being, like greenlighting buildings that had not been properly vetted to make sure that they were in compliance with safety codes and standards. And it's like, oh, it takes too long to do this or whatever. And it's like, yeah, there's a reason, dude. So people are in buildings that don't fucking collapse like they used to. That used to just happen in New York City. A building would just collapse because it was not like erected properly.
You're not abundance. I want my buildings to be made fast and out of Lego. Yes,
is that the abundance agenda?
It's a joke. No, I'm bastardizing it. Are you guys gonna come next week to the show?
What show?
My show with the boys, Live and Learn.
You guys are doing a live show in person or what?
No, my show.
I have no clue what you're talking about. What are you talking about?
Live and Learn.
Oh,
I think you guys are
oh
invited.
yeah, Joe. And are we like, okay, well, no one's reached out. You should know. It shouldn't be a you think thing. Shouldn't you know before you say that?
I'll check the Blue MAGA chat. You can press play.
Investigate whether the staffing shortfalls at NWS offices in Texas and across the country played a role in exacerbating the impact of this deadly flooding event. Those floods have killed more than 90 people in central Texas, including dozens of children.
Okay,
since January.
So hold on, I'm getting to you.
Really quick. LMC Figs, thank you so much for the $10 tip.
Experts have previously warned, now this is fair, right, that potential cuts that Trump had made to the NWS could lead to more deaths and slower warnings and less accurate forecasts. In fact, this guy, Nim Kidd, who's chief of the Texas Division of Emergency Management, he blamed NWS, National Weather Service, for these reasons as well. But as mentioned, it's not just this flood, it's every natural disaster. And a lot of credible people are saying this is flatly not true. So take a look at what Michael Schellenberger has to say about this.
Over the past century, global flood deaths declined by more than 80.
Who is this guy?
This guy's like one of the Twitter Files losers. He spends all his time just sewing out about Democrats and basically sold his soul. He's one of these Matt Taibbi types.
Yeah, well, you spend all your time sewing out about Republicans, so same thing, right?
Yeah, but I'm correct though.
Doesn't he think that?
No, I think he's an actual shill. I think he's a government shill.
Wait, government shill?
When it's Republicans in charge.
That happened not because nations reduced rainfall, but because they have learned how to live with it. They built levees, dams, and drainage systems. They developed early warning systems and evacuated people before the water arrived. Kerr County in Texas failed to do any of those things.
There it is.
Despite its location in one of the most flood-prone regions in the United States, the county had no formal flood warning system. There were no sirens, no automated text alerts, no rapid evacuation protocol. The river
How are we going to find a way to blame this on Democrats in fucking Texas, a deeply red state?
rose, and families had no idea it was coming.
Okay. Like the only criticism you could make of Texas Democrats for this is inaction. But even then, if they don't have the votes or they don't have the ability to actually get legislation passed that would force reforms upon different municipal areas or statewide, what are those Republicans holding that up at that point?
Floods are not the only.
And subsequently, by the way, it's come out that the National Weather Service did warn everybody.
They did.
And all right, so I'll go Lindy, and then we'll make it our way around because I know you got a lot to say here.
Right. So let's talk about the National Weather Service. There's been a lot of allegations, and people are rightfully concerned that given the DOGE cuts and the massive federal cuts, perhaps the National Weather Service was understaffed, but the truth is actually it wasn't. Like, I'm sympathetic to those concerns, but if you actually...
the truth is actually it fucking was.
It actually was.
Look at the facts, they were fully staffed that day.
Right.
And the alerts did come out a day before and also hours before.
This is a lie. This is a lie.
It's a local infrastructure.
They underestimated the
Now,
amount.
you should have a picture actually of that I sent you. I think it's either under
propagandist.
This is not even true. FEMA didn't answer thousands of calls from flood survivors, documents show. 2 days after deadly Texas floods, the agency struggled to answer calls from survivors because of call center contracts that weren't extended. 2 days after catastrophic floods roared through central Texas, FEMA did not answer nearly 2/3 of calls to its disaster assistance line, according to documents obtained by the Times. The lack of responsiveness happened because the agency had fired hundreds of contractors at call centers, according to a person briefed on the matter who spoke on the condition of anonymity. The agency laid off the contractors on July 5th after their contracts expired and were not extended, according to the documents, and the person briefed on the matter. Noem, the Homeland Security Secretary, who has instituted a new requirement that she personally approve expenses over $100,000, I don't know why, did not renew the contract until Thursday, 5 days after the contracts expired. again, this is the sort of like fucking red tape that they should be opposed to. This is needless government regulation.
Was supposed to stop.
Yeah, like bureaucracy that is only intended not to save money, but like it's you're cutting off your nose to spite your face, basically, because it's like if there is some waste, that would be better than people fucking dying if it could be the difference between saving people or them drowning or something. It's like natural disaster. Did not renew the contracts until Thursday, 5 days after the contracts expired. I was being earlier I said it was 3 days after. She waited 5 days. FEMA is part of the Department of Homeland Security. Details on unanswered calls on July 6th, which had not previously been reported, come as FEMA faces intense scrutiny over its response to the floods in Texas that have killed more than 120 people. The agency, in which Trump has called for eliminating, has been slow to activate certain teams that coordinate response and search and rescue efforts. Asked for comment, a spokeswoman for the Department of Homeland Security, who declined to be identified, wrote in an email, "When a natural disaster strikes, phone calls surge and wait times can subsequently increase. Despite this expected influx, FEMA's disaster call center responded to every caller swiftly and efficiently, ensuring no one was left without assistance." So just a naked lie. After floods, hurricanes, and other disasters, survivors can call FEMA to apply for different types of financial assistance. People who have lost their homes, for instance, can apply for a one-time payment of $750 that can cover their immediate needs, such as food and or other supplies.
That's what they were lying about when the hurricane people, like with the Helene or whatever, that they only got the $750.
So I don't even know what the hell she's talking about when she's like, it's fully staffed or whatever, because it was like never, she's like changing the claim or being very specific. Nobody was alleging that like FEMA wasn't fully staffed. It was that they weren't renewing contracts to third parties that are fully staffed, but that is immaterial if you don't actually pay them, because they're not just going to do work for the government for free.
There was one key position, I think, that was identified as being vacant because specifically of offers by the administration to like buy out a bunch of employees and like basically fire or force the resignation or pressure the resignation of people. So I don't agree with this claim. I think she gets the government line and she just repeats it. That's what she does. She's a shill.
Or links or graphics where you can see Schellenberger actually put up what the NWS had posted, and they were warning for at least a day, I think, in advance, saying, hey, evacuate, rain, this, that, trouble, get out, big storm. I mean, so if it's not that, and I want to talk for a second about climate change, because I know you two have a lot to say about that. But when it comes,
I really need Jillian's take on climate change.
To the fires in California.
Right, yes. I have a lot to say.
This has been, okay, so this
very
is
similar
the narrative. Now, Anna?
Very similar.
Start.
Okay, so
I'll just be here to just have your back should you need it, fill in any gaps you may miss, which I doubt.
Let me begin by saying I'm not a climate denier, climate change denier. I acknowledge it exists.
I'm already not excited to hear what's going to come next from this. If you are starting off your sentence about climate change with that caveat.
Acknowledge that, human activity has created this problem and exacerbated it. However, I feel that local leaders and politicians who have failed their towns, their cities, their counties, like to immediately scapegoat climate change so no one focuses on their failure. So let's talk about the California fires, the Los Angeles fires for a second.
You do this better than anyone.
Yes.
Better than me, which is amazing.
So Karen Bass, who's the mayor of Los Angeles, till this day will deny that she cut the firefighters' budget. That is untrue. She did cut millions of dollars from the fire.
Ana Kasparian, you are a liar. Debate me on this. Hang on. I'll bring up my tweet to show you.
Karen Bass cut firefighters.
No. So she's focusing on a trick, on a little accounting trick, which is a complete lie. Hang on. Pisco Fire Department.
This is from the LA Times. It says, did Mayor Karen Bass really cut the fire department budget? The answer gets tricky. So it was reported January 10th of this year.
I know that article. So it's not the case. So here we go. I'll give you the actual documents here, Straighterade.
Let's see. So this has already been debunked by
me.
By Pisco.
Yep.
This was the day after that article was published. Found it. So this $17 million reduction is a complete fabrication. In truth, fire department was budgeted at least $35 million more in 2024-2025 than 23 and 24. That's before noting the decrease in operational was largely for one-offs and not including big 4-year salary increase, which was planned.
So basically, she's relying on the notion of the operational budget having been decreased because of some one-off expenditure, like accounting-wise, there were some one-time purchases of fire equipment that were like sort of categorized on the one-off. But if you actually look at where the money was invested, they had invested like $50 million additional dollars. So that's the bottom line, right? So that first tweet should show you. Hang on, I'm going to show this to my audience. That is the budget from 2023, 2024. That's 800. It
says 885 million. Or
yep.
thousand.
This is million. So you'll notice that there's in terms of capital improvements, there's some fleet replacement stuff, MCLA. Now go to the next one of 30 million. On the bottom, there's much more investment in like a brand new fleet, right? So $50 million fleet replacement program, capital investments. And so like the only difference here is the accounting is that they took off some like one-time buy-ins of like ventilators and stuff, or like of like gas masks and stuff from the operating budget. But when you take into account the non-departmental, which is what you should be looking at, right? Because they invested like $50 million in a brand new like fleet of fire trucks. So that should definitely be included in your budget in terms of like what you're giving to the fire department. The total there is $920 million. That's more than what was in 2024. And the only difference is the fact that they didn't include, like the one-off equipment purchases were no longer included in the new year, and that so it took off of operational. But people weren't being paid less, and they were in the middle of negotiations, and they had to release this before that because the negotiations didn't end. They were in the middle of negotiations for massive pay increases for the fire department staff. So on all metrics, right? It's just a complete lie, complete distortion to say that they were given less in current year than in last year. They were given many $1 million more. They replaced, the fleet, or they were purchasing new fleets, and they were in the middle of massive negotiations. So yeah, just wrong.
And then you also followed up with, it is without dispute the fire department had a larger budget in fiscal year 2024-25 than 23 and 24. Yes, even at the start, and yes, even omitting the distortion caused by one-off equipment purchases. Both of these documents were written by Chief Crowley. Facts don't care about your feelings. You are so fucking cringe for including that. And of course, the big negotiation for salary increases was always planned for, and money was set aside for when they had agreement, which they did in November, 50 or so mil in 24-25, along with further increases for 3 years after. The narrative by MAGA and at Ana Kasparian is a lie. And you see the Jubrick? Who is this? A rando?
This is a chatter who was talking shit.
You CC'd a lot of people here. To be 1,000,000% clear, this does not mean Democrats or the mayor or the governor were not incompetent, or the department does not need more money. My goal is to wait until we have good info and not to lie or accept corrupt MAGA framing premised on a lie. So they were trying to say that the fault of the LA fires was because of this supposed budget
mil reduction, which is it's not because they purchased some one-off equipment in the previous year in under quote unquote operational, which they didn't need to buy in the next year. So obviously
that's a budget reduction when in reality it's like
reduction when it was a one-off expenditure. But also just even if you did believe that, right? Like even if you're like, okay, it's still less budget. They spent 50 million plus on a brand new fleets. And the only reason probably that they wasn't included in operational is because it's in a different department. But if you include the non-departmental, which you should when you're taking into account, there's no world in which you would include the one-offs for the masks, but not the one-offs for the vehicle fleet. Like there's no world in which one should be considered part of the fire department budget and the other not part of the fire department budget just because of an accounting trick. So you have to include the overall money that the fire department was allocated even to non-departmental places. That's why the number it's a distortion. It's a complete lie. It really, they got much more money in the current year because they got brand new fucking equipment. Like what is more part of a budget than like buying new fleets to use to fight fires. Okay, that is part of the budget. Whether or not it is put in, the requisition is done directly from the fire department or through a separate requisition department. It's for the fire department, and it should definitely, in any event, be treated the same as the equipment one-offs that you're buying, the vehicle one-offs that you're buying. And even put that aside, there was a massive negotiation, and money was already put aside for the salary increases, which they later received in November. But obviously, that's after the budget was like announced in summer. So it's all a complete lie.
This is what it also says. Last year, faced with serious budget crunch, Bass and the council eliminated dozens of civilian positions in the department, all of them already vacant. Those cuts have hampered core functions in the department, including payroll, community education programs, and the Equity and Human Resources Bureau.
The fire chief, the fire chief is going to war with Karen Bass. Like, they had a little spat about these like cuts to these individuals and whether or not it mattered or not. But there's no evidence whatsoever that these those cuts directly led to any problems, and it's not the claim, right? So like, even if it were true that these cuts to different positions were like problematic for purposes of the fire, and even if that were the case, right? Like, that's not the claim. The claim is that Ana Kasparian made, and the budget was reduced and she's just lying about that. So I don't doubt that there could be some problems there. I don't remember what the I believe there was a decision made to cut certain jobs to like funnel money towards salary increases for fire department. So I'm not a fire department person. I don't know. All I do is look at the money and make an examination of the claim made about less money being given to the fire department. Now, you can talk about allocation, but that's not what Ana Kasparian did. She wanted the juicy detail, and she's still promulgating this lie. She wanted the juicy narrative that Karen Bass cut from the fire department. Karen Bass cut from the fire department and gave it to the LAPD. That's the narrative she wants because she's a fucking hack. And
doesn't she want that? Doesn't she want the LAPD to have more funding?
Yeah, I mean,
I guess she would argue like her whole position on like fucking homelessness and shit like that is that they don't have enough people like disrupting this camps and stuff like that. But
and she'll never debate me on this, just like she'll never debate that guy, I forget his name, but on the issue of the Tren de Aragua members in the different Colorado Aurora places. Remember that? The whole Aurora, they're taking over the buildings. Remember that?
Yeah, so I mean, a convoy said next Pisco will say there weren't Venezuelan gangs taking over apartment complexes in Democrat-controlled Colorado.
Yeah, so that whole thing, she'll never debate me on this stuff, and she's continuing to spread these lies, continuing to spread these narratives that are MAGA narratives that are fuck ups, and like they're complete fuck ups. And this is what I mean when I say that Ana Kasparian is bad at her job. Is she knows this, right? I added her on this, and by the way, this is when I think she replied to me to give some little dig about Destiny when I was calling her out on this bullshit because she needed to distract because she was getting fucking owned. She knows that I tweeted this at her, and they know who I am, and they didn't respond to it because they're fucking hacks. And when they're corrected, they don't issue corrections because their egos are in the way of their own like job, and it's disgusting.
Well, I have a chatter who said, "I think she is uninformed and gullible. IDK if it's a lie if you don't know better." I really doubt.
No, but she responded to me multiple times on other threads, and she knew I added to her like many times about this, and that she's responded in the past, and she did a little dig about Destiny, being like, didn't you work with Destiny? And I responded when I responded.
Fire department's
full
budget.
circle.
She increased the pay for the firefighters. So when it comes to operational funding, she did cut it.
Look,
when it comes to
she knows.
Providing more funds, so
no. So pause. So she's lying right there. So operational. So she cut the one-off. Not cut. They didn't need to pay for one-off equipment, and it's a perfect representation. If you like. See the 17, the composition of it. It's the one-off. It's the majority of it is the one-offs, and she's just mentioned there. Like, she's not mentioning the increase in the fleet replacement. So she's clearly aware that I'm on her on this shit, and she continues to fuck it up, right? She doesn't have the specifics. I almost forgot about this, but even just bringing up the tweet, I knew right away what the fucking facts were, and she doesn't even remember.
Just also frustrating because the calls for these orgs to have their budgets cut slashed. Which party is more likely to do that? Which party is more likely to call for there to be like a smaller budget for any government body? It's going to be Republicans. More likely to. I'm not saying Democrats don't demand that sort of fiscal conservatism 100%. As well, but it's just so frustrating.
Currently work for the department get paid a little more. She did increase that funding, but the operational budget.
Also, it's so ridiculous, the idea that eventually they will have to increase the pay of the firefighters working for LA's fire department. You think that they wouldn't increase that?
Obviously is incredibly important, especially when you're one of those Democratic politicians who talks about fires.
She's making it seem like these greedy firefighters wanting to make more money, be compensated adequately for their time. It's a dangerous job. You're talking about one of the most dangerous areas to fight fires in the United States.
He's talking like Karen Bass doesn't give a fuck about, like, oh, these fucking, these people hate the fire department. Meanwhile, they're negotiating pay raises. So which is it, Anna? Which is it?
Happening with more frequency, drought.
Also, this whole there's actually an issue with people overstating climate change. It's like, bitch, it's the opposite.
I was about to, you're so smart. I was about to go there. What she was going to say is like this whole budget discrepancy. That's the real reason these fires happened, was because I lied about the 17 million reduction, and it's like they were in negotiations and the $50 million fleet. I ignore about that. I ignored that the operational was made off by one-off. So that's the difference in discrepancy there. And that's the real reason. They're covering up for incompetence by citing climate change, even though absolutely climate change has a role in the quantity and severity of fires that exist. And so Anna is doing the job of the climate change deniers and basically saying this budget fucking issue, that this issue about like how you categorize the one-offs for the equipment versus the one-offs of the fleet replacement versus the the increase negotiation for the increase in salaries. She is acting as though that's the real reason for the fires. Complete garbage.
This is what there was somebody who did say that was like an issue, and then she was trying to correct that. What is it? The cuts have hampered core functions in the department, including payroll. We read this by Fire Chief Kristen Crowley. In her memo, Crowley said a $7 million reduction in overtime variable staffing, or V hours, had, quote, severely limited the department's capacity to prepare for, train for, and respond to large-scale emergencies, including wildfires. Yeah,
Crowley was passing off the buck. I don't, as I remember, I responded to that somewhere in my tweets, and so I don't recall right now what my response was to that. But I think it was something effective like that could be the case. That absolutely could be the case. But just keep in mind here, that's not the claim that Anna's making.
No, like multiple, yeah. And multiple people were saying, so she was asked multiple times if the city of Los Angeles failed her in her department. She says yes, but then the city admin officer, Matt Szabo, whose office helps prepare the city budget, said that the overall fire department overtime, counting all categories, actually increased in the year's budget by nearly $18 million. In addition, he said the budget reductions did not limit the number of firefighters who responded to the Palisades fire or how long they worked. The fire department is authorized to deploy whatever emergency resources are necessary, and those costs will be covered, as they are every single year. And then Bass was repeating that this did not, those reductions did not impact what we've been going through in the last few days.
Yeah, well, that's it. Listen, I'm not going to get into the internal dispute there. I don't know who's right about that. I forget what I said about it.
No. Your important thing is the thing with what Anna's saying or whatever.
No, because
but I just who knows who will see this. I just want to show that we were not leaving out critical information or trying to cover for whatever. It's just addressing specifically what she said. That we knew that there were budget reduction. Yeah, there was dispute, like you're saying, between different agencies that pertain to the wildfires about what really was the source of it.
Yep.
Being more of a problem because of climate change. So if you know that and you genuinely believe that, you would want to have a fire department that's fully funded and fully staffed, but that was not the case. The other thing
they increased funding. They increased funding. Liar.
In the Pacific Palisades area, which is where one of the fires happened. If you know that there are high winds coming, and those high winds will very likely bring on fires, wildfires. Every year. Every year.
After year. For decades.
Why did the Department of Water and Power keep that reservoir empty? And by the way,
they're doing
it
an
had been empty for a year over the fact that the cover had a tear in it. Why was it empty for a year? Absolutely absurd. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. I mean, you know that the high winds are coming, that there's likelihood that there's going to be wildfires. Why did you travel out of the country, Karen Bass, at that time when you know that it might be important for you?
Yeah, she was in Africa or something, but then she came back and responded.
To be there in the city in case there is a fire emergency. The list goes on and on. So climate change is real. I'm not denying it. Yeah. But the very politicians who love to talk about climate change oftentimes engage in fear-mongering narratives about climate change, right?
Alarmism.
They tend to not prepare their own talent.
Alarmism, discussing the underlying causes of the circumstances that exacerbate natural disasters. It's true.
In cities,
that's alarmism.
Knowing that there are weather events coming that they need to be prepared for. It just drives me nuts. Now, in this case, in Texas, right, they know that there is,
they were in a flood zone. It was called Flood Alley.
That's exactly right.
It's known to flood. Just like California is known
Can you pause real quick?
to have the same.
And if you're going to criticize Karen Bass for being out of the country, Ted Cruz this time, both in the previous situation where he was going to, I think he went to Cancun in the winter freeze, whatever that was, the freeze time. He was out of the country on vacation this time too. So I hope Anna's going to come and criticize Ted Cruz about that. And I do expect her to do that. And if she doesn't, it will, like, I'm not saying that I don't expect her to do that. I do expect her to do that now. And if she doesn't, she will not have met the bare minimum standard that I'm even expecting her to criticize Ted Cruz here. But if she doesn't, I'm going to go really hard on her.
Santa Ana winds and be prone to wildfires.
Yep. If I'm not mistaken, same with New Mexico, where the devastating floods just occurred last night as well. It's very well known that was a high impact zone.
Can I mention one thing that you actually educated me on many years ago? The fact that in California, what's going to start the fires? Well, you've got meth heads on the street with our homelessness crisis that has only gotten worse despite losing $24 billion.
So they're spending all their time talking about California when we have actual like allegations of the level of incompetence that's being alleged here. And if you want to talk about budgets and cutting budgets, where's your heat, Anna?
For Texas.
For FIFA, for Texas, for FEMA, and for the cuts to the National Weather Service. Where is it?
There was never at any point where she'd been talking about this where she had even like half of the fucking heat for any of these people. Or the fucking like the TikTokers, tweets, or whatever we've got. We're upset about that. But this, like, no.
An outdated infrastructure, and I came to learn, thanks to you, I want to say 7 years ago, that I lost my house because a $10 hook that was 100 years old wasn't replaced by Pacific Gas and Electric. Why though? Because they're one of the top contributors to Gavin Newsom's gubernatorial campaign.
Exactly right.
And the list goes on and on and on and on here. So for me, the bigger concern is, I get it in climate change. Sure, I'm going to say it's 100% real, but knowing that, these are the things that cannot be allowed.
Oh, no, sorry. I was just mimicking her.
Oh.
To continue. And when they scapegoat climate change, people die.
Absolutely. It's a bigger problem that I am a diehard environmentalist, and I've taken a lot of heat because the right doesn't want to hear it. But it's just something, it's just like, it's so deep. It's part of my life mission to ensure that everyone has clean air and clean water. And the problem with some of the people that you mentioned, Anna, is that not only are they fear-mongering and being alarmist, they're using climate change to impose and implement vast social...
What? Like this narrative?
So she is buying into she said my life's goal, one of my life's goal is to protect the environment and do all this kind of stuff, but people are being alarmist. So she's buying into the narrative too, and she's blaming the Democrats. That's what the show is. This is laundering. This is laundering of all the sins of MAGA and to turn them around on the Democrats. And it's so obvious that's what's happening.
Change.
And
but
ESG
that's bigger
scores.
than the environment. Like
ESG,
exactly.
This is literally going to be our version eventually of a social credit score. They're starting to implement it within various.
Thank you, Amy. It's just so funny that in the same conversation about how climate change is overstated, Lindy is like, "Oh, I've gotten heat from Republicans. Why do you get heat from Republicans who currently control the Supreme Court, the Congress, Senate, and the executive branch? Why is that? Why do they have such an issue with you bringing up any environmental issues? Is it because they don't even believe that climate change exists?"
And also, now Amy is getting into her next conspiracy. She believed so much that something was going to be done about Jeffrey Epstein, and now she's buying into some other, conspiracy about us turning into China, us turning into like the social credit scores, and so now she's promulgating that because her brain is much.
Stock markets, like right now, when people are deciding which stocks to buy, Wall Street analysts. And they issue these ESG scores to see which companies do better on environmental policies. But like, for example, the Green New Deal completely turned off conservatives on climate change. Because of AOC and her constant fear-mongering, Republicans have connected in their minds climate change with essentially Marxist ideology, which is it's unfortunate because climate change is a serious
Anna's just
issue.
sitting there. Anna's just sitting there.
Anthropogenic climate change is real as fuck. It's not going anywhere, and we need to get serious about it.
But the reason why it's an issue, Lindy, is because the people who are purporting to be the advocates for it don't actually care about addressing the issue on local levels or implementing.
What are you mad
about pushing a narrative about ESG. They're in bed with the WEF and some of the insane, these people literally want you eating bugs, dude. Literally.
Okay, I want to comment on that because I think the reason why so many Americans are now kind of turned off by the reality of climate change and they just don't want to take it seriously is because our elected leaders tend to put the onus on individuals to change their behavior, to do something about it. In the meantime, our politicians, certainly on a local level, there are things that you can do to make your town or your city more robust against some of the impact of climate change, right?
Yes.
Make sure the reservoir is full. Make sure that the electric company is updating their equipment so that $10 hook that's super corroded, eroded, whatever you want to say, doesn't break, have power lines fall on the ground in a drought-prone area, which is going to spark a fire.
Don't veto bills for forestry management.
Hey, dipshit, Ana Kasparian. Hey, dipshit. It's a collective action problem. The entire thing's a collective action problem. You just talked about how Texas didn't have the fucking funds, this little place, right, to deal with the flooding situation. So is climate change. Climate change is like that. We need a collective action on that shit. That's why we had fucking international plans to, the Paris Climate Accord. And that's why we had fucking bills promulgated by who? What's this fucking politician's name? I always forget his name. Joe fucking Biden. The biggest increase in environmental spending investment that we've had in the history of this country. It's a collective action problem, and you focus on your fucking reservoir isn't addressing climate change. And frankly, it's obfuscating what we all know, which is that climate change is a huge intensifier of these crises. And very clearly also you're misconstruing the individual natures of the corruption or whatever that's going on a local scale because you lie about it. And so no one can trust you on your reservoir takes. No one can trust you on your budget takes because you have to show no credibility and no accountability when the truth is brought to bear on you. And so why should we trust you? And why should we not trust the people who actually have done shit for the environment before, like Joe Biden?
There's very little focus on ensuring that companies and corporations are doing their part to prevent or mitigate some of the impacts of climate change.
Yes, and I want to remind everyone, who was the president who created a system of national parks, guys? It was Theodore Roosevelt. And who was the person? Who was the president who created the Environmental Protection Agency?
It was Richard Nixon.
Clean Water Act.
They were Republicans.
These were Republican presidents, mind you. This is something that all Americans have come together. Clean air and clean water.
I am gonna shoot myself in the face. So we're talking about completely different eras. So one in the progressive era where Republicans and Democrats both, embrace this new progressivism. Theodore Roosevelt was known as a major progressive. That's the Bull Moose Party, the Progressive Party. I think the official name of it was the Progressive Party. And then Richard Nixon, he established the Environmental Protection Agency. He was kind of the last vestige of the liberal Republicans. He was conservative on some stuff. Don't say that. He was the last vestige of that type of liberal Republican type. Now I'm not saying that he's liberal. He would, I'm sure, not consider himself liberal, foreign policy.
I thought that I would call him liberal is that there was less those sorts of issues were almost nonpartisan in a sense, and you didn't have this sort of polarization.
You're absolutely, you're absolutely correct. Framing it in that way, it's only really recently, with bad faith of, I think corporate interests as well as partisan interests that have made it a humongously partisan issue. So it's bad framing all the way along. And we can look, by the way, at other Democratic administrations that had provisions with respect to the environment, that kind of shit.
We should all get behind
it.
You're right. And Roosevelt wasn't a Republican.
Theodore Roosevelt?
He wasn't a Republican.
He was a Republican? Teddy Roosevelt?
Oh my God.
Okay, but this is before the party switched or whatever, sure.
Jesus Christ.
Fucking Lincoln was a Republican.
So she doesn't know shit. She doesn't know shit about our history. You don't know shit? You don't know that Theodore Roosevelt wasn't a fucking Democrat? He was a Republican? You didn't know that?
No, but I know what she's getting at. She's trying to say, they're doing Lindy is doing the Party of Lincoln thing where she's trying to, one, they usually ignore that the Southern strategy happened. They ignore that the parties effectively switched. And two, and they try to suggest that there's an ideological through line that can be traced from Lincoln to Roosevelt to Reagan to Bush to Trump, when that ignores that change in the platforms and the way that the constituents broadly
and as you mentioned, the different issue matrix that it was actually a thing that you had people like Rockefeller who were liberal Republicans. The party lines were completely
there was more ideological diversity. You could find Democrats that were pro-life and Republicans that were pro-choice and that sort of thing.
Hold on.
And then he created
we have a segment on this in the American Party thing where I thought he started a third
Roosevelt
party.
is a Democrat.
Hold on. Okay.
Yeah, I'm talking about Theodore Roosevelt.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I mixed up the two.
Yeah.
My bad.
He left the Republicans to become the Progressive Party.
Yes, we have it in the American Party piece.
Okay, I'm sorry. My bad. I mixed up the two.
Jump ahead. Are we done litigating this one?
Can I just say one more thing?
You can.
What blows my mind is all the people who are coming out at Trump for the response. From what I've researched, correct me if I'm wrong, this seems to be one of the fastest FEMA responses since Harvey. And under
I
the Biden administration.
I literally can't. I can't. I have to go, guys. I have a heart out. I'm gonna send you guys to Erin, but I can't with her. This is so typical of Amy Dangerfield. I don't believe her. I think she was giving crocodile tears. Sue me. I just don't believe her sincerity on anything. I think she's a bad faith hack. And yeah, I'm gonna send
debate
you
him. Don't just sue him. Debate him.
Sue me. Debate me.
I mean, you always. I think you would crush Ana with respect to this budget thing on the fire departments.
Oh yeah, I can't wait. I want to do that. Like, but she'd never accept that. But what can I do? I mean, I think it's fucking a done deal. I think that it's absolutely black and white. I sent this to her before, and
you DM'd her, or it was just on? It was like publicly on Twitter.
I didn't DM her. It was public, but she knew. She saw it. I mean, it was.
No, if she replied, she saw.
Yeah, she definitely saw. So I'm raiding into Erin Straighterade. You should follow her for sure. Give a like to my shorts. Erin, thank you so much. I'm sorry I have plans tonight, but really super appreciate you guys watching, and definitely give Erin a follow, okay?
That's right, guys.
Wait,
we're going to finish watching this.
Thing. Yeah, you should. And this is fair use. All this is fair use. 3, 2, 1. Boom. All right, bye-bye.
All right, you guys. Give me a second. I just want to say, if you're watching on Twitch and you are not following me already, you should be following me. That way you can know whenever I go live, which is practically every day, or subscribe to me. You can get access to emotes and an ad-free experience. You can also gift subs throughout the chat so other people can have the same experience. If you're watching on YouTube, you should like the stream if you haven't already, or subscribe to me if you aren't. That way you can catch up on my previous VODs, which I also timestamp, so you can go through the chapters and see where my segments are with ease. If you want to support the stream, you can donate to me by following my donation link pinned in my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description box. And I'm at __ on everything. So let's finish this this dumpster fire, man.
The people of Maui literally did not have sirens, had their exits blocked.
Story.
We're in, like, literally, like, you saw that footage, man. They had no one who was there to help them. And in fact, when they were trying to leave, people prevented them from leaving. Like, if we're going to put blame on presidents, then we need to have a much more serious conversation about what happened in...
Why is it a question of whether or not you're going to put blame on presidents? Do you actually think that there's ever going to be a head of state that is not going to be worthy of some criticism? What the hell is this if?
Maui. And I believe in our next episode, we're going to get into, climate, geoengineering, all of those things. So I have a lot more to say, which I'll hold for future episodes. But I absolutely despise this hypocrisy. If you guys are going to talk about Trump in that manner, can we please address North Carolina as well? And FEMA apparently skipping over houses that had MAGA signs.
Oh my God, that literally happened, though. It wasn't just a conspiracy.
No, it wasn't. I mean, there was a FEMA employee who admitted as such. And I was just like, why would you do this?
And her justification, because she felt MAGA was hostile.
Because of the othering that we just talked about.
I think he misspelled you. I don't think that raid actually happened. I do think they did something wrong.
They're the others, the othering. And so you don't care. They're dehumanized. That is why that kind of race baiting, to bring it all the way home, is so dangerous.
That's it, precisely right. And we haven't even mentioned the celebrities who use natural disasters as a chance for photo ops, including people like Meghan Markle, by the way, and also Oprah. Remember the Maui...
Why are we bringing up fucking Meghan Markle and Oprah?
Fundraiser that she did. This is a billionaire we're talking about, but she's exactly. She's like, oh, please donate to this fundraiser so we can help people in Maui. Okay, why are you asking poor people to help your fundraiser?
There's a huge scandal behind that. Actually, it turned out, what was it? She was trying to buy up the land, or I can't remember. Rogan covered it.
I was going to comment on just the general
and then we'll move
insult to injury that we see in these cities that have been just completely destroyed by these natural disasters. That again, their local leaders could have done a better job to mitigate the damage of. But to add insult to injury after the fact, all of these ordinary people who have lost their homes lose everything. And then you have corporate interests come in, buy up those plots of land. It's happening in Altadena, California, one of the areas that was impacted by the Los Angeles fires in January of this year. It's happened in Fort Myers, Florida, where Hurricane Ian destroyed people's homes. Ordinary people were living there. And now you have corporations buying those plots of land to build resorts and, Airbnbs. again, insult to injury when those local politicians don't do what's necessary to protect their people and the property that they have.
And blame
There's a profit motive too. I'm sorry, this is one last point. Okay. It's because of the insurance companies. And guess who the insurance companies donate to? The very politicians that we depend on to protect us.
Wow, okay. It's almost like it's a bipartisan issue. It's at the very fucking least, these grifters should be able to acknowledge that.
You're exactly right.
Our leaders are financially incentivized to take care of the insurance companies rather than the American people.
Yep. It's
All
true.
right, we're moving on from this one, and we're getting to the big, beautiful bill. So what actually ended up in this? Okay, so this ended up passing July 3rd. Where am I? I'm already on the friggin' American Party. I skipped forward. Okay, here we go. Congress passed it July 3rd. Trump promised it would be historic. Depending on where you stand, it might be, for better or for worse. The final version totals $1.2 trillion, with major implications on everything from energy policy, childcare, tariffs, border enforcement. Where do we net out here, Amy?
I mean, the border enforcement is what I think people are most excited about overall. There were many mandates that Trump ran on during this election. He wanted to fix the economy, so obviously that's where some of the tax cuts come in. You know, he ran on fixing our issue with illegal immigration, and he has done a tremendous job of that so far. And I don't want to take that away from him, and the provisions in the bill to strengthen that are wonderful. But like I've mentioned time and time again, this is the issue when you don't have these single issue bills, and you lump so much inside of them that people will say,
yeah, they're talking about like omnibus bills. This is like the type of bill that the Big Beautiful Bill was, I believe, where you have like allocations for budgets and resources or whatever in these like massive packages.
Okay, I'm okay with this purely on this ground, and they're able to just let it slip that there may be terrible long-term repercussions. And the way that I see it is we've traded some short-term tax relief for long-term solvency of this country.
Oh, 100%.
And, you know, and that's why Democrats and Republicans alike have been opposed to it. We saw that it was a party line vote with J.D. Vance actually coming in to give the tiebreaker. The people who voted against it were Susan Collins, Tom Tillis, and Rand Paul. Now, I do have a video of some of the Republicans speaking out about it. Now, some of these people actually did end up voting for it, but I just want to show you some of the concerns that they had voiced prior to this being passed.
What the Senate did is unconscionable. What they did to our bill was unconscionable. I'll vote against it here, and I'll vote against it on the floor.
You're going to hear a lot about the tax cuts, but the deficit, nobody's talking about the deficit. Nobody. I got it. The tax cuts are important. We are going to get the tax cuts done in some fashion. But we cannot saddle our children and our grandchildren with an exploding national debt.
Now, do I like this bill? No.
Right. That's what I mean. They ended up voting. And so did Lisa. She ended up voting for it too. Although,
oh my God, don't even get me started. That really bother you guys, because I've watched a host of different people, like Charlie Kirk, and it's like, okay, there's no tax on tips.
Always a great sign. I watched Charlie Kirk.
There's no tax on overtime for cops. We're putting $1,000 in every baby born now into the S&P 100. So when they're 18, they got a savings account. Like,
so here's the issue.
I can't tell if she thinks that those are good proposals or inclusions or bad. The no taxes on tip thing is fucking stupid. It's obviously meant to just serve as a replacement for increasing the minimum wage. But one, it barely affects any American workers. And two, that is not the reason why people that do like food service and like restaurant, that's not why they're poor. It's because they're being taxed on their fucking tips because they're not paid enough to begin with, that they rely on tips when they should not have to rely on people's generosity or patronage to be able to make ends meet. That's the main issue with it. Then sure, there's the Trump accounts of like, if you had a kid between certain year or whatever, you're going to be allowed to like eligible to open some sort of like Trump baby account thing. I don't know.
They analyzed this over a period of a decade. And so the issue is that a lot of the tax relief and these things that are going to cost a lot more money are happening in the short term, reinstating the 2017 tax cuts, the child credits, etc.
Increases, it would be catastrophic, though.
But but they're saying over a 10-year period, it's going to be deficit neutral because the cuts that are going to come in are going to counterbalance it in the long term, such as the cuts to Medicaid, many of which don't even start taking effect until like 2020.
Baby account. Well, I can't think of what it's called. I don't know. They're just like trying to, if you had a kid or whatever, you can be eligible to get $1,000 put into like a Trump savings account.
And even
Medicaid or work requirements, right?
Yes, and that's all it is. Work requirements. Now
That's not all it is. It's obviously trying to present as this benign additional level, like layer of bureaucracy, which one, even if you're like a small government Republican, you should already be opposed to. But she's like, it's just adding on work requirements. You don't want lazy people to get access to Medicaid and Medicare, right? Even though Medicare is primarily for elderly people who have already worked, and Medicaid is for impoverished people that for one reason or another, one, they're already working, and two, are in need of assistance with Medicaid. And these work requirements, that is not actually to assess and make sure that these people are working. It's just another way to get people off because they're going to be so overwhelmed with the paperwork or not going to have time to do it that they won't access the service.
A point being made where they wanted to remove all illegal immigrants off
Michaels wasn't praising Kirk. She was making, what the fuck is he talking about statement? Maybe.
Medicaid. Now, technically, they don't qualify, but there are state programs which
there
then
are
allocate
in California.
Other blue
didn't they just end that like last week?
Newsom literally just ended it, but look, it added a pretty significant financial strain on the state. We had to borrow a lot of money because undocumented individuals, of which, by the way, there are many in California, were qualified to receive Medicaid, which I think there is a good argument for that in regard to how expensive it is when someone just ends up in an emergency room. Like preventative care actually keeps costs down. However, you got to kind of take a look at this bill, like the whole bill on its own. Trump made the same argument in 2017. Oh, these tax cuts, which disproportionately do benefit the richest people in the country, the best, like the most profitable corporations, they're going to create jobs and it's going to create so much economic opportunity, it'll pay for itself. But that is not what happened. There has also been analysis done to see if these corporations who got a fat tax break actually created more jobs. They didn't. A lot of them engaged in mergers and acquisitions and got rid of a bunch of jobs.
Right.
And then with this bill.
So Anna's going to lay out all of these mostly solid criticisms, and they are not going to do they're not going to give a fuck at all.
Look, I'm just going to keep it 100.
I still don't see what you guys hate so much.
Okay, so like
let me say one sentence.
No, please. I'm seriously asking. Like, what do we really hate?
We're spending $1 trillion already a year to service our debt. This adds to our debt. Every analysis.
The tax cuts, you're saying?
The tax cuts and the spending, because it allocates more money for defense, by the way. I think it was $150 billion in additional spending on defense.
Okay.
Additional spending on the border, right? So there's a lot more spending and less revenue.
And less cuts.
But less revenue
Here's the
because
thing.
of the cuts in taxes.
And the cuts, how can they bind a future Congress to these cuts? There is no way for them to bind them. So in another 4 years when Trump is out of office, we're just going to keep kicking this can down the road. And then our children and our children's children and our children's children's children
That's exactly
are going
right.
to have to deal with it.
They're already talking about a mega.
Yeah, except most people getting Medicaid are already working. Some simply can. And if you make above a certain income amount fulfilling the work requirement, they will say you make too much. That's another thing that they are not like to mention that they're not exploring. So the purpose is to force you to work to the point that it's like you just barely don't qualify, but you clearly are still in need of financial assistance. And you really shouldn't be working. Or like, it's the type of person that like, they don't have a job, not because they're fucking lazy, but because if you don't have money for medical services, it's there in so many instances, it's because people like are taking care of an elderly or sick family member, for example, and they don't have the time to work a full-time job because they're also a caretaker a good deal of their time completely for free, in most instances, because they can't afford any sort of like home health or like nursing assistant.
Bill in the fall. They're doing another one.
Or for people who have disabilities and have a difficulty actually working.
This is a disaster from a financial point of view.
It sure is.
I'm trying to give Trump.
Hold on, let me. Conservatives, because when I hear this argument of like
the ring.
Work requirements,
that's unfortunately
for Medicaid. Yes,
I'm a huge proponent of fiscal responsibility. This is devastating for our national debt. This is an additional $3.4 trillion on top of $33 trillion of our debt, and you and I, we are paying for that.
Yeah,
my
more
friends.
than defense at this point. Defense spending is like about it's going to be $1 trillion.
Let me tell you why
soon,
this impacts the everyday American. It's not just about national debt. Everyone's interest rates go up.
Yep.
If the federal government's interest rates go up, and what does that mean? You pay more for your house. You pay more for your car, and don't even get me started on what we had to do to get Lisa Murkowski on board.
Right.
We had to bribe her with $1 billion for random shit in Alaska to get her vote. She didn't want to come on board, so we were just throwing random stuff like her, like for fishers, for fish, like things that you have no idea. These esoteric, uniquely Alaska.
Wow, can you believe that you had a politician in America conditioning their vote on something before they would just go along with it? No way, dude. She's holding it hostage.
It's basically pork.
It's pork.
To bribe her.
That's not because I fucking like Lisa Murkowski or anything. Believe me, I do not. It's just stupid because it's just typical political negotiations.
Get her to vote. It's just completely, and I do have to diverge with Anne a little bit on here. I hate to do that, but I really feel like work requirements are a good thing, and it's something that
too. Like I'm waiting to see, and I hear everything you're saying.
Hold on, can I just say they cut $1.1 trillion for Medicaid. They cut up. So the Medicaid system is robbed of $1 trillion. the work requirement argument is total bullshit. It's not about work requirements. They're getting less funding. So it doesn't matter if you work or not, even if you qualify. If there isn't enough funding for you to, get Medicaid and you're like living in poverty, you're not going to get Medicaid. They don't have an additional 1.1
than just work requirements.
They're worried about rural hospitals shutting down.
Okay, that is a completely different. So that is a piece that I have yet to hear. I've heard work requirements.
Let's talk
this
about
thing
the
is so big, it's almost impossible to follow. I'm like, wait, we're doing AI regulation? No, we're not doing. We're funding abortion. We're not funding abortion.
No, we are.
There's tax cuts.
So
there's not. It is almost impossible.
Wait, couple of white pills because I have been super negative on this segment. I like that they stripped Mike Lee's national parks provision. They're not going to sell off the national
parks.
Yes,
that's
that is a good thing.
That's because of the parliamentarian, by the way.
Yeah. I do like that they have.
I don't know what they're talking about.
Defunded Planned Parenthood. That is only for 1 year, though. I was hoping that we'd see a lot more defunding because as we.
I mean, the typical talking point or response to this is the fact that Planned Parenthood did a lot more than just abortions. When she said we're funding abortions, what is she talking about? You're just talking about Planned Parenthood. That's 3% of what they actually do. The vast majority of the services that Planned Parenthood provides are unrelated to procuring an abortion.
We've covered on.
But you're talking to somebody who's pro-choice, so not that I give a fuck. 100% of what their resources go to could all be abortion, but funding abortion is already illegal. That's the thing. What, the Hatch Act or something? Law that prohibits federal funding to abortion. It's like the Hyde Amendment. That's what it is.
Previous segments, they are not being responsible in the way they are distributing care. They are transing minors without doctor's notes, without any oversight. Right. I do understand that they serve a...
Yep, this is a thing that's definitely happening, you guys. The kids are getting trans without doctors, without oversights. It's just happening. They watch TikToks and then they cut their tits off and then boom, they're trans.
Purpose, but I think they're grossly misappropriating what their bounds are.
But on one hand, we cut, and I hear you, and I'm sorry, but on one hand, it's like we're adding all this money. We cut Medicare, we cut Medicaid. It's like, but can you have it all? That's kind of the part where it's like we're adding all this money to the bottom line, and
they haven't even talked about the amount of money that's going to increase border for the mass deportations and border patrol.
Deficit and but they cut this and they cut that. So is it the allocation?
It's the whole thing. It's the whole thing. It adds to the debt. I have a huge problem with the fact that we're nickel and diming the American people on things like healthcare, which people desperately need.
So you want that money to healthcare, not defense.
There's by the way, there's no debate at all about we're just going to add an additional $150 billion in defense spending, something that we already spend close to $1 trillion a year on anyway.
Well, politicians get paid to do that because
because of the defense contractors and everything.
That's very that. I'm like, I hear you. I understand.
So this is the way I see it. It takes from the poor to give to the rich. That's the best way to frame this bill. That's what it does. By the way, let me just put all my cards out on the table. I'm going to get a tax cut, a nice, sweet tax break.
Everyone's happy about that.
So I should celebrate, right? Except, no, I don't want to celebrate because me getting a little bit of extra money in my pocket isn't going to benefit my life as much as it would to see my fellow Americans get the health care they need to live healthy lives. Okay?
And there's the thing. We're talking about a few $100s at most or whatever. It's a difference between millions of people having access to necessary healthcare services and other vital public services versus a few more dollars in Ana Kasparian's pocket.
Debate about us just paying for bombs for other countries, sending more weapons to foreign countries for their wars that American taxpayers fund, but we're going to nickel and dime the American people on healthcare?
Well, unfortunately,
I'm hearing your point, though.
Ladies,
these are the points that are not honestly coming across in a way that's clear, with people really leaning into, I like this thing that we're giving babies. I'm like, well, that's cool. I like work requirements. Okay, yeah. I don't want to fund her abortion. Okay. But I really, honest to God, don't feel like someone has said exactly, I don't like that we're giving all this money to defense instead of healthcare. Well, because it's like, you see what I'm saying?
It's just the balancing of the budget and the timeline of it, right? Because again, all of the relief and the benefits are in the short term. Yeah. And anybody knows when you're setting any worthwhile goal, even on a smaller scale, let alone running a freaking nation, the most powerful nation in the world, shouldn't you have a little bit of...
Dude, I was hearing this from PBD as well. He was like, do you know how hard it is to be the president of the United States to avoid having to criticize Donald Trump?
Foresight to how this is going to affect future generations. It is good for us right now. So let me ask you a question. What do you think would be better? Us to get the short-term tax relief now, or deal with this can that we're kicking down the road?
Hold on. Sorry, my bad.
Thank you. Well, a lot has happened since I last. So, to Anna's point, I actually agree with you 100% on this because we are the United States of Lockheed Martin.
I know.
That's what it is.
I do know that.
Wow. That was so true and based. Lindy, got it. Awesome.
You've got me on this one.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the military-industrial complex.
She doesn't give a fuck about any of the corruption related to like campaign financing or corporate lobbying. The way that they were talking, like the thing that Anna was complaining about, how politicians just cynically invoke climate change to shirk responsibility from their handling of natural disasters and just scapegoat climate change to avoid that criticism. Lindy Li is doing that exact same thing right now. The difference is that she's pointing to these like vague notions of things that are absolutely true. But one, the criticism is not grounded in principle. Two, she'll never call for there to be the abolition of these corporate interests in politics, especially now with who pays her, who cuts her fucking checks now. And three, she just brings that up as the scapegoat for you to not criticize Republicans, for you to not say that the Republican Party is primarily responsible for this. Because yes, there is bipartisan consensus, unfortunately, when it comes to weapons manufacturing and the defense budget, all of that, foreign policy in a lot of ways between Democrats and Republicans. Okay, that's true. But how many Democrats voted for the Big Beautiful Bill? It was all Republicans. So there's no like equal heat to go around for this bill in that respect.
70 years later, after Dwight D. Eisenhower's warning, we are still falling prey to its siren call, unfortunately. Yep. So that's number one. And by the way, Amy, I loved your point about how in the media.
This is a new conservative podcast. It's not like new. There's probably like week 12 or whatever of them doing it. But yeah, my podcast with Pisco is just like covering it with him.
Term, the short-term stuff, it's all good, but the long-term stuff is bad. And it's perfectly timed. It wasn't a coincidence. And the reason why is they want to get through the midterms, and Republicans want to retain
control of the House.
That's what I'm saying. There's no way they will survive that if you do not do the tax cuts.
Well, so it's like you're asking for an ideal world.
Yeah, but they're looking at it over a 10-year period, and that's what they did last time as well, where they look at it over a 10-year period because that's how the grading system works. It comes out deficit.
Fetterman flip sides voter. Did Fetterman vote for it? Did any Dems? I thought no one did. I might be thinking like the Senate or something. Did any Democrats vote for the Big Beautiful Bill? Straighterade on her chick one. Dude, I don't think they'd ever have me on. The lower chamber voted 218 to 214 to approve the measure, with two Republicans, Representatives Thomas Massey of Kentucky and Brian Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania, joining all Democrats in opposing the bill. I don't think that they did. Doesn't look like Fetterman voted for it. I think he had paid lip service, maybe like considering it, but he didn't do it.
Neutral.
Not that I like Fetterman.
The only thing that is guaranteed right now is we're going to increase spending.
Right.
Nothing is guaranteed on these cuts because we cannot bind a future Congress to those. So it sounds good. It is simply optics.
We are on a very dangerous trajectory. And I do want to say on this, I have to diverge from you a little bit. I just have to be, stay true. But like, instead of freaking out about the work requirements, can we get specific about what they are? Because we haven't. Let's enumerate. It's 80 hours a month, and you don't have. It's
I know.
But by the way,
I know you're not understanding my point, though. You're not understanding my point. It's one thing to be like, we're going to implement work requirements. By the way, we've done this before. It's failed, but whatever. We're going to do it again. It's going to fail again. Let's just go through the process. But it's not that. I just think the work requirement argument is total BS because they've preemptively cut $1.1 trillion to the Medicaid system. That means the Medicaid system already is robbed of $1.1 trillion in funding. So even if everyone who's currently getting Medicaid actually qualifies for Medicaid under the work requirement, well, what happens if the system has been robbed of $1.1 trillion?
Well, this is like dozens of billions of dollars that we've trillions of dollars that we've dedicated to Medicaid. But I do want to say it's kind of, from my point of view, it's an insult to the American people to think that they can't fill out a form twice a year.
It's an insult to the American.
Oh my God, this fucking this framing or whatever that is the part and parcel, completely lifted from like the fucking Heritage Foundation as far as trying to justify it, trying to downplay the significant bureaucratic burden that you're now placing on people to make them jump through hoops to be able to get access to these programs. And it doesn't even save money. They know that. They know it is still cheaper to kick all of these people off money and to introduce all of this bureaucracy than it is to actually. I wonder if it's even cheaper. They just don't want to have to provide anybody anything. Because they're ideologically opposed to it. Because if you fundamentally believe that the government is a force for bad in people's lives, then you have to craft policies that demonstrate that to people by not ever letting the government give them a thing that could help them. But anytime you introduce any level of bureaucracy to make sure people aren't abusing it, you end up spending more than you would have otherwise.
People when we're funding fucking bombs for Israel or for Ukraine, but we can't afford fucking healthcare for the poor in our own country.
I don't think that we should.
I hate this argument. It's
I don't think we should be paying.
That's the disingenuous way to frame the way that we provide support to Ukraine, but whatever.
I feel like we're conflating two separate issues.
No, but what are our priorities? What are our priorities? But keeping Americans healthy, even if they're living in poverty, or sending bombs to foreign countries?
You make a great point there. However, I think with regard to the work requirements, it's a question about...
It's total bullshit.
I hear you, but the bigger thing for someone like myself is, hey guys, we got to take agency here.
Okay.
Exactly.
So, and it's beyond just relying on
personal responsibility. Again, this presupposes that the people on these programs are just lazy pores that are just leeching off the government tit, right? They're not even trying, but that's not the case. These are people that do work in most instances, or they're older and they already have worked, or they have a disability that prevents them from doing so, and yet nonetheless they work, and they're already living below the poverty line.
On the dole.
Yes,
in other words,
do we have data? Like, does anyone on this panel who's like, we need to have work requirements, we need to have work requirements?
I'm not saying work requirements.
Do you guys have data showing that there's a bunch of bums in America who like refuse to work?
There's
okay, what is it? Tell me what the data is.
Wait, let me first just take a broader step. It's a good thing to give people dignity. It's, when did
what's the data? God, this fucking framing. I'm gonna lose my shit, dude.
Because I've looked at the data. What's the data?
You're suggesting they won't do the work?
You're saying
okay, you don't have any data. You don't have any data, bitch, because it's an ideologically driven position that you're taking because you fucking grift. This is also, it's like a philosophical argument. That's not an argument that's like arrived at because of data. If you're making the case that like people need to demonstrate dignity by filling out government forms to prove that they're doing a thing that they're already doing.
Requirements has this assumption that able-bodied Americans who are on Medicaid are just lazy bums.
Are you saying that literally every single person is entitled to Medicaid?
This has been analyzed a billion times.
Yep, I am. I'll say it. Yes, every single person in the United States is entitled to a form of health care, correct?
Are you saying that
every
100%?
able-bodied person who's receiving Medicaid, who is not taking care of dependents and can't work because of that, they're qualified because they're already working.
You're saying
there's over 60% who are able-bodied and they are working.
Yes, we can look it up right now. Somebody look it up.
So wait, but explain this to me. If I'm able-bodied, why am I not working? Then you're saying there's no jobs for them?
My point is,
that's increasingly becoming an issue. Unemployment is rising under Trump. Unemployment levels rising. Oh, actually, I could be wrong on this. Hold on. So this is 3 weeks ago. Virginia unemployment rate sees longest rise since 2008 crisis. Virginia's unemployment rate is on a steady 5-month increase, the longest streak since the 2008 Great Recession. The Trump admin's federal job slashing and freezing of grants, contracts, and medical research may be to blame. Virginia's unemployment rate climbed to 3.4% in May, per new U.S. Bureau of Labor Stats data. While still below the national average, 4.2%, the uptick marks the state's highest unemployment level since August 2021. Was there anything more than just a single state doing this? Oh, no, I guess not. Slight unemployment rate increase. Lots of government jobs in Virginia. I'll have to look into this more. The reason why I said that was not baseless, I remember seeing something, but it might have been localized to a state, like specific to like California or something like that. It's saying Virginia, but I don't remember it being Virginia, like that I had seen. The largest parts of the population is concentrated in northern VA because all the former workers that had jobs in DC. Yeah, lots of federal government agencies headquartered there.
Body people who are getting Medicaid are working. They're all working unless they're taking care of elderly families.
But they qualify though.
Yes, that's the point.
The other side of that statistic that never gets discussed is also the issue with underemployment. People that are working, the amount. What is underemployment? Don't want to watch this. Underemployment occurs when someone is working at a job that doesn't fully utilize their skills, education, or experience when they're working part-time jobs but desire full-time work. Yeah, this is when you actually you're being like underused because you can't find a job, and you're like working like low skill, quote unquote, or like low paying jobs.
Okay, everyone focus. Yes, they qualify. So the argument is they're working, so they qualify. So what's the big deal? They robbed Medicaid of $1.1 trillion. The whole system has a lot less money to function.
First of all, guys, there are
hold on. Are we arguing work requirements though? Because you're saying they're working.
Overall,
I feel like we're conflating different issues. All right. Do we need to continue litigating this? You guys all hate this. I'm giving it a little more time to play out.
I just want to say that we are talking about, like, we're on many different tracks right now.
Right.
Can we all agree that it's not a good idea to have illegal immigrants on Medicaid? Can we just, is that something that we can establish rapport on?
I know you're arguing.
No.
I've seen Gavin Newsom make that case in debates, but my thing would be, how about no illegal immigration then? I would go kind of back to reform immigration.
Yeah, you guys, how about we just don't have any illegal immigration? Wouldn't that be nice? How about we just prevent people from attempting to move here overstaying their visas? Perfect.
Well, we have had
that's why I support the party that is trying to do mass deportation programs that are really expensive with the Americans that are in trying to be in compliance, or sorry, the permanent residents and green card holders that are trying to be compliant and become U.S. citizens. Those are the people getting torn off the streets by the admin that you support, probably. But you want to talk about what? Just no illegal immigration ever? Or are you actually talking reform? Because if you're talking reform, you shouldn't be voting for Republicans.
Conversation before, Anna, where we talk about like socialized programs that are available to people, and the reason why in Nordic countries,
the same energy as when Abbott declared he will get rid of all rapists.
Such a drain on the system is because they
dream big.
They're very strict with immigration. Exactly. Yes, and if we had a similar functioning system, then I think that program would be so much more effective. So
that's fair. That's fair. And you're right. Scandinavian countries, and I've looked into this personally, have incredibly strict immigration policies, far more strict than the United States, if you can believe it. And it's because they have a robust, social safety net, public programs that people pay into, and they don't want it to be unfair where people come in illegally and they take advantage of those programs. But again, I just want to go back to the point that it does, even if let's just put, this is the hypothetical, every single person who's currently getting Medicaid right now would still qualify after this bill passes. They would all qualify. They're all doing the work,
regardless,
whatever.
There's money gone to bombs.
But hold on, forget about the bombs.
Okay.
Everyone who's currently getting Medicaid would qualify even after the passage of this bill.
Got it.
What happens to them when the system has been cut to the tune of $1.1 trillion?
That's a very generous assumption, though, that everyone would qualify. Like, I find that hard to believe.
There is analysis on this.
It's so frustrating that Anna's the one having to like defend this shit, even though they're the ones arguing that it shouldn't be there without giving any justifications outside of, don't you want people to have dignity? On this. The dignity of filling out a stupid paper, like bureaucratic paperwork or whatever. Like, why even engage with that?
Well, Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, even said that there are a ton of able-bodied people.
Okay, so we're okay with people not getting Medicaid because we've made an assumption. We've made an assumption that they're all lazy bums who refuse
I believe in the American people, and why are we in this welfare mentality? What happened to personal responsibility and just
because we live in a country where we have
welfare mentality. Yeah.
Fewer jobs, and more importantly, fewer and fewer well-paying
open jobs.
Hold on. Fewer and fewer well-paying.
I still don't understand how people have this work will set you free mindset in 2025, because they are paid a lot to believe those things because of things like think tanks and billionaires and corporate interests and dark money that are behind media apparatuses like this.
Full-time jobs with benefits. More and more people are relying on a bunch of temporary jobs, like they cobble it together, or a bunch of part-time jobs that they cobble together. It's funny because we have all of these different thoughts that conflict with one another, and we never connect the dots. So for instance, on one hand, we talk about AI and how it's going to rob people of their jobs, and that's already happening. In fact, the very industry, Silicon Valley, is impacted the most at the moment as a result of AI. A bunch of people losing their jobs. Okay, fine. A bunch of jobs have been offshored to foreign countries because, corporations want to exploit cheap labor rather than pay American workers a living wage.
Yes.
All of this stuff is happening at the same time in our economy, and yet we're just going to chalk Medicaid recipients up to lazy bums who refuse to work.
There's 7.8 million unfilled job openings.
What kind of jobs are those, though?
Okay, let's say.
When you break it down, they're mostly part-time jobs or temporary construction jobs.
Part-time job.
I know, but I want you to look up the data.
And by the way, it's not even just work.
I want you to look up the data in regard to how many current Medicaid recipients are working. How many are working?
Lose their benefits,
and I believe that it's also like
disproportionate. I'm gonna lose my mind. If they cut $1 trillion from the system, they're
This is the crash out that I was waiting for.
fucked. That's the point I'm trying to make.
I get it. But oh my God, do you actually have an issue with job requirements?
You know what? Fuck it. Just let them fucking die. Who cares,
hold
right?
on. You're assuming that the entire program is $1 trillion.
Who cares?
Medicaid is a multi-trillion-dollar program. $1 trillion.
I mean, that is the point. Because what do you think is going to happen? You think there's going to be better health outcomes for the people that get kicked off this program? Really?
Isn't going to decimate the program. That's.
I mean, it's nice to see that Ana gives a shit, right? It is fucking infuriating that you can come with all of these data points, all of these statistics, all of try to rebuttal even the ideological things, and they always just find something to back up onto and say it's not enough, or why even bother? Who cares? They shouldn't have it. Or don't you think that this is undermining personal responsibility?
All right, we'll see what happens.
These dumb concern trolls.
I just want to say that I have strong faith in the American people that they don't constantly have to rely on welfare to have a meaningful life. When did we get into this very toxic mentality that we had to depend on the government?
Lindy, you live in a bubble. You don't know what it's like to live in poverty.
You literally know what it's like.
You're sitting here on a set feeling real good about yourself, looking down your nose at people who need Medicaid. It's ridiculous.
All right,
let's do this.
I grew up in tenement housing.
I feel like I'm speaking to a wall. Let's move on.
Let's
move on.
We're not.
I just want to apologize to all the Americans who are going to suffer as a result of this bill.
Right, but
and the added defamatory conversation about them being lazy bums on top of it.
And
but anyway,
no one is saying
lazy
that.
Bums.
We're trying to give
We're saying there's 8 million jobs.
Exactly.
If you're able-bodied, let's fill them.
And by the way, the work requirement isn't just work. They can go to school.
Why are we assuming they're not working? There is
data on this. There's no work requirement right now.
Okay, but then my point is,
just because there's no work requirement does not mean that they're not working. It just means that you didn't have to prove in the way that they're demanding now with the provisions of the bill to the government that you through paperwork.
Working, then this job requirement's irrelevant.
Okay, but if the system doesn't have enough money to provide them the health care,
that is a different point, though. That's why I'm saying I feel like you're conflating two different issues. You're either
what she's saying is that much is being removed altogether, irregardless of who is going to be caught. Even if all of those people,
you are conflating two.
But we're saying that even if none of those people,
I know, Amy.
But find out how many $1 trillion is Medicaid.
You're either pissed that there's work requirements, right? Or you're saying they are working and they're losing the money. Those are two separate issues.
What?
Here we go. Speaking of, okay,
Ana, why do you want to be on this show? I don't get it.
You guys are not the only people that are extremely.
And she's the only person that keeps them grounded in reality, keeps it interesting. But Jesus Christ,
I'm happy about the passing of the Big Beautiful Bill because a few days later, on July 5th, Elon Musk announced that he is forming a third party, the American Party. He did a poll on X, and apparently nearly 65% of 1.
People always claim there's people taking advantage of the system, which is probably true, but it's also probably insignificant. No, it is. It is. I mean, consistently, it's shown that whenever you try to introduce bureaucratic administrative bodies to try to assess or find waste, fraud, and abuse, that ends up being more expensive than any of the fraud or abuse that you could detect by having that sort of apparatus to scrupulously check all of these things.
0.2 million users.
No more late night streams. No, that's not true. Not true. I definitely have not had my last late night stream. I just did it earlier today because Pisco had a hard out at 6:30.
Said that they want a third-party alternative to the GOP and the Democrats. Musk says it's going to be fiscally conservative, centrist, reform-focused. Its intentions are to challenge the entrenched two-party uniparty, which Musk described as bankrupting the country with waste and graft. Now, its early platform focuses on reducing debt, modernizing the military with AI, cutting regulations, boosting birth rates, and even potentially exploring Bitcoin adoption. All right, so what do we think this means for the political landscape?
Right. This goes back to what we were talking about earlier about how our system is basically governed by a duopoly at the top. A uniparty. A lot of Republican and Democratic oligarchs have a lot more in common than with each other than they do with the American people. And well, first of all, I do want to challenge the premise of the X poll that drove the creation of the America Party. This is 1.2 million votes, but there was no sort of transparency. We don't even know if the people who participated in the poll are American citizens. They could have been international.
And I feel like a lot of X users mostly skew right wing.
Exactly.
I don't think that it's a 50-50 on X.
They're notoriously unscientific and unreliable, so I don't think we should base the creation of a massive party based on X poll. But I do think the underlying drivers of this party are really legitimate. I'm upset, as we already discussed, and Ana, you agree with me on this, that the Big Beautiful Bill was a big blow up our national debt. It added $3.4 trillion, and I think Elon is rightfully concerned. He gave up he basically essentially destroyed the market value of Tesla. It's been plunging. He did that all for Doge. And what did he get in return? Essentially nothing. He worked so hard to, whittle down our national debt, and it was blown up and completely undermined by the passage of this bill. So I completely understand his frustrations. Yes. And I was actually initially very wary of the American Party, but then I looked at it.
We're not just unironically watching her take every week. How do you mean?
strategy, and that's to go after 8 to 10 House seats
Yeah,
and to go after
spoiler.
2. Exactly.
Yeah, it's not to win the White
It's
House.
not
He
a
can't win the White
spoiler.
House.
He's
It's
not
third party.
playing in the presidential politics, which means he's not going to be a Ross Perot in 1992, which is a complete disaster, and actually didn't really make much of an impact the way that Ross Perot wanted. So he is trying to use a scalpel approach to the situation, and he's trying to push conservatives in the direction.
Wait, who is trying to use the scalpel?
Politics, which means he's not going to be after
Spoiler.
2. Exactly.
Yeah, it's not to win the White
It's
House.
not
He
a
can't win the White
spoiler.
House.
He's
It's
not
third party.
playing in the presidential politics, which means he's not going to be a Ross Perot in 1992, which is a complete disaster, and actually didn't really make much of an impact the way that Ross Perot wanted. So he is trying to use a scalpel approach to the situation. And
But what scalpel approach? Because the only thing so far he's talked about is like the existence of this party, but he's not brought forth any candidates. There's no platform for it until he actually funds something, or you see actually like tangible movements towards establishing this as a serious third party or challenge to MAGA, which I'm for because I know it will split the MAGA base to some extent. It doesn't even have to split it that much for it to be like to potentially cut into a Republican winning margin. But I don't know. I'm not going to take it seriously until he does something with it.
He's trying to push conservatives in the direction of your favorite boy, Thomas Massie. And by the whom he promised, Elon promised, I thought about you, Amy, when I said this, when I read this. Elon has promised to help Thomas Massie prevail in the primary challenge that Trump is launching against
Not
him.
only that, but he promised, and Nat, I think we have this tweet, he promised to primary every single Republican member who voted for the Big Beautiful Bill. Because, yeah, it directly undermines all the work he did with Doge to try to root out all of the waste, fraud, and abuse. And I know we've litigated this before, and a lot of you thought, oh, it's the EV cuts. I went further back. Elon wants a true free market system. He doesn't want incentives for his EV cuts. He was fine with that.
Are you sure, girl?
Yeah. Oh my God, what? What information is she privy to that definitively proves that Elon Musk was not upset about having those tax credits stripped from him for the EV, like the EV purchases?
Well, that's what I've heard him say.
He has to say that. He has to say that.
And he has at least
can
been
we
on
pull up
record
the first
saying
graphic
that.
in the national
Maybe
debt?
that pissed him off. I think what pissed him off the most is that this initiative.
He wants a true free market, like as if that's something to celebrate, even if that's true.
That he did with Doge, and then the subsequent Big Beautiful Bill directly undermined what he did.
I have a big, beautiful graph.
Oh, let's
Can we
look at
take
the
a look?
big- absolutely.
Please.
Let's
All
look.
right. So I, as mentioned, I'm a huge fan of fiscal responsibility. And unfortunately, the debt has been skyrocketing under both parties. And let's talk about both Biden and Trump. It's not just Trump and his Big Beautiful Bill. It's Biden and
Let's talk about both parties, even though the Republican Party is the one that's actually responsible for the passage of this bill in particular. There was like no Democratic support for it.
his Inflation Reduction Act, which is extremely egregiously wrongly named, by the way. I mean, inflation skyrocketed under Biden. But we still have not gotten back to pre-COVID levels of spending. That's how egregiously and how precipitous the incline in spending has been. So I'm completely sympathetic to Elon Musk on that. We already talked about how we pay more than $1 trillion a year just to service our interest payments. That is insane, and it's only going to get worse and worse.
Yeah.
Another thing is, I do appreciate where Elon is coming from, but I do want to mention one thing that I have a quibble with. He talks about how we should be basically remove all regulations around tech, and that's his posture. Yeah. And then
That's got anything for that, Amy?
Leads me to question who are the primary beneficiaries of such a policy, and I can give you two players right now: SpaceX and Tesla, and who owns them?
And AI.
Exactly, and he obviously has also a horse in that race as well.
A bunch of his
Let's talk about both parties, the Democrats and the left. The Democrats, the left, people on TikTok, people on Twitter that are annoying her, people in her replies, perhaps, very notable people.
Palantir as well, man. Like, come
Can
on.
I just say, I don't trust Elon Musk on this topic at all. And the reason why I don't is because
Why would you trust any billionaire ever?
The American taxpayers made his businesses. Now, we might not be the minds behind his businesses, but we certainly funded them. I'll give you an example. His businesses have received at least $38 billion in government contracts, loans, subsidies, and tax credits. And that's just past the last 2 decades, right? He's got multiple businesses. American taxpayers have been bankrolling.
It's obviously not incompatible with the free market, but if Amy's making the claim that he like wants a true free market, then he shouldn't be okay with these sorts of government handouts, quote unquote.
Them to some extent for a long time now. And for him to come out and pretend like he's worried about government debt is certainly rich, given the fact that he's been a beneficiary of this type of government spending.
He would be what we call
Could it be both, though, guys?
Yeah.
Here's my question. Could it be both? Like, we've seen him do this with X, right? He goes in, he cuts, and this, that, the other. It's more productive, more profitable. I mean, he is an incredible businessman. And I'm sure he would want to run the government in that way. But he also, as mentioned, got snubbed with AI in the Middle East. We talked about that before in a previous show. He lost all of these EV benefits and tax subsidies in the Big Beautiful Bill. I'm sure that.
Yeah, will someone please think of poor little Elon Musk, who voluntarily spent a bunch of his own money and got involved in the American electoral process. He did he was forced to do that. It's not like he voluntarily chose to do that and spend his own money.
Pissed him off. Yeah. Like, could it be a little both? I mean, no third party's gonna work.
I think it could
We're
be
a hardwired two-party system. Not gonna work.
I think it could be both. I think it's
okay. That could be changed though, Jillian. Fucking dumb fuck.
Both. He doesn't want government spending in other areas at all, and he'd like government spending for himself and his businesses. I think it could totally be both. I think that's what's going on here.
I think he genuinely also believes that with the GDP that will be able to be produced from his successful businesses, because he's an incredible businessman. Look at what he's done. He's dominated industry.
Completely.
He believes that maybe, we can catch up in that sense, and that's pretty much his sentiment now. He has given up on weeding out the waste, fraud, and abuse, and he said, really, the only thing that we can do about this is just make it up with GDP. But to your point, Lindy, I looked
at... I want to go back a little bit to the thing that they showed about, both parties contribute to this. Okay, notice that the sleight of hand that went on here, she pulls this up, and this is true, okay? The data is not disputed. U.S. debt rises irrespective of who is in the White House. Yes, but the contention with this is that it raised the U.S. deficit, not the debt. Those are two separate things.
All right, American history, by the way.
And to me, Trump added make it up on weeding out the waste, fraud, and abuse. And he said, really, the only thing that we can do about this is just make it up with GDP. But to your point, Lindy, I looked into it as well.
And as far as if both parties are to blame to that, no. One party consistently increases the deficit and one party consistently decreases the deficit, and it's Democrats.
And I am also starting to feel it's two heads of the same pig. You brought up Biden spending, but even before him, Trump added $8.1 trillion with his COVID-era spending. Before him, George W. Bush added $6.1 trillion.
Not to mention his two disastrous wars. I mean, that was the beginning of the end for me. Iraq and Afghanistan.
The trade deficit? No, the federal deficit.
Two biggest stains on American history, by the way.
And to me, what's frustrating is conservatism. I'm new to the political scene. I've been in America 8 years. Conservatism, to me, a big part of that is fiscal responsibility.
Straighterade got a good grade in stats. I did. And I remember I loved my stats professor because he had a very thick Egyptian accent. So everything he said was very funny. And he was also a really big proponent of us using the tools and calculators. He would spend the entire lecture showing us the science behind it, and then would spend the last 20 minutes or whatever showing us the actual syntax and methods to use the calculator. And he would always be like, you guys use the calculator. It's the tool that's going to help you. You don't need to know any of the things behind it. You just need to understand it. Use the tools. And I appreciated him so much.
And making sure the next generation is going to be in the best possible position. And I want to be the MAGA person. I want to take the conservative side, but I don't feel like conservatives are even taking the conservative
everyone's full
side.
Of shit on this. Entirely.
Here's my question to all of you.
This, yeah.
Okay, so historically speaking, these third parties are either absorbed, like you saw with the Republicans.
RFK.
And the Tea Party. Okay. So who is this going to hurt the most? Because generally when you've got a third party candidate, the guy you like the least ends up winning.
Yeah.
So I want predictions real quick on this one, and then we'll move on. What happens?
I mean, Elon Musk, if he's even doing this, a huge assumption, if he does this without introducing ranked choice voting or calling for the abolition of the Electoral College, it will literally only split the vote. I have a feeling that he's just threatening and posturing to do this so that he can try to curry favor back with Republicans by saying, if you don't do this, then it's going to trigger, if you don't do this for me or allow me back at something, right, it's going to trigger me creating this third party, and then I'm going to split the MAGA movement.
I don't think this is going to go anywhere.
Okay.
I don't even know if it's going to hurt. If it were to hurt a side, I'm guessing it would hurt Republican candidates.
They're the ones who are freaking out, by the way.
But I honestly don't think this is going to go anywhere. I'm just keeping it 100. Okay. And to some extent, I'm sad about that, not because of the project that Elon Musk wants to partake in, but specifically because I think that part of the reason why we have a broken system is that we only have two parties and we have no other options. And every single election cycle, you're forced to choose the lesser of two evils. Well, what if I don't want to choose evil? What if I want to actually choose someone who represents my interests? And there are really no opportunities to do that. Certainly on a local level, you have more opportunity to do that. But on a federal level, this duopoly is a problem.
What was the closest? What was even the closest margin in voting? Does anyone recall where a third-party candidate?
There's a whole list of these
and that
guys.
was
they never work.
And they wasn't even close.
President even brought up Nader.
Yeah, they don't work.
They don't work because it's hardwired not to work.
Let's take bets. Who's going to bring up Ross Perot first? I think they had already mentioned Perot.
it would have to be completely reformed with the whole first past the it's a whole friggin' thing.
Exactly. Ranked choice voting. I think ranked choice voting could potentially be
but you have
beneficial.
To reform everything.
You
though.
do, and they never will.
Never going to happen. So then I'm saying, if we come back down to reality, you think it goes away. I think he's forcing change on both sides, and this is a leverage game.
I just hope that at least at the minimum he backs Thomas Massey. Thomas Massey, in my opinion, is one of the only last honest people in Congress who vote with their conscience. So I hope at the very least Elon keeps his word and backs him and helps to keep him in.
That I agree with.
Straighterade, you debating Menard today. I told him to DM me, and then we started having a back and forth. And I asked him clarifying questions about what he wanted to debate me on because it was unclear, and he started being really fucking hostile and aggressive. So I'm waiting for him to. Or he sent me topics or whatever, so maybe soon. I don't know. I don't know when.
Okay, well, in terms
I need to review his content first or whatever.
Of what's going to happen, he pledges to only play in 8 to 10 House seats and a few Senate seats, so he's not even going to be a factor on the presidential level, and that's where people pay attention the most. So I really think this is really just a tantrum against Trump. I think that's an immediate.
No, it could be a very big power play.
Exactly. And I just want to say, just because he's worth $400 billion, yeah, okay. But remember his massive face plant in Wisconsin, the Wisconsin Supreme Court race? He funneled tens of millions of dollars in that race, and what did that happen? He lost by a landslide. So at a certain point, the American people are smart too. They see past the billionaires and the oligarchs, and they're going to vote the way that they want.
It's not a matter about being smart.
Money can only go so far. Let's bear in mind what this money.
If you flood the airwaves with MAGA propaganda and lies or whatever, then how can people make informed decisions about the electorate if they're constantly being fed misinfo and disinfo that they have to sift through and they don't know how to even go about verifying it?
Is primarily going to. It's going to TV ads. And people, we are cutting the cord. We're streaming on YouTube. So Americans are watching increasingly less cable TV, and which means the power of oligarchs and their corporate spending is also going to decrease in power. So who knows? I really don't think this is going to have a massive impact where it matters most. And where it matters most is every 4 years in the presidential election. And Elon's not going to touch that.
No, but all right, well, we'll see. I disagree with you, not with regard to touching the presidential. There's no shot of that, but I think that he will gain huge leverage with this, and I think that's his plan. But let's see. All right, I really want to get to this.
It remains to be seen.
This one, though, and I know Anna's going to want to punch me in the face. Next up, President Trump. You're not going to like my opinion on this one.
Why did she say that?
That's what I want to get to, because I just think, let's have some fun with this. We should talk about it. President Trump's ongoing trade agenda. So what he's calling is the 90-day push to reshape U.S. trade relations. This is extended after July 9th to August 1st. He's ramped up pressure on our international partners. He's sent out tariff letters to 14 countries. Take it away.
Yeah, so look, President Donald Trump, I believe, is learning the hard way that reaching trade deals is actually a lot more difficult, a lot more complicated than just using tactics of coercion or pressure. And as you know, he's been pressuring our trade partners to essentially come back to the table and renegotiate deals that are more favorable to the United States. So let me back up for context, because on April 2nd of this year, that was Liberation Day, as Trump dubbed it. And he said that he would implement steep reciprocal tariffs on our trade partners if they failed to sign
so stupid
new trade deals with the United States by July 9th.
And there was a court that struck it down. I think what they took issue with is that, maybe I should put a whole search in, court strikes down Trump tariffs. The issue is that he declares a state of emergency by using a weird definition of what constitutes an emergency by saying there's an invasion, and by invasion he means there's too many illegals in the country or whatever, and then using that as a pretext to launch Liberation Day and these stupid reciprocal tariffs or whatever. But court strikes down most of Trump's tariffs, ruling them illegal. This was a federal court on Wednesday froze most of the sweeping tariffs imposed by President Trump on virtually every foreign nation, ruling the levies exceed the president's legal authority. The ruling, issued by a panel of judges on the U.S. Court of International Trade, halted the sweeping 10% tariffs Mr. Trump assessed on virtually every U.S. trading partner on Liberation Day last month, with higher tariffs threatened for dozens of countries. The court also blocked a separate set of tariffs imposed on China, Mexico, and Canada by the Trump administration, which has cited drug trafficking and illegal immigration as its reasoning for the hikes. This was reported May 29, 2025, but there was an update to what it may or may not go to. I think the Supreme Court declined to hear it or something. But there was an update to this. Maybe if I put appeal. Because even though that had happened, they're not complying with it.
Well, July 9th comes and goes, and so there's this question about like what comes next, and so we get a new deadline. So he seems to be wavering on that deadline too, though. According to the Financial Times, Trump also left the door open for negotiations, saying that the letters were more or less final offers and not 100% firm. And what letters are we talking about? Well, Scott Bessent, we're going to show you. That's the, trade secretary, and he explains the letters in a minute. But first, let's listen to Trump, and here's what he said during a recent interview with press.
If they call with a different offer, and if I like it, we'll do it.
And the August 1 deadline, I mean, is the August 1 deadline firm now? Is that it?
I would say firm. No, I would say firm, but not 100% firm. If they call up and they say, would like to do something a different way, we're going to be open to that. But essentially, that's the way it is right now, yeah.
So look, the important takeaway there is that the August 1st deadline isn't really firm. I actually think that's a good thing because I don't want these steep tariffs across the board to go into effect. It's going to lead to inflation in this country. But in the meantime, the Trump administration is sending out these like threatening letters, pressuring our trade partners to negotiate or renegotiate. And Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is going to explain that. This is during an interview with CNN. Take a look.
Yes. So the countries will get a letter saying that if we have not reached an agreement, then you will go back to the April 2nd level.
Starting when? On August 1st?
On August 1st.
Okay, so there's basically a new deadline.
It's not a new deadline. We are saying this is when it's happening. If you want to speed things up, have at it. If you want to go back to the old rate, that's your choice.
When you say that there's going to be a lot happening over the next few days and you don't want to give me the playbook, is there a playbook?
Sure. The playbook is to apply maximum pressure. We saw that the EU was very slow in coming to the table 3 weeks ago on a Friday morning.
Okay, so there is a new deadline. Again, it was July 9th, and now the new deadline is August 1st. I hate the gaslighting. Just be honest. Just be honest. We want to give more time for negotiations. People respect honesty, but okay. Now let's take a look at this graphic that shows you what Trump's new tariffs will be if these specific countries fail to reach a new agreement with the United States. So as you can see, Bangladesh, any imports coming from Bangladesh would be tariffed at 35%, Cambodia 36%, Indonesia 32%, Japan 25%. Japan's one of our top trading partners, by the way. And so Japan is an interesting case because they've been less willing to play ball than I think the Trump administration expected. And considering they're such a huge trade partner of ours, should a 25% tariff on Japanese imports come into effect, that will absolutely be at least partially.
Nothing is more pressure than sending a letter. Yeah, one of those letters that he sent it to, though, was to this guy that we'd never recognized in Myanmar. Hold on. I do like the Guardian. Fuck, what do I even search? Trump sends letter to Myanmar junta. Thing. Yeah, a Trump tariff letter is just the best news the Southeast Asian junta has had in a while. For most world leaders, tariff letters from U.S. President Donald Trump mean a big headache. But one Southeast Asian general is spinning the communication he received as sent as welcome recognition of the embattled, isolated, and reviled junta he leads. Senior General Min Aung Hlaing, head of the military that seized power in Myanmar in 2021 after ousting a democratically elected government, said it was he who had the honor of receiving Trump's letter sent on Monday announcing new tariffs, state media Global New Light of Myanmar reported on Friday. The letter, which stated the U.S. would be imposing a tariff rate of 40% on Myanmar's exports to the U.S. starting on August 1st, was received with sincere appreciation, the newspaper said. The United States and most Western countries had not recognized the junta as the legitimate government of Myanmar, also known as Burma. And the military's power grab sparked a catastrophic civil war now in its 5th year, with pro-democracy fighters and ethnic rebel groups battling the military across swaths of the country. The UN and other rights groups have accused the military of war crimes as it battles to cling to power. Thanks, Trump. Very cool.
Passed down.
It's like a lonely old person excited to get junk mail. Exactly. Yeah, holy shit, we're legit. Holds up goofy letter.
To the consumer in the U.S., and that will drive up inflation. So that's the concern right now. Trump administration says the negotiations are ongoing. I guess we're going to wait and see what happens. But I don't think Trump is going to actually implement tariffs that high because it will make him the least popular president in American history.
When has he ever cared about that? When has he ever... there's nothing that his cult could do. They're like that they won't defend. He has never cared about that.
Those costs are indeed passed down to American consumers.
So you think it's just a...
Also, he's in his 2nd term. Right, we have no idea if he's going to try to run for a 3rd term. I happen to believe that he's going to, But it doesn't matter how unpopular he becomes broadly or generally with the American public, because he only is interested in his base. And even then, his base is interested in defending every single thing he does and says ever.
Intimidation tactic to essentially make them comply with what he wants.
He thinks he's sticking it to these other countries. Yeah, and his base believes it too, because they assume, oh, he's a businessman. He makes deals. He knows what's what. And they don't actually understand that this is not actually going to yield the effect he's promising it to. It's going to have the opposite intended effect. You're already seeing it.
And negotiate for better deals. Now, he's really upset with Japan because he really wants Japan to buy American rice and American cars. But Japan is like, no, we don't want to do that. So that's like a sticking point right now. To be fair, Japan has made some other concessions. So I do think Trump is going to get some, some cookies from some of these negotiations.
Right.
And I want to be clear. I think that targeted tariffs, like the ones that he implemented in his first term, were actually pretty good. I mean, the tariffs on some products coming from China, for instance, that was smart. They were so effective. They worked out so well that the Biden administration kept them and even expanded upon them. So I do think that there's a place for targeted tariffs. I don't know if this approach of tariffs for everybody works.
Right.
We'll see.
Well, okay, hold on.
Compare this to all the fucking hate that she had for Karen Bass and how you fucking killed people because you lied about the cuts or whatever, which wasn't even true. As we went over with Pisco, she's lying about that, or she's completely wrong. But I happen to think that she's lying because she's interfaced with the very same materials that would have disproven to her. But that aside, versus this, it's just like, Trump, I don't know about that, Donald Trump. I don't really like that. She only has this heat for Democrats at this point. When Democrats are not in charge, it's fucking Republicans. So how do you not have all of that plus more for for Republicans?
There's a deranged man theory. He's currently governing by, according to that theory, deranged man theory, basically.
Fun.
Exactly.
Well, hold on. Is anybody for this? Because I actually am.
Well,
and I have a case for it.
Because you believe in American production and
so there's a couple of issues that are irrefutable. One being national security. We saw this during COVID. He's going after pharmaceuticals in particular with the PPE stuff.
Agree. Yeah.
Another one, and not to mention, guys, when we look at what he's going after in particular right now, copper, tech stuff, we've talked about this with Apple and iPhones. Are they spying on us through our vacuum cleaner? The national security with regard to, I swear to God, there's a whole article about that.
I believe you.
About how they were
Wait, the what?
For tech stuff, we've talked about this with Apple and iPhones. Are they spying on us through our vacuum cleaner? The national security.
Are they spying on us through our vacuum cleaner? What?
I swear to God,
it's Roomba.
I believe you. About how there were chips in vacuum cleaners coming from China. So, so you've got a national security issue across the board with regard to supply chains for very important shit, chips, pharmaceuticals. The list goes on and on. Then you've got a reshoring element here, and I'm going to just say this: so far, in 2025 versus 2024, we've seen a 454% increase in tariff-triggered reshoring activity. GE just came out and said they're going to do a $490 million reshoring move and guarantee 800 jobs. We've seen it from Johnson & Johnson, planning $55 billion in manufacturing and investments over 4 years in North Carolina. Apple pledged $500 billion, building new manufacturing capacity and AI plants in Houston. Hyundai, $21 billion. Honda, AbbVie, Merck, NVIDIA, blah, 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 blah. The point is, I think I get the strategy piece. Do we have to do it like this? Do we have to go crazy all at the same time? But it seems like the markets are generally healthy. We're the biggest buyer in the room. I think they got to do business with us. And this kind of comes down to your big, beautiful bill argument for me. In other words, you guys are saying, we're kicking the can, we're kicking the can. I think previous administrations have kicked the can. I think globalists like Obama hollowed out the Rust Belt.
Globalists like Obama.
Of our country.
That's true.
I think it has to be done. And I'm for it. I'm for it.
I have a nuanced perspective on it.
I'm way too excited about this.
I'm in favor of a lot of what you said. I do want to give Trump a lot of credit for going after China because somebody needed to do it, and China has been unfair towards the United States ever since they joined the World Trade Organization in 2001. And no one had the guts to take on China the way that Trump did. So I have to give him tremendous credit for that. Another thing that I have to say, though, tariffs are paid for by Americans.
Yeah.
We're the ones paying
But guys, inflation is a bipartisan rot, and it is a small price to pay for all the things we're talking about, and we're paying it anyway. We continue to pay it. Every single party, every single administration, inflation.
I'm talking about tariffs. So the import tax. These are taxes that Americans have to pay on their Christmas gifts. That's coming up.
But it makes you're saying it inflates the price, though, right, of your everyday gift. So essentially it is inflation, though.
He's threatening to impose 135% tariffs on China.
My girl Lindy doesn't miss a chance to give Trump good credit. You just have to hand it to him, folks. You just have to give credit where credit's due.
Goods. So can you imagine what Americans have to pay for their toys?
But I would say it's now with an end in sight that will benefit Americans. I mean, that is the plan. Does it work? I'm betting yes right now, but I could very well be wrong.
I don't think that these high tariffs.
The most Jillian statement ever. I could be right, but I also could be wrong.
implemented at the end of the day. In regard to
Who
the
even knows
national
what the truth
security
is?
elements, I don't even think we should have a negotiation about it. Pharmaceutical drugs should be manufactured in the United States. Period. End of story. Anything
he's forcing
pertaining
them
to
to do
national,
that, though. You're seeing
right?
that
But I
now.
mean, he wants them to come back, have a seat at the table, and negotiate like. We don't need to negotiate the national security stuff.
Yeah.
We should be manufacturing that stuff here in the U.S. Whether it's the chips, whether it's the pharmaceutical drugs. I think that maybe this threatening approach could lead to better trade deals when it comes to other products that are being imported that are not, related to our national security. We just have to wait and see. But so far, countries like Japan have been pushing back pretty aggressively.
And the reason why I actually agree that the tariffs, the 135% tariffs at least, are never going to be enforced is two words, actually, the bond market. The bond market is so freaking powerful. The fact that Trump, Liberation Day, he's like, I'm not going to cave. I'm definitely not going to cave. And then a few days later, he caves. It's because he saw the stock market. And Trump governs by the stock market. He said, panicans, don't lose your head. But remember taco? You know what taco stands for? Trump always chickens out. Did you see that viral?
Oh, come on. He's negotiating.
No, hold on. I'm not saying that.
I know. I'm not attacking
Oh my God. I'm not attacking you. I'm just defending Trump. We know, Jillian. We know.
You with that? I'm just saying it's like this is part of a negotiation.
I'm just saying that
I like orange chicken a lot better.
Oh, for God's sake. I'm just saying that he's never.
I'm surprised Ana didn't dunk on it. Maybe she actually liked the taco thing, even though it was fucking stupid.
Impose these extremely high.
It's like a month old. Yeah, these people are like late to all this shit.
High tariffs because his biggest supporters and the oligarchs are just not going to have it. People like what's his name, Bill Ackman. Bill Ackman was losing his mind over the tariffs. People who don't like Elon Musk, for instance.
Why people like? I mean, yeah, he is a person, but he is a fucking billionaire. He's not just anybody.
These people's net worth were decimated that week, Liberation Day.
And they rule the country. So.
Exactly. They run the country. There's no way that he's going to let the highest tariffs go into effect. But I also think he's extremely bothered by the TACO acronym. I think we shouldn't underestimate how much that kind of like got under his skin. And that is why he's still playing the game right now. He's trying to position himself as a strongman. He loves strongmen, like from Kim Jong-un to Putin to Xi Jinping.
He didn't look like a strongman in his recent press conference with Netanyahu where he deferred to him. He deferred U.S. foreign policy to Netanyahu. It was crazy.
Yeah, well,
or telling people to get over Epstein. Honestly, both of those instances.
Well, those were unfortunate, but that's one of the things that I love that we do here is we are not so partisan. We are willing to call out bullshit.
Yep. We are not so partisan here on Her Take Valuetainment Network. We hear on both sides. That's why we have 3 conservatives / MAGA people / grifters / reactionaries and 1 liberal, kind of, Ana.
On either side. And I'm about to end it. Ames, do you have last thoughts on this one? I didn't let you talk.
Inflation has gone down. Like, we're seeing it with gas prices. We are seeing it with eggs. We're seeing it with some of
They're all grift. I mean, they needed like a Democratic grifter on there if they really want to complete the circle.
That he made. He is fulfilling on some mandates. I don't want to come across as black pill anti-MAGA. The fact that I'm Australian certainly doesn't help because people are always like, why do you have an opinion? You're Australian.
You're an American.
Me.
I want to believe. I mean, I've been here a decade.
You need Harry Sisson. And I'm going to be covering the Adam Friedland Harry Sisson interview tomorrow.
You've done it the right way. I don't want to hear that out of your mouth again. You are an American. You have every right to be here. You do your homework. You show up.
Thank you, Jillian. Thank you. Yes, Amy is the one good immigrant, right? And she gets to be. She's okay. She's in the club. But all the other ones need to no more illegal immigration 2 seconds earlier, and they all need to be mass deported. Would you go on if invited? Yeah, fuck yeah. I've been on Valuetainment's different shows or whatever, but this one's would be way more fun.
More than people who are born
I do care.
Yeah.
I care
more of that.
I genuinely believe that this is the last free country on this earth, so far as speech and so many other things go. And I want to protect it. I want to protect our economic solvency. I want to protect our freedom of speech. I want to protect our amendments. I hope that we continue going down a track that allows us to do so. I hope these tariffs in some ways gives us.
Have you met PBD? Yeah, I have met PBD. It's very nice.
Us some agency to be able to do that, but I am fearful about retaliatory reactions from some of these countries that we do rely on as well.
Have you reached out? No, I haven't reached out. I mean, like, look who they get as guests on this show. It's like Tommy Lahren and Coulter and Dave Smith or whatever. They're like, Pisco's way more likely to fucking get on the show than I am. I'm like nobody.
I saw this movie before in the 1930s and it ended in a world war. I'm just saying.
I'm not with you here. I'm
not saying that
I'm never optimistic, and I'm optimistic.
I'm cautious.
You've met my hero, Vinny. I've not met Vinny, unfortunately.
optimistic.
Because it's mutually assured destruction. All right, are we done?
I think we're done.
Where do I find you when you're not sitting next to me tearing your hair out?
I'm all. I was just trying to like.
I swear I don't remember them doing shout outs at the end of
It
this.
up a little bit. That's all. That's all. You can find me on The Young Turks, youtube.com/The Young Turks. I'm on Manect, so hit me up, send me a question.
It's like George Collins said, it's a big club and you ain't in it, meaning neither side cares about you. They just pretend to. Yeah, unfortunately. Get on her take and take them to town. Dude, I need to see Pisco confront Ana over that shit. I feel like he obviously has a slam dunk when it comes to the LA fires thing, and the fact that all this time later she's still propagating that lie. She really should be open to debates on it. What the fuck is Manect? It's like their weird like social media app or platform or something like that. Everybody has to have a platform. Trump has Truth Social, Valuetainment Network has fucking Manect. But anyway, if you're watching on Twitch and you have not followed me, you should go ahead and follow me. That way you can know every time I go live. And if you want to subscribe to me, you will get access to an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes. And you can also gift these throughout the chat so that other people can share the same wonderful experience. If you're watching on YouTube, you should go ahead and subscribe to me. That way you can catch up on my past VODs as well as see when I go live if you prefer to watch from YouTube, and like the stream so that it pushes it out to other people. And if you want to support the stream, you can donate by following the link, the pinned link in my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description box. I'm at Straighterade _ on everything. But for now, you guys, where the hell are we going? I'm gonna send you guys to. How do I do this? How do I do like the redirect thing? God, fuck, I'm so bad at this. There's a way to like redirect you guys on YouTube that I'm like still trying to figure out. Okay, I think I know how to do it. I think I know what to do. Okay, kid. This kid live. Kid not kin. Yep. Okay. All right. And you guys, I'm sending you guys on Twitch to Cinemarxism. And if you're on YouTube, you should it should be sending you to Kid Not Kin. All right, you guys, I will be back tomorrow. Don't know when, but we're going to be going over the Adam Friedland and Harry Sisson thing, the like interview. And we're also going to be going off on, we're going to be reacting to PBD going off on the Epstein shit even more. And Sagar and Jetty versus Michael Tracy, because that has piqued my interest. So I will see you guys then. All right, peace.